think that one of the biggest things about being a CCL volunteer is having that community with you and interacting with people from all walks of life.
I get to meet with folks that are from all over the country, and we're all working for the same goal.
It's good to see that, everybody that comes to the table, whether you're in a political party or another, or if you're, a member of a minority or several minorities, you work together. And I think this is the most powerful thing about CCL.
When I first joined, I was a little on the shy side. I like to kind of analyze the environment, see where I best fit in. So I attended the informational session and I found myself really drawn to the fact that there's different communities within CCL.
I am part of several communities because I'm Hispanic. I'm part of the diversity and inclusion community, and I also, I'm part of my group, the Central and Western Kentucky group.
I met a lot of nice people through joining the action team.
Shout out to the inclusion team for holding it down every single time and for making those spaces and for making the organization better every single day.
I've been in a lot of groups in the States that talk about inclusion, and they talk a lot, but they really don't do anything about it. And I think with CCL, we really have seen, in my case, the Hispanic community, have seen that we have a place here.
My advice for others who are also passionate and concerned about climate justice is just get into it.
Everybody, I think, needs to get involved with this.
Everybody has a voice, and if you get involved, you can make a difference.
Find a space that works for you. Find a space that makes you feel whole, feel safe, what have you.
The first step is taking the step, taking a leap and forming a community. Wherever you go, there will be a community to support you, uplift you, and empower you.
2 minutes. 2 minutes until we get started. Thank you all. Good morning, everybody. We have about a minute and 45 seconds before the start of our morning session. Please take your seats. Good morning, CCL. We have about 1 minute before the start of the Sunday or Monday morning session.
You could be anywhere today. You could be on the beach sipping water from a coconut. Or you could be out hiking your favorite trail in the mountains. You could even be sleeping peacefully somewhere in your own bed. But you're not. You're in the most important place on earth you could possibly be. This room in the Omni Showroom. Why? Because you know, out of all the places in the world, this is where your people are gathered. This is where some of the best work on climate change happens. This is where you have access to the top leaders in the country. This is where the greatest grassroots lobbying force on earth is gathered together, and you're here to be part of it. Today, you're representing millions of Americans who couldn't come. So thank you. Thank you for stepping up, and welcome to CCL's 2024 Summer Conference and Lobby Day.
Please welcome to the stage Sabrina Fu.
Good morning, everyone. It's so good to see both familiar and new faces, and in 3 dimensions. My name is Sabrina Subin Fu, and I help Citizens Climate Lobby's Mid-Atlantic Regional Director, Thaddeus Waterman. I joined CCL 11 years ago and became an active volunteer because CCL provided a pathway that provide both engagement and logic to this incredibly complicated issue called climate change. And I stayed because I get to meet incredible volunteers like Jerome Foster II. I first met Jerome and his parents in 2017 at the, sorry, no, that was, 20, actually that was 18 at the, actually it was 2019, sorry. My mind is really going. Well, at 2019, Jerome wasn't even 17 yet. So thank you to his parents for bringing him to Atlantic City. So I met him at the Mid-Atlantic Regional Conference in Atlantic City. And I knew even before I met him that he was going to be a rising star because all of the information I got from CCL leaders Debbie Chang and Max Broad. So for example, even just in high school, right, Jerome was on the DC Educational Advisory Committee. And at the tender age of 14, Jerome actually founded his own immersive technology called RUVR, and where he built virtual reality experiences on American history, climate change, and Latin American migration to the US. So in 2019, Jerome's organization was actually featured on NBC, CBS, Fox, and ABC on his organization winning third in the World Series on entrepreneurship. During the latter part of his high school years, Jerome interned with CCL DC chapter and had climate strikes in front of the White House as part of Fridays for the Future. Jerome has worked with both Greta Thunberg and Jane Fonda, and you can see Jerome and Jane on YouTube. In 2021, Jerome made history as the youngest ever White House advisor when he was asked to join the when Jerome was asked to join the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council, also known as WEJAC. Jerome continues to get accolades on an almost monthly basis. For example, just last month, Brevity magazine named Jerome as a leading Black environmentalist in 2024. Jerome credits his rise in environmental activism to the DC leadership of Debbie and Max, providing this support to really marry his passion. Because all of us have very different passions. We didn't really want to come to work on climate. Climate is just there because it's a difficult problem we need to work on. So Jerome clearly had other passions such as design and coding, which Debbie and Max encouraged him to incorporate into his climate work. So it is my pleasure to welcome Jerome Foster II, the youngest advisory council, member of the White House Advisory Council on Environmental Justice, as our keynote speaker. Thank you so much, Jerome. It is very blinding, as you can see. Yeah. And here's your bottle.
Thank you so much for introducing me, and I am so honored to be here today at the Citizens Climate Lobby convening of so many passionate individuals all across the country coming here today to show the power we have in numbers. And it's so powerful just to be able to be a volunteer who's a young person who is so excited to get involved in climate. For me, it starts not just from this idea of that we have to save the planet, but it comes much deeper than that. It comes from an understanding that we have an integral connection with the environment. Growing up, my dad and my mom were organizers for the Million Man March, and they helped to pass out flyers. And even though they weren't passionate about environmental justice, they instilled within me the ideals of what a citizen should be, is active within its democracy, active within its activism, and to be have a strong sense of moral clarity when it comes to social issues. And as I was growing up, I channeled that passion, and my parents really encouraged it, was the idea of me just going out in nature, spending many hours exploring and just losing myself to the outdoors. And that developed a really deep connection to understanding the sanctity of nature and the inherent respect we should have for it. Growing up as well, I was really passionate about astrophysics, and my parents were like, well, here's an amazing series called Cosmos by Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I'm sure every black boy growing up saw an amazing scientist and saw an individual who was seen as intelligent, seen as this leader within science, and I was like, I want to be like that when I grow up. I want to be a scientist. I want to be a person who is seen not just for their intellect, but for their passion. It's seen for the fact they aren't just studying for the sake of studying, but are studying to really progress humanity forward and to see a bigger picture. From that idea, I, as a kid, was so passionate about the stars and distant galaxies and how we see like black holes like at the center of our galaxies and all of these things. And I was like, wait, we have such a huge respect for outer space. When we think about NASA, we think about the moon landing, we feel ourselves with a sense of pride knowing that humanity came together and embarked on an ambitious mission to reach the moon. And you can also see that like every time we think about a star, we think about Pluto, we have this sense of awe. But as I was growing up, reflecting on that same narrative, our planet Earth didn't have that same kind of reverence. It didn't have that same sense of respect. When we look outside, we don't have the same sense of responsibility to it as we do to other planets and other solar systems that we kind of just wonder at. But that's the whole mission of our work here today. And our work in our entire lives is to inspire other people to know that our life isn't just about ourselves. It's about how we treat the environment and understanding that we have a responsibility to give back to it and not just to take as much as we can. And that is the work that I do here today, is that everyone has that responsibility. Today we're at a critical crossroads. We have seen that right now, we have just reached 30% of the world's energy is being powered by renewable energy. And that's because the momentum and the power and resistance and resilience of each and every one of us here that have been fighting for that for decades. And what we're also seeing is a unparalleled regression of our social foundations, where we're seeing racism, we're seeing environmental degradation, we're seeing sexism, we're seeing a regression of foundational freedoms and rights that generations ago, women had the right to abortion, but now those rights are being taken away. All of those things are really showing us that environmentalism isn't just about the environment itself. It's about seeing how our society must evolve with it. I see the world as a tree, and we must at some point understand that a tree sometimes it continues to grow like an oak and just goes higher and higher into the sky. And if a tree was like humanity, it would say, oh, it's gonna grow limitlessly. We're gonna grow and grow and grow until we can't reach any further. But at some point, a tree decides to mature. And it says, I'm gonna expand my leaves, I'm gonna expand my roots, I'm gonna make sure every part of this tree has equal and equitable access to the nutrients that come from the ground, from the air that's being pulled in from its leaves, to every single part of it, feeling like it's part of the whole, not leaving something behind. But humanity hasn't evolved to that state yet. It hasn't understood that growth isn't the inevitable goal, it's development, it's equity, and it's everyone having equal access to the resources that are available to us. I've been incredibly fortunate to grow up in Washington, D.C., and for my parents to really empower me to know that I have to get involved in this work. And from a young age, I found out every opportunity that was in Washington, D.C., and started by interning at the D.C. State Board of Education to work on the high school graduation requirements for the class of 2030 to make sure that climate education is a core subject in Washington, D.C. schools. But what we've seen since is that New Jersey has already made climate education a core subject. And many other school boards, other young people, other organizers and volunteers like you are pressing for it to be made nationwide. And that's because each and every one of us that were in 2016, 2018, 2019, and we said, even though I'm 14 years old, even though I'm 50 years old, even at any point in my lifetime, I'm gonna realize I can be a part of the change too. I can be a part of this movement, because I was watching, funny enough, a TikTok earlier today, and I came across this audio. It was like, everyone is living life for the first time. if whether you're old or whether you're young, we're all discovering and reestablishing ourselves. We're realizing what our role is in our life. And my mom was talking about that, and she was talking about like how even now she's realizing things she didn't know when she was 30, she didn't realize when she was 40, and she's like, wait, I want to get more involved, I want to do this, I want to do that. And as young people, there's oftentimes been this narrative of young people versus old people, but the narrative has been misconstrued. It's young people versus old fossil fuel CEOs. And what's powerful about that statement is knowing that it's intergenerational actions that really power this movement. If I wasn't empowered by my parents, if I wasn't empowered by Congressman John Lewis and Martin Luther King and many of the shoulders of giants that I stand on, I wouldn't even know about many of the issues that came before me. It was Dr. Robert Bullard in Texas Southern University that was fighting for environmental justice in the Black communities that were being disproportionately affected by exposure and burden to toxic chemicals, that if he had not done that decades of research, I wouldn't know anything about environmental racism. I wouldn't know anything about the fact that there is now 78% of African Americans live within 50 miles of a coal-fired power plant. That was because of their work. That was because of their discoveries, that we must understand that climate change isn't just about removing carbon from the atmosphere, but rebuilding and making our communities feel whole and feel seen. And it's in these moments that we realize and see each other as beyond any red or blue or purple or any type of political ideology, because at the foundation of it, we're human. At the foundation of it, we're all fighting for clean air, clean water, and a livable future. For all of us, it is that feeling. It's that knowing that we are the ones that we have been waiting for. It's like we all say it. It's the first thing I knew when Debbie and Max were picking me up from a lot of the organizing we were doing. We were going around, we were sitting around each other's living rooms, and we were learning from each other. We realized that like we are just people who are just passionate about this, and we're going to dedicate our lives and dedicate our time. And I think I was 15 or 16. I was like, hey guys, can I really intern there? I know you guys don't accept interns under 18. And it was like, wait, I want to use my graphic design skill to help you guys out. And they were so welcoming. They were so kind of just like created a sense of family where it was like, you can really partake in this, and you can use whatever passion you can bring to the table to progress this movement forward. Like, as me as a kid who like wasn't really excited about speaking in front of crowds or speaking to other people, I was so nervous to step outside of like coding for 10 hours a day on my laptop and not having a lot of sunlight to being like, you got to get out in the community. And make a difference. And it was like, wait, I want to use that same kind of skill that I've learned from my childhood to really impact change. And it was from just rebuilding websites or changing the logo that I felt like that small part was making some difference. Because we're seeing young people who are like, well, I love the graphic you're making. I want to come out to this event. And like we would train more people, and it would turn to a snowball. And we have seen in the many years, like 2019, we had 1 in every 10 young person was in the streets. 1 in every 10 young person. That's hundreds of millions of people all around the world who were taking part in this work. Now, because of the massive mobilization, we and Citizens Climate Lobby and Fridays for Future and many of the organizations who are working for decades, 87% of the entire globe understands and realizes that climate change is not only real, but we must do something about it. That is from us. And from that work, as young people, we realized, wait, we're graduating. We're turning 18 in 2020. And after the climate strikes, after the mobilization, we realized we can transform this into political power. So in 2020, we gathered young people, nonpartisan, just getting people all around the country to get 1 million young people to register and turn out to vote. And we called it 1 million of us. And we created mass mobilizations. We went down to neighborhood level, and we said, if young people really want to change things, we have to hit politicians where they care. And politicians only care about 2 things. They care about money and they care about votes. Young people don't have a lot of money, but we have a lot of votes. We have a lot of people power. And that is what empowered us, is that knowing that we had maybe $10 in our bank account, but we said, hey, we're gonna spend 5 hours after that, after school, to go and just send out a tweet to our friends saying, hey, are you gonna be my +1 vote? Are you gonna be the person who's gonna come and accompany me to the ballot box? And we brought that even further. We said, why don't we make it into a prom event? Prom at the polls, where in March of 2020, we created a campaign where we partnered with many different celebrities and media organizations. We said, hey, we want you and your TV shows to raise awareness of the fact that in 2020, we didn't have a prom. Because of COVID-19, we didn't have access to one. And we were like, why don't we make the ballot box our prom event? And from that mobilization, from that simple idea of, I want to bring my significant other with me to the ballot box, we're able to reach over 3.7 million young people to reach out, to register and turn out to vote, and to change the election forever. Because we knew our power. And we knew that we could change things by simply just turning out, showing up, and consistently showing up, not just in 2020, but in 2021, 2022, 2023, and now again in 2024, we're doing it all over again, reaching another million people, reaching another mobilization of young people, and realizing that our power isn't just in changing culture by going out in the streets and raising our voices, but going into the ballot box and transforming that into numbers where they see that environmentalists, young people who care about social issues, are someone they should care about as well. In that for so long, politicians have not cared about young people's issues. They haven't cared about student debt. They haven't cared about climate change. But now, because we turned out in the past 4 years, we're given a seat at the table. And not just given a seat at the table, we demanded it. In November of 2020, after our mobilization, we reached out to the Biden administration. We reached out to many different candidates and said, not many different individuals within the administration, and said, young people were one of the deciding factors in this election, so we should be given a seat at the table. And they said, well, we're establishing a White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council, and we need young people at that decision-making table. And they said, we're gonna invite some young people to it. And from that, in March of 2021, we have sent over 400 pages of recommendations to the administration, and now we're seeing 50% of them being implemented. And what's really amazing is that from this council we've been on for the past 3 years, we have been able to, with the power of the executive order that he wrote, we've been able to work directly alongside federal agencies like the Department of Energy, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Education, and to work with them and say, what are you doing to implement environmental justice? How are you taking that into account of every aspect of every program you're doing to make sure not only that it's just about reducing carbon emissions and raising awareness of the climate crisis, but making sure communities hit first and worst by the climate crisis are receiving the benefits they need. And from that, we created the principles of the Justice 40 initiative, where 40% of investment benefits go to frontline communities. And we worked alongside them and said, this is what it means to be a community ally. Community benefits plans can't just be a kind of program where you're saying, oh, because we're giving you this coal mine, we're putting this coal mine in your community, we're creating X amount of jobs. And that's a community benefit. Well, we're rebutting that and saying, no, that's not a community benefit. That's a community harm. And by you saying that's an environmental justice solution is fundamentally wrong, because you're putting them in a situation where a wealthier community wouldn't have that kind of ultimatum, where you have to choose between you have to choose between clean air and access to a job. And that's what's changing, is that we're decoupling the idea and coming back to the foundational idea of what does it mean to have access to environmental justice? What does it mean to be seen as a whole person and not be kind of riddled to the sidelines for decades of disinvestment? And what comes out of that is us looking at programs like Civilian Climate Corps, which has now become the American Climate Corps, where 20,000 young people are now being employed to work within conservation and to work directly in communities to plant trees, to do technical assistance programs, to help people understand about the climate crisis, to train them in conservation work. And that was because of directly the organizing that happened here in 2018 and 2019 from Citizens Climate Lobby working with Sunrise Movement and Zero Hour, and many other organizations. And we said, we're gonna go down to the Capitol and have a lobby day where 200 young people from all across the country, just like this, which y'all are gonna be doing on Tuesday, we had them sign the No Fossil Fuel Money Pledge. And from that, we realized we have so much power. In that, I think over like 20 or 30 different elected officials signed it on that day. And it was just from us partnering with y'all, connecting with each other and saying, hey, we're gonna spend a day. We're gonna spend a few hours going to each office and showing them that if we are coming up to their office and really making a difference by showing them the faces of their voters, then they know that if we're gonna do that, we're gonna be the most active voters, we're gonna be the most present voters, we're gonna be the most active constituents advocating on what they should be doing to their communities. So if they don't put climate justice first, if they don't put environmental action first, then their communities will know about it, because they're hearing about volunteers like you at Citizens Climate Lobby who are holding them to account. And that's the most powerful thing we can do, is knowing that just in this room we can change the entire functioning of Congress. And a key example of that is that in 2019, I was working alongside Greta Thunberg, and we were trying to figure out how do we get more people involved. We were trying to get it to be this larger momentum, and I was climate striking between 8 and 12 a.m. in the morning. And I was go outside the White House and make our statement heard about what bills, what action we need to be taken. And then directly after that, we were like, well, how can we get more involved? What can we do to do more to actually make sure elected officials are hearing us? And we said, why don't we start applying to internships at different congressional offices? Why don't we start getting involved and being on the inside of tables? And we did that. And I applied to intern for Congressman John Lewis. And that experience allowed me to see on the inside how we actually make change. And the biggest thing I learned is that every time we pick up the phone, an intern has to put down a list. And what that looks like is that this is something we can use and we can really make an impact. This has been, we try time and time again, it's been the most effective thing, is that when an elected official starts their week, they're gonna have a call sheet where it's like, oh, we have to tick down each issue. Where if 2 people call for reproductive justice and 3 people call about environmental justice and another person calls about XYZ issue, if 3 people are the top number in that, then that has to be the Congressman's top priority for the next week. That has to be what they realize, that people are really inspired to call and they're inspired to make their voice heard. So if 10 people picked up the phone on a Tuesday and called one of the most famous members of Congress, Congressman John Lewis, and said, hey, environmental justice is the #1 issue I care about, then on my little sheet, 10 tally marks. I report that to him the next day, and I said, well, this is what the voters are saying. This is what your constituents are telling you. So this is the priority. And from that, we started working on climate economic bills. We started looking at the Glass-Steagall Act. How do we make sure that our economic system is working within the confines of our environment and works alongside ecology? And that became just because Citizens Climate Lobby was organizing, we were doing calls and letter to editor and so many different actions, and we were realizing, wait, let's keep doing this. Let's keep impacting change, because they're seeing us. They're seeing that they can't just continue to ignore us anymore because our force is too powerful, our voices are getting too loud, and we're not stopping until we see even more change. And what we've seen is that it works, and that it's gonna keep working. We have every reason to be hopeful, because 5 years ago, we didn't even imagine that we'd have a president which prioritizes climate justice as one of the top 3 issues. 5 years ago, we wouldn't even imagine that we would have a climate activist on the cover of Time magazine as Person of the Year. 5 years ago, we wouldn't even imagine that there would be a massive mobilization to the scale of the 1970s for the Earth Day movement that happened in 2019 and is continuing to happen now. That is because of us. And that is because of each of us knowing that we, when we go back home after the summit, aren't gonna just stop. We aren't just gonna sit back and like, okay, we did our summit, we went to our lobby day, I'm done for the year. We're good. We know that our nieces and nephews and our cousins, our uncles, our grandmothers need to know about how they get involved, need to know how they can continue to support the work you're doing, because they see in your eyes that this isn't just another issue for you. This is your life. This is what you feel passionate about. This is what lights a fire under you, because we know we have a ticking time bomb. But every day we're working to diffuse it. We're working alongside each other and seeing every angle we can attack this problem. And we're seeing it every space, in every venue, from Time magazine to the White House, to every agency, to every classroom. climate change is not only being mentioned, but they're inspiring us to act. We have seen over 190 young people turn out today to this conference. And I would like for all of them to stand up, to show the power of young people, to take a stand. And what's amazing about that, they are the future, and we must continue to work to make sure that they are the next grandmothers who are inspiring their grandchildren to continue to work to inspire environmental action. This is the future we're looking at here. And I was in 2018, like just one of these young people, another just face who was excited to get involved. And now from our journey, it feels like there's just so much more to learn. Like even in the past 5 years, it's like environmental action, like there's so many angles we can take it. And like every time I look at a citizen climate lobby, a person who works alongside me in the White House in this NCEQ and the WEJAC, they came from CCL. They came from volunteering, and they came from Nebraska. They came from California, and they were young people who were involved in that work. And they became people who are working in government, who are continuing the legacy and continuing the actions that are impacting change. And knowing that the young people all in here came to sacrifice their time, to take the time to learn from each other and learn from you all is so powerful. Is that like any speech I give here won't be as powerful as the conversation you have with them for 20 minutes or 30 minutes. And it was meeting Debbie Chang, who was at an event I was at when I was younger, and she inspired me to do the same. There was a speaker who was here, and I was so inspired by it. And what it was, the follow-up. It was the follow through and knowing that like send the follow-up email to the young person, make sure they feel seen, make sure they feel heard, so that they just aren't going back to the classroom where it's just like, well, our English essay today is about the death of the seals or the extinction of our planet. Well, it's like, no, I have a community that's active. I can email this adult who's gonna mentor me and knowing that I can be a part of the change someday. That I can be in that room, I can be in that space where I'm impacting change and doing recommendations. And I think what's so amazing is knowing that even from climate striking for over 80 weeks in the White House, what's been the most powerful is the conversations we have. It hasn't been yelling at each other. It hasn't been this vitriol we've seen on the news. It's seeing each other as not just our family, but seeing each other as even if we're a stranger, that we're all just experiencing this for the first time. And I want to thank you. I do know we have about 11 minutes left. And I want to take a few questions from the audience on anything. I know there's someone with microphones, but yeah, we'll go to a Q&A
Yes.
for a few minutes.
Awesome, thank you. We are collecting questions on cards back here at the back of the room. So first, you mentioned what an impact it made to receive calls from constituents when you were interning in Representative John Lewis's office. And we have a question about what kind of impact did it make when constituents actually came in to meet with staff or with Representative Lewis?
Yes, I'm sorry if I'm not looking at you. I can't see from the lights. But yeah, the impact that was made was really exciting because like from the meetings that we had with them, it was great that we had follow up with like Congressman Eleanor Holmes Norton. We met with her, and that what was great is that even if we didn't have an action that was there on that day, it was her knowing that she could come to us for any knowledge-based questions as well. Because it isn't just about us meeting them and having our demands, but for them to know a kind of a knowledge-based body that she can reach out to if she's ever seeing a climate bill that she needs expertise on. I think that's what's been really powerful is opening that kind of level of partnership with Congress members so that they aren't just out on their own and kind of just like trying to figure out and collect data and collect information, but meeting with their team members and having constant communication with them and sharing them on updates and things. I think that's been really powerful over the years.
Wonderful. All right. We also have a question. You mentioned the Justice 40 initiative. Can you just explain a little bit more about what that is?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Justice 40 initiative is something that was created alongside an executive order alongside the WEJAC committee. And basically what it is that it said there would be a whole of government approach when it comes to environmental justice reform and how we think about the work that we do. So when we look at it, say for example, a solar plant which is coming into a community, they will look at how do the benefits make sure that it's not only just further to advance a community that has already kind of has maybe access to clean energy already, but making sure that Black and brown communities have equitable access to it as well. And they measure that by the climate and economic justice screening tool that we made last year, which was it made alongside a lot of incredible partners of CCL. But we take into, I think, about 14 or 15 different indicators, and from that we understand that 40% of those benefits must be have tangible impacts on those indicators, and to make sure, for example, air quality is improved, to make sure that a community has less access I'm sorry, I'm from my words. But they would have less access to toxic air. They would have clean water access programs and things like that. Those different indicators would be key things that we'd look at in the programs. And we work alongside EPA and partners to make sure that 40% isn't just the kind of number that they kind of throw at, but it has that follow-up and that follow-through through transparency that we work on.
All right, our next question is, what's the best way for older people to support young people in their environmental and climate advocacy?
Yeah, I think for a lot of young people, it's just feeling like they're included. Like for me, I first got involved, even before CCL, it was like my science teacher, who's, I grew up born and raised in DC, and they were having a Smithsonian event, and my science teacher was like, hey, there's this climate event that's going on. And I know a few of you students may want to get involved. I'm just gonna take a few minutes of my class time, 5 minutes to talk about it. And what they did was he explained what it was, people felt like they can get involved, and he was our chaperone for the day, even on a weekend, and brought students to it. And from that, I actually learned what climate change actually is, because for so long as a kid, it was these kind of dangers and these threats, but it was wait, climate change is something that is solvable through real solutions that are available to us, and that we don't just have to kind of lie down and take the climate crisis face on, but we can do something about it to really change it. And I think any adult can kind of do that, to work with a local high school, and if you're not a teacher, to basically ask the principal or administrator or a school board to say, hey, can I give a presentation about this event that's happening in the community? I would love to have maybe junior high school students get involved. And from that, those 10 high school students go back to their classrooms, and they feel like the cool kids, because they went on a Saturday and they basically were able to hang out, get food, and just able to hang out with their classmates. And that was really amazing. And that after I did that in 9th grade, and that our science teacher told us about that program. And all those young people that went alongside us, we were able to talk to our classmates about the importance of being vegan, the importance of taking small actions, and just embodying the ideals of what it means to kind of fight for climate change and fight against climate change. And over, I think, 60% of the high schoolers by 12th grade were vegan and were actively involved in the work of environmental action. And that was just from one action that the school did. And given every year they had a few different presentations, and a person from the community would speak about environmentalism and other issues. But if 5 people kind of do that, and every year they kind of reach out to different high schools, and that's such a massive impact on young people. So I've seen that is a really good way to kind of reach a lot of young people at once.
All right, our next question is, what has been your biggest obstacle in your own activist journey, and how did you overcome it?
I think my biggest obstacle has been my age, because I think when I first joined the WEJAC, I was 18 years old, and many of them had PhDs, and it was not. I think it was a fear that a lot of the people in these rooms wouldn't really take the issue of young people seriously. I think that's been a really critical issue that I faced a lot, is that people don't really understand that the impacts of the action that we're taking now will impact me for the next 70 years. All the young people in here will be around in the future that will be impacted by climate change. And that hits us very much more in a visceral way, because it feels like our lives are being stripped from us. And I think being in rooms where like oftentimes they don't understand the urgency of the issue has been the biggest obstacle, is knowing that young people aren't doing this because it's become a massive movement. We are the ones who created the movement out of our anxiety and out of our anger, and it's them understanding that they have to act with urgency. And a lot of people within the federal body just value red tape. And I think what we have to do is really, really push back and say, hey, like this, you have to kind of speed up these processes. And what we've seen is that over the past 3 years, like they have been very much willing to strip back red tape when it comes to fossil fuel projects, and the Willow Project, and Dakota Access Pipeline, and Line 3, and many other examples of when red tape conveniently was stripped away. But when we're in our meetings, urgency isn't the number one thing they're worried about. Is, oh, we have to make sure we're following all the processes. We have to make sure we're having a 6-month review of this and a 1-year review of that. And then 3 years later, we're now just seeing the start of a lot of our recommendations. And I think that's been the biggest issue, is knowing that young people don't have their whole life to wait. Just because we're young doesn't mean we should have to be telling our grandchildren still to be organizing this, because this is the last lifetime which we will accept in action. And a Gen Z for a reason. We're the last letter of the alphabet, and it's going to be the last time we accept in action. It's the last time we accept this. So it's really important that we know like young people are involved in this conversation.
All right, we have time for one more question. So if you could offer us your thoughts on this, and then any closing thoughts. This question asks, what climate initiatives or activity in the environmental space makes you most optimistic for the future?
That's a really good question. I think there's so many different programs that I've seen that are really optimistic about the future. I would say, for myself, I think a lot of what I've seen is really been powerful is the tree equity movement. There's like American Foresters, a really good nonprofit which is doing forestry work, has been working alongside communities to make sure that we have reforestry in Black and brown communities that have been historically impacted by redlining. And what's been really amazing in that is that knowing that has so many co-benefits, and seeing that like if you go to a community like Tucson, Arizona, and like you see like the disparities between Black communities and wealthier, whiter communities, it is that disparity, and see like, wait, there's actual records and data that see maternal health mortality being impacted. We see childhood asthma being impacted. We see so many different kind of impacts that you wouldn't expect to see from tree canopy impacting, but it does. And I think that's been really amazing that we have now, I think, $3 billion of funding that was just allocated to that through the Inflation Reduction Act and our partisan infrastructure bill. And that is really powerful, is getting more people involved in that work, more people volunteering to plant trees, and not just any type of tree, because like it has to be native tree, it has to kind of inspire more action. But I think what's powerful about tree planting is that it doesn't stop there. A lot of the tree planting actions which happen really spur more community action. Like, if you're a kid in Seattle, Washington, like, and you're planting a tree, then you now know about environmentalists who are doing that work. And they're not just gonna stop at planting a tree, because that's the first step. And then now you continue working with them and continue organizing, and that becomes a lifetime of those connections. I think that's what I've seen is really one of the kind of inspiring things I've seen, is that I see the kind of long-term impact of that. And if there aren't any more questions, I want to thank you all so much. And I want to end in a chant, if you all can join me in it, in true activist fashion. And I'll start with, what do we want? Climate justice. And when do we want it? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. When do we want it? Now. If we don't get it. Oh, okay. Well, thank you all. Thank you.
For next year, what do we want?
Please welcome to the stage Topher Anderson.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name's Topher Anderson, and I have the privilege and joy of being the interim development director for Citizens Climate Lobby. It's interim because our fearless leader's on maternity leave, and that's the best thing ever. So, but yeah, I am here with my colleague Rebecca Utek. Rebecca, could you stand up real quick? And I've had the privilege of fundraising for CCL for 5 years. But before that, I was even a group leader and then a Senate liaison for years before that. So it's been a while. In this role, though, I often get asked this question of what does it actually mean to do fundraising for CCL? Like when you look around this room, it's really obvious that our greatest resource and strength is our National Volunteer Army. Like our secret sauce is your genius and your investment of time and energy and creativity. So what the heck am I doing here, right? Well, I wanted to answer that question together, if you'll humor me, with a little visioning exercise. So would you all be up for that? Whew, thank goodness. Okay, so for this exercise, I invite you to close your eyes. It is an invitation, so you don't have to. But I invite you to. Okay, now take a deep breath. Center yourself in this moment. It's 2024, and you're surrounded by more than 1,000 climate advocates from around the US. You've had a jam-packed few days of training, speakers, and education that might have your head spinning, and that's good. But set those spinning thoughts aside for a moment. Breathe in and just feel the chair beneath you and your feet on the floor. Breathe out and let go of your plans for that lobby prep meeting you still have to do or whatever's coming up later in today. Just be present here, right now. Okay, now as you breathe in next, answer this question. Who brings you here? In addition to your own future, whose future are you here to protect? Whose 2100 and 2050 are you here to protect? As you breathe out, envision them. It could be the face of your children, your grandchildren, your nieces or nephews, your community. But whoever or wherever they are, look at them in your mind's eye. As you continue to breathe deeply, imagine that they're sitting with you right now. In my mind's eye, it's my 2-year-old son, Marshall. He's sitting in my lap, and I have 5 young nieces and nephews circled around me. And so for a few moments, just tell your loved one what kind of future you want for them for this climate, and tell them what you're doing about it today. Okay. Take a deep breath in and a long breath out. A deep breath in, and on your breath out, we'll travel into the future together. Okay, now, the year is 2100. You're no longer in this room, and neither am I. But the person or people who you were just talking to are filing in. I invite you to look around the room through their eyes and to hear it with their ears. The first thing you notice is the sheer number and diversity of the audience. There are at least 4,000 people in this room, cramming it from end to end. There are farmers and foresters, urban planners, and blue-collar workers. You can hear multiple languages spoken in different pockets. People of every race, religion, and political affiliation are all here. And they're all boisterously and proudly themselves as they meet new people around the country and have great conversations. Now, over that chatter, I invite you to look up in your mind's eye. Look around the room. You notice a huge series of banners hanging from the ceiling. It's too many to quickly count, but it's at least 50 or 60. Every one of these banners represents a law that CCL has helped to pass in a significant way. Each one includes the bill title and the story of how we contributed, and the photos of our volunteers at bill signings with their members of Congress. But the best part is at the bottom, where every volunteer who feels like they impacted that bill has signed it and wrote what they did. And your name is on quite a few of these. Now on the stage, the main event is about to begin. The President of the United States and the Senate Chairman are from opposing political parties. But today they come up on stage to thank CCL and honor the vital role that CCL played in securing a livable world for the 22nd century. They speak about how the perilous 20s and 30s, which are now recorded in history books, were the peak of climate instability and political polarization. And they speak to how CCL turned the tide by showing up day after day with their professionalism, their energy, their love, and their persistence. There's still work to do in 2100, but it's drastically different. It's maybe not about averting climate change because we've hit and surpassed net zero, but it's about adapting to the damages and ensuring good outcomes for everybody and drawing emissions down even further. So the policy issues are different. The technology is alien to us, but listen. Hear the way that CCL continues fighting for a livable world. The DNA of CCL is still in this room. Our founder, Marshall Saunders, still breathes here. His contagious optimism, his persistence, his vision, his love, it's still here. And yours is too. That's why your loved one came. As they take it all in, they look around with the banners with your name on it. They see the vibrant chapters that you started in the movement that you built. As the audience stand to applaud the speakers, your loved one remains sitting for just a moment. They close their eyes and they see you in their mind. And quietly they say, thank you. Thank you. Okay. We're going to take one last breath in and out, and then we're going to come back to the present. All right? So in and out. Okay, everyone please open your eyes. My friends, thanks for doing that with me. That's what development and fundraising means for Citizens Climate Lobby. It's looking into the future, not as if we're like grasping for a crystal ball so we can glimpse a better future, but it's looking for the hammers and nails so that we can build that future together. And already, everyone in here has built the foundation and the framing for that future. There are already 1,000 of us in this room. And tomorrow we're gonna have hundreds of meetings with our members of Congress. As an organization, we're 87% funded by our grassroots. And already with that, we've helped to pass 6 bipartisan federal laws, 5 state laws. We've already shown up in our communities, stepped out, and become the citizens that this country needs. But the reality, and the hard reality, is that finishing this future is going to require more of us, as people and as an organization. To pack this room with people of every background and political stripe, it's going to require a more robust scholarship program so that not a single climate-concerned citizen faces barriers to lobbying their elected officials. Those banners scattered around the room will require a bigger government affairs team to help us direct more sophisticated campaigns. It will require a deeper well of training and workshops that enable everyone to become an expert on the climate policies of the day. Making this decade the peak of climate instability and political depolarization will require more CCLers. It will require more of us in our communities and more resources for our chapters who are doing incredible work. So, I will make an ask. that as some of the people already building this future with us, that you consider investing even more by making a financial contribution today. I know this is a bold ask, especially when you're doing so much, but I make this bold ask because my time in 2100 tells me it's worth being bold. For me, it's worth it to see a livable world for my son and the grandkids he's going to bring to that conference. And I hope it's worth it for you too. If you so choose, you can say yes to my request and my ask in one of 3 ways. First, if you've never made a donation to Citizens Climate Lobby, I ask that you please consider making a meaningful gift, whatever that means for you. And if you can make it monthly, that's really powerful in helping us sustain our work month after month. Second, if you already give to CCL, thank you. I ask if you consider possibly stretching your gift or texting someone in your network to say, hey, have you ever considered donating to CCL? And third, if you have the capacity, I ask that you consider becoming a climate guardian by pledging a leadership donation of $10,000 or more. This is a leadership level of giving to propel our work forward, and there are dozens of climate guardians in the room today. It's a bold step, but I hope that we'll find at least 8 climate guardians in this conference who find that it's possible for them. So please consider this if you're able. So right now we're going to take a few minutes, and I'm going to give you that chance to respond right here and now. So I'll share some brief directions, and then Ricky's going to play some music. So during that time, please stay seated. So to make a monthly or one-time donation, you can scan the QR code on the left up here, or if you pull out your conference brochure, it would be on the top QR code for your conference brochure. To scan a QR code, you can open your camera app and you hover it over the QR code and hit the link. And if you have any issues with QR codes, please raise your hand. CCLers are incredibly friendly and they'll help you out. If you're considering a Climate Guardian gift, I just ask that you take this moment to get the ball rolling. Write out any questions you have. Think about what's possible for you. Text your significant other to make sure you have their blessing. Then, after the music ends, please come and talk to us over the break. Myself, Rebecca, and Mark will be standing up here near the front of the stage to talk with you. If you're not able to make it because you have to run to that lobby prep meeting, you can also scan the QR code on the right or the bottom one on your brochure to send us an email, and we'll make sure we connect before the end of the conference. So with that, Ricky, can you give us a few minutes to take some action? I'm hoping for some great music that'll give us some boogies. Okay. That is my time with you today. Thank you so much. We're going to take a break and then come back here at 10:10 for an awesome film screening. And so remember, again, please be looking for Mark, Rebecca, or I if you'd like to come talk to us at the front of the stage. Thank you so much.
Folks that are from all over the country, and we're all working for the same goal.
It's good to see that, everybody that comes to the table, whether you're in a political party or another, or if you're, a member of a minority or several minorities, you work together. And I think this is the most powerful thing about CCL.
When I first joined, I was a little on the shy side. I like to kind of analyze the environment, see where I best fit in. So I attended the informational session and I found myself really drawn to the fact that there's different communities within CCL.
I am part of several communities because I'm Hispanic. I'm part of the diversity and inclusion community, and I also, I'm part of my group, the Central and Western Kentucky group.
I met a lot of nice people through joining the action team.
Shout out to the inclusion team for holding it down every single time and for making those spaces and for making the organization better every single day.
I've been in a lot of groups in the States that talk about inclusion, and they talk a lot, but they really don't do anything about it. And I think with CCL, we really have seen, in my case, the Hispanic community, have seen that we have a place here.
My advice for others who are also passionate and concerned about climate justice is just get into it.
Everybody, I think, needs to get involved with this.
Everybody has a voice, and if you get involved, you can make a difference.
Find a space that works for you. Find a space that makes you feel whole, feel safe, what have you.
The first step is taking the step, taking a leap and forming a community. Wherever you go, there will be a community to support you, uplift you, and empower you.
Good morning, CCL. We have about a minute and a half before the start of the next session of the opening plenary. Please take your seats. Good morning, CCL. 1 minute before the start of the next session. Please take your seats. Please welcome to the stage Bill Barron, Ben Stillerman, and Ellie Sparks.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's really exciting for me to be here to do the introduction for this session. I'm Bill Barron. I'm the regional coordinator for the Mountain West and support volunteers in Montana, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, and Nevada. And in that time as a regional director, what I found is that, as you might imagine, there's a lot of distance between one end of the region and the other, spanning from Canada to Mexico. And so one of the things that I really found was that it was really important to be out in the field, reaching out to individuals, having conversations, and connecting with people on an individual level. And so I'm really excited for this session. And a little bit about Ben. Ben Stillerman is a documentary filmmaker with an interest in using media to bridge divides and a passion for teaching others to do the same by focusing on interviews which foster curiosity, empathy, and dignity for both the subject and the interviewer. His latest documentary project, True, False, Hot, Cold, about climate attitudes in rural Utah, was partially funded by the Rogeby Foundation grant and is being launched in conjunction with a new nonprofit production company, the Social Cohesion Lab. Recently, he has screened his work and run Depolarization Day events for students at UC Berkeley, MIT, BYU, NYU, and Cornell. Born in South Africa, he credits the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Studs Terkel, and Frederick Wiseman amongst his biggest influences. You may also recognize him as a videographer at 6 previous CCL conferences and lobby days. So it's really personally exciting for me to be here and do this presentation, knowing that the work that I found being effective in the region is to be reaching out to people across the political spectrum and the value of having conversations, and that is, I found, to be the most successful in listening first, and from there being able to find common ground. So I'm really excited to hear this discussion, as well as just see what the future holds for Ben and the work that he's doing. So with that, I'll pass it to you, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So, yeah. All right, thank you, Bill, and welcome, Ben. We're very glad you're here. And like Bill said, we have common ground. We are out there doing this kind of work, and then Ben is an artist out there and a thinker, and someone also who wants to stretch boundaries and see where we can grow as a community. And he's documented that in these wonderful short videos, which are compiled kind of like a collection of short stories where you follow some people kind of through the stories, and you get a chance to see them saying different things around different topics, but each little story stands on its own and beautiful in that way. We're going to start with looking at 2 of them, and then we'll have some conversation, and then we will wrap up looking at 1 more, and then wrap it up there. Sounds good, right, Ben?
Yeah, thank you so much for being here and spending time with me. I got to just say it's extra special to be here after having done so many CCL lobby days. I recognize so many people. It's lovely to be able to screen together with you like this. I will say that we're going to watch 2 episodes and then chat for a little bit and then watch 1 more episode. There are 26 episodes in total, so we're definitely not going to watch all of those. If you do want to watch all of them, you can go to truefalsehotcold.com to sign up for updates. But I just want to preface, you're going to see some stuff that you're not going to agree with. And that's part of the experience that we're working on in this documentary, and I think we'll kind of foster some good conversation based on that. So yeah, let's watch the first 2 episodes. It's about 12 minutes long.
Just a little boy, my daddy said, hey son, gonna teach you how to yodel, and boy, we'll have some fun. We live up here in the mountains, oh the echoes live up here. We can go out in the open air and sing without a care. Oh, the lady, yodel, the lady, yeah, yodel, lady, yodel, had a lady, yodel, the lady, yodel, lady, yodel,
What's the vibe of Emery County? What are people like here? What are people up to here? What are people about?
This is a rural area. They like farming. They like having their cows and horses. There's a couple of llamas over there in that field. There's a pig over right behind my garage. Her name's Minerva, and she knows who she is.
The day that a week after I moved back to Emery County to start in the mine was the I got full custody of my kids. You can't support a family with $18 an hour anymore. Coal mine's the best place to go.
It's a quiet place, easy lifestyle, congenial people, lots to do. We've got the mountains on one side, the desert on the other side. There's some very different and diverse communities. We may all look alike to people coming from outside, but we all have a sense of which community we belong to here, and our share of rivalry.
People in Emery County value their privacy. They value the wide open spaces. On the one hand, we love our beautiful environment that we have here. On the other hand, we don't want the whole world to know about it.
To prolong a life that is comforting and pleasurable and peaceful, and your family is safe. Those are the foundations that most of the people that I know, and the people in this town, and in every town I know about, that's what they want first, is the safety of their family.
(1876) pioneers or crawling into this valley, literally horseback, ox carts, and afoot. Custer gets wiped out at the Little Bighorn. Marconi has invented the radio. There are street lights in New York City, and the Industrial Revolution has created an unbelievable goings-on the East Coast. And they are crawling into this crack with wagons and horses and afoot. They built something here in a place that nobody wanted to live in. It's the last place anybody wanted to go. This was the last mission that Brigham Young sent people to. 8 days later, he died a terrible death. Died of a bellyache. I've always said, of all the rotten things he did, the thing that done him in was making people move to Emery County. So those folks came here hard, stiff-necked. They were going to make it work, and nobody was going to drive them out, and nobody was going to change. Well, it's been a while since they came here, but that no one's going to make us change is still pretty much a mindset in them folks.
Is it hotter than you remember when you were growing up?
Oh, yeah.
I think it is. And colder in the winter. Of course, maybe we're just getting old and it just feels that way.
Well, I can remember snow being 3 and 4 foot deep in the wintertime. It don't happen now.
We haven't had the snow that we've had, but what's going to say this next winter could be a good winter. Hopefully we do have a good winter for our water.
Is it getting hotter here than it used to be?
No.
If I say, but I read somewhere on some news that it is getting hotter, do you believe me?
Well, no, because I live here.
Yeah, it's got hotter. But now ask me, do I think it's going to stay hotter? No. No, I believe we might be heading down to another ice cycle through our ice, and maybe I probably am wrong, but I'm not sitting there trying to force you to believe in my ways, you know what I mean? I'm not saying you need to buy coats, you need to buy this and that, and you're gonna live it the way I want you, because if you're not prepared, you're gonna die.
I mean, what would you say to someone who's really worried about it?
What are you worried about it for? I mean, you're afraid you're going to burn up? Afraid California's going to get engulfed and get buried in the ocean?
A little bit. Not like...
Is that such a bad thing? No. Just a joke.
That's going to definitely be in the film.
Don't you do that.
Do you feel connected to nature? Do you feel like nature is an important part of your life?
I feel like nature's important, way important part of humanity. So we'll see what. Feel real connected to the nature. So.
Now, Ross, I can see you're a little emotional, a little nervous. Yeah. Can you tell me what you're feeling? What are you reacting?
Just never really sat down and had somebody ask me what they thought or how you would think, and like he says, I'm nervous, but I'm also excited. So
my family's livelihood depends on the earth. I've shared with you our garden tomatoes. We eat out of the garden.
We eat our own beef. We share with others. I see myself as a steward of the land. Family farms are scratching out a living, doing the very best they can, taking care of the water resources we have, taking care of the animal resources we have to provide.
You're either praying for rain or you're thanking people for rain, or the new cattle crop, or you're praying for your crops that you just planted and the harvest time. There's always a give and take. So yeah, so you have to have some respect and appreciate and gratitude for what you have around you. When the rains come, yeah, you get out here and look at the stars at night. It is so beautiful. It is. You know, you can feel it. You can see it, and it's a part of us. It can't not be part of us. If we're not a part of us, we're living too far behind, or we're too far ahead. We're not present anymore. So,
in this area, I believe you could go out there on the desert and walk in places where you can be pretty sure there's never been another human being walk, or if there was, it was probably thousands of years ago. So, you know, you can be out there, you can be all alone and just let your mind wander and drift.
The farmers and the ranchers here, they live or die by their property, by their cattle, by their land, and their water.
I'm nothing against city people in that sense, but you've pulled yourself away from nature so much. Most of that was like up north in Salt Lake and up into Spanish Fork. Most of that was cherry trees, beautiful orchards, grasslands. Now it's nothing but buildings and they're the biggest freaking ones that vote green, but they're the ones that do the most damage. So how is a farmer that's sitting there saying, I want my kids to keep this as a ranch, I don't want it developed, being told he's worse on the environment than the people that's just paved over it and built on it, telling me that they're self-righteous, you know what I mean? Because I donated to Greenpeace or something like that. It's like, I'm probably more green than you'll ever be, because I believe I have to live with Mother Nature.
I am very proud of what I do. When John and I work the fields together, we have seriously been teased how romantic his and hers tractors, because he's on one side of the field doing something with his equipment, and I'm on another side of the field following behind with finishing up working the fields or whatever. And there is a lot of gratification to look back over that field and say, we did that, and it's going to produce, we hope. Is going to produce, and our hay fields they're just something to look at and be proud of.
It's a part of me. I feel like it's raised me, literally. I've always, every morning you wake up, you walk out, especially up here, you look out and you always see something new that just gets to you, and it's amazing. It's a blessing we definitely have been given, that's for sure.
I would rather be poor and do what we do than to have all of the riches of everything else.
All right, so let's talk first about the work of making these documentaries. How did you pick that county in Utah?
Yeah, so as you may have read, there's this kind of ongoing Yale opinion survey where they kind of ask people around the country their feelings about climate, and this county, Emory, was a sort of outlier on the map of all the counties in the country, of a particularly kind of uniquely skeptical place about climate change. And I was living in Los Angeles at the time. It was about a 10-hour drive. I did a little bit of reading about it and saw that it both had coal mines, coal power plants, and also cattle. I took a drive out there and the first time and just sort of to see what the feeling in the air was like, and showed up at the gas station and started introducing myself, and people were incredibly hospitable and interested and happy to chat and kind, and the place was beautiful, and ended up sort of deciding that there was a story here that was deeper than just one sort of stat that you see when you're reading a report. I felt that there was a story beyond just a singular narrative that was going on that was worth investigating.
Mm-hmm. And you went out once, and then talk about that sort of timing and filming.
Yeah, it was a slow process. Went out, I think, in 2019 for the first time to just literally say hello by myself, introduce myself, spent a couple weeks out there. Then went back with a small crew of 4 or 5 of us. And we spent 3 months. We spent the whole summer. We did about 200 hours of interviews. We spoke to about 60 or 65 people, and we had to build trust. We had to, we couldn't just show up and say, "Tell us all your opinions about climate, and we're going to splash it across the screen nationwide." And we had to establish some kind of conversations that people understood what we were doing there. We weren't out to kind of make people look foolish. We weren't there to sort of do gotcha interviews. We wanted people to understand that we were there to have conversations, to have good conversations. And that really is kind of at the core of the work generally, is I'm interested in how do we have better conversations across ideologies. That really feels like the governing principle behind the documentary. So yeah, we spent over 4 months there at the end by the time we had, yeah.
Tell a little bit more about the building trust work. What is that like, and what advice might you give to us?
Yeah, well, I think the main thing I can sort of say is, people want to share their stories. People want to feel like their stories matter, or that their stories are worth hearing. And so if you give people the forum to share, they will usually rise to the occasion and share. They will spread their sort of feelings. They will go deeper than you would instinctively think with a stranger who's just shown up at their front door, because it's so unusual for someone to say, "I care, I'm interested. Tell me who you are. Tell me what you're worried about, what you're excited about. Tell me what your priorities are, what your fears are." Everyone's got fears. Everyone's not sure about how things are going, and people want to feel like there's an audience that's interested in hearing that. And so if you genuinely show up and say, I truly do care, people will pick that up, and then sort of just on a practical level, you go do one nice interview with someone and they say, well, in a town like this where there's 10,000 people in the whole county, within a week everyone knows who you are. And so, they're like, "You got to speak to John," and John's like, "Oh, well, you've got to speak to Sheila because Sheila really knows." And and then you speak to Sheila and she's like, "I'm offended that you haven't spoken to like Shelley yet," and so. So by the end, there was like a real. I was laughing. I went with my wife for a good few months, and she was, there on set as well. And after 10 years in LA, I feel like we had more friends in Emory County after 3 months. So, yeah.
Now, is that what you call deep listening?
Yeah, it's, you hear it sort of spoken about in different ways. The way I've always thought about it is, doing an interview is like giving a gift two ways. It's a gift to the person you're speaking to, because you're saying, I want to give you a platform to share yourself, and it's a gift for the interviewer as well, because when you read a great novel or you travel to a new part of the world, you grow as a person, and I feel like an interview is the same kind of thing. You grow as a person. You might not change your mind. After 3 months, I didn't come out going, "That's true, there is no climate," but you're a richer person for having gone and spoken, and really wanted to listen.
Do you find that deep listening spills over into your everyday life, or is it something you intentionally set to do when you're doing the interviews?
Yeah, I mean, I have a bit of a sort of mental process I try to go through. I think actually what really helps is the mechanism of the documentary itself. When you put a camera down and you point it in one direction, it sort of very quickly establishes, like, this is the conversation going in this direction. It's your turn to talk. I might, like, every now and then I couldn't help myself make a comment here or there, but it's your time, and so it helps shut down that instinct we all have of, no, you've said something, now I was just listening so that I could wait for a moment for me to jump in with my own opinion. You have to really practice that feeling of people are going to say a lot of different things, and you have to be okay with just being a sort of vessel for. It's kind of like therapy, I think. Like, my wife is a therapist, and we talk about how it's a similar kind of muscle, and that's actually what we're trying to teach when we're doing these depolarization days at universities. There's not a lot of opportunity for people to talk with people who feel completely and utterly different from them about climate or about any number of big topics that we're sort of so partisan and polarized about nationally and internationally. There's really just not a lot of opportunities for practice, and I think that's a pity. And I think that those are skills that can be learned by putting yourself in the way of ideas that are different from you, which is why, I've screened this for audiences that have really sort of cringed at times when someone has said something so different. But I think that's a skill that we need to all be fostering all the time, because that's the secret to a sort of more cohesive community. That's why we called it the Social Cohesion Lab, a nonprofit that's focused on using media to bridge divides. So that's kind of the hope, is that you can actually teach these skills through practice of engaging across difference.
Well, tell us more about the lab then, the Social Cohesion Lab.
Yeah, please follow along, socialcohesionlab.org. At the moment, what we're doing is a kind of few different activities. The biggest one we've run is what we kind of mentioned, a depolarization day. We had seminars, we had guest speakers. I don't know if you guys know Arlie Hochschild. She came to speak, just a real kind of inspiration of mine. She went to go do a book in the South about climate attitudes, strangers in their own land. We screened some documentaries, our documentary, and then some other bridging documentaries where people were talking across different ideologies. And then we did a practical component where we gave cameras out to all the attendees, and we gave them a few minutes to learn how to do an interview, and then we sent them off to go and interview each other. And it was a wonderful experience where we kind of try to put into action this process of using different kinds of media to really sort of engage with difference. Now, granted, the audience of students at Berkeley weren't massively ideologically diverse. It was a particular crowd of people, but even there, it wasn't focused so much on we've got to be talking about huge differences. It was just enough to say, tell me about your childhood. It's different to my childhood. Everyone had a childhood, but mine was unique, yours was unique. And practicing that skill of being able to listen with an empathetic, generous ear is something that I think students need, but I think everyone needs. We're running it for students now, but we're going to try and run it for nonprofits and for corporates and for local governments. We're going to keep trying to sort of put the word out about how important it is to engage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I love it. So back to sort of the artistic choices. Can you talk a little bit about those interludes where we see them culturally, like the guitar player, yodeler, and then
Right.
the cattle moving and things like that?
Yeah. I think what happens, sometimes in a documentary is, or a singular piece of engagement with some person, you get a very kind of caricatured sense of who this person is. Insert, old farmer who thinks X type of way or whatever, insert person here who's got these kinds of opinions. And so we really wanted to make sure there were moments throughout the documentary project where it was free from conversation, free from judgment, where it was just us spending time with people doing their daily life. Because I think when you see people doing their daily life, you can't help but feel a connection to them. You can't help but say, okay, they're just doing their thing. They're just working through their day. They're just worrying about their kids or having fun on the weekend or whatever it is. And without that, it feels like maybe people come across as caricatures. With it, it feels like they're made into whole people. Mm-hmm. That's true for all of us.
Yeah. I felt too, watching it, it was kind of like a bit of sorbet in between courses, like cleanse your palate a little bit and then...
Well, it is a lot of talking at you otherwise. Yeah. You need to have some time to breathe and go, wow, what did people just say? Mm-hmm. How did I feel about that? And actually that's one of my favorite things is trying to suss out how an audience is feeling when they're hearing this stuff, and then when they get some time to breathe and sort of digest it. It's uniquely sort of enjoyable for me watching the audience watch the film, because I get to kind of live their experience through it as well. And those interludes are a time when they get to sort of reflect.
Yeah. Talk about the choice between making these 5-minute or so versus like an hour and a half or a 2-hour documentary.
Yeah. Thank you for mentioning that. I wanted to just sort of say it is an unusual format. It's 26 short episodes, each no longer than 7 minutes, each about 5 to 6 minutes long. And each one deals with kind of a different topic. We talk about the media, we talk about religion, we talk about local government, we talk about a forest fire that happens while we're there, we talk about the drought, we talk about some the next episode we're going to watch, the last one for today, is a little bit more of a philosophical one. We talk about psychology. So, each one was about a sort of core topic. And each one has at least a little bit of daily life happening in it as well. And the reason we chose that format, well, without going into the details too much, you may have picked up that the media landscape is changing. Everything's online. People are consuming their content on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. Man, I struggle to go watch a documentary that's 2 hours long. It's Friday night, you're tired, you're like, kind of want to put on some silly rom-com and like veg out. Like, I get it. And so I wanted to make this feel like it was a format that people could watch in little pieces, they could follow along with for a longer time. And we're releasing it sort of sequentially, one a week over about 6 months. And as we do that, we're going to kind of encourage engagement. We're going to do some live events. We're going to do some webinar events, that sort of thing, just as a way of kind of bringing people along for the journey. The other thing, just practically, is if you get talked at by people for 2.5 hours, you're going to lose your mind. So, you have to break it up a little bit. And so that was just kind of a creative, practical consideration there.
Well, how have having these conversations changed you?
Yeah, I mean, as I've kind of mentioned, you can't help but grow as a person when you engage with a life that's different from yours. And I think this is the kind of the main takeaway I got from the project for myself. Because there was a part of me that said, maybe I'll go there and like I'll show a few graphs and I'll say a few clever things. And like, you know, I'm not going to change everyone's, but maybe people will be like, damn, what? I had no idea, you know? And it's not the way it happens. You know, people's beliefs are formed through a really slow combination of personal experience and the experiences of the community in which they spend their time. You know, and so I think that what sort of changed for me is this attitude of, you just need to think of a good way to kind of convince someone and then they'll change their mind. No, the reality is like, you have to accept that minds change really slowly, that beliefs form not in a vacuum, but in a community. And if you want to engage with someone who's got different beliefs to you, you have to go to where they are. You have to meet them where they are and you know, understand the community dynamics. This community, there's 10,000 people in this community and there's 2 coal mines. If they shut those 2 coal mines down, which they're talking about doing, you know, they're going to be decommissioned in the next 10 years probably. You know, that's going to be, I think there's 600 jobs there, you know, and they're building a solar plant that's feeding into that grid. But that solar plant is going to employ 2 people. And so, you know, there's genuine, for lack of a better word, there's existential panic in the air. And you need to understand that when you go and try and sort of explain to someone, you know, why we need to phase out carbon. You know, people are up for the conversation, but it's got to make sense in the context in which their beliefs have developed. That's the main takeaway that I think I got from you know, the experience. I should say one other funny thing, which is that, you know, 90% of the land in Utah is federally owned, either or state owned or federally owned, and so a lot of, you know, people there are kind of looking around and they're like, it's beautiful, there's nothing there. They're like, we don't, you know, where do we see, we don't see anything. But the farmers that do have land, they're very happy to, you know, put up solar panels on their land that they're not using there. And so I think what's cool is there are allies to be found in ways that we might not sort of, that guy Ross, who's, you know, who got a bit emotional, he's building one of Utah's biggest solar plants on his land. Because, you know, not because he's like going to be at this conference, although he'd probably be very happy at this conference, but because someone came to him and said, Ross, you're not using this huge chunk of land. Do you want to make a little bit of extra money and you can power your whole farm doing it and you can sell it to the grid? And what do you say? You interested? And he was like, sign me up, you know, sure, why not? You know, and that's the kind of allies that can be formed in places that you might not expect.
Yeah, thank you. Can you say a little more about common ground? Like, I think sometimes I go in thinking I've got to have common ground in that we both care about climate change, so there's common ground. But how are you finding common ground with people who have such a difference in perspective?
I think the number one thing that everyone has in common is a kind of a sort of concern that they're going to be okay, that their family's going to be okay. You know, that there's a place for them in whatever world develops, you know, whether it's a farmer who's thinking to himself, man, I'm getting squeezed out because these giant, you know, institutional farms in Texas are you know, making it so that there's absolutely no economic incentive for me to sell my 300 cows that I'm working on here on my small piece of land. They're scared, you know, or if there's a drought and the water sort of dries up and they have to choose between powering the coal power plant or feeding the cattle, you know, who's going to win in that conversation? People are nervous and we're all feeling that sense of man, I hope there's a plan. I hope there's a place. I hope I'll be okay. I hope my family will be okay. If you come at it from that angle, I found it very unusual that someone doesn't immediately sort of engage and say, I also have fears. I'm also wondering, where we're going to be, whatever topic it might be, whether it's climate or any one of the issues that are dividing us.
Right.
Guys are such a warm, generous audience. It's so nice.
So you've said it's fun to talk with people you don't agree with. Can you tell us more?
Yeah, I mean, we've all felt that feeling where you're sitting in a room and everyone's just nodding along. They all agree, and everyone knows already, and everyone has said the thing that the other person just, we all know that feeling. And then, you have an experience where you go to, I don't know, Scandinavia, or you go to, for me as a South African, I had such a sort of romantic interest in like the West, the American West, the cowboys, I was like, that's how you grow as a person. You go and you introduce yourself to someone who's living a totally different life to you, and you say, oh man, tell me what it is to get up in the morning and be you. It's such a wonderful joy to be brave and say, please, tell me who you are. I want to know more, because that'll give me more to my life. I absolutely love it. My favorite thing in the world is arriving at a place, knowing no one, pulling up at the gas station and saying, who can I talk to first? Who wants to chat first? You'll get some side eyes, but you'll get some takers.
I love it. That's awesome. All right, well, we have one more to watch, and then we'll
chat for
a little bit
3
after
minutes
that.
afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you all. One more episode, 5 minutes. I think the sound.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're ready to get fired up with our auction this morning. We appreciate you coming back out to support the Southeastern Utah Junior Livestock Show yet again this year. I believe we're going to start out on the goats. Starting to count now. Who gives $1,000? We give $1,000 to $1,100. $10, $11, $11, $11, $11, $10, $100, $11, $11, $11, $11, now $1,200 $12, $12, $11's here now, $12, $1,200 $12, now $13, who 13, who 13, 13, 13, and now 14, 14, 14, 13's here, now 14, now 14, 14, 15, 16, $1,700 now, who 17, 17, 17, 18, who 1,800, 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 19, now $2,000 now. 22, now 2,100. 21, 21, 21, 21, now 1, now 2, now 2, now 22, now 3, 22, now 3, now 3, now 23, 3, 3, 23, 23, now 4, 24, now 4, now 24, 3, now 24, 24, now 2,400, 2,400. So $2,300, $2,300.
764.
Buy number 764, number 764. I can't hear you. There's a pig yelling in my ear.
Most things that I get a firm belief about, I have researched, I have received information from friends who research more than I do. Some people just have their nose to the grindstone all the time researching what's going on. They know everything that's said in Washington. Like I said, I'm a news hound. I watch TV a lot and I read the news a lot. So if I form a strong conviction, it's because I've read about it and I just feel in my heart, this is the way it should be.
Well, I don't feel that I'm wrong. That's where I mean, we all feel that way. Like, you feel you're not wrong about what you believe, and the logical thing to me, the most conservative, realistic thing to me is what I believe, I feel is the truth.
I think people don't pay enough attention to what's going on. They're bad lambs, sheep, following the group, paying attention to what's coming down the pike. Oh, they said this. Okay, we're going to do this because it works. Such and such a percentage say it works. Okay, it works. But then you read and you listen to someone who is not a news reporter, is not a scientist, who tells you something entirely different from their own personal experience, and you know in your heart, I get a feeling when something's true and when it isn't. If somebody speaks the truth to me about something important, my hair stands on end. That's my cue, and it's always been that way. So, and that's not a religious thing. That's just they're telling the truth, or I'll get teary. And I just believe that some of the things that people are experiencing, they're talking about it in the back alleys. They're not being heard except by a few people who listen and then spread the word.
What about people who pass opinions about things that they haven't done any research on?
Yes, like my grandma always told me, everyone has an opinion and they're all like assholes. They all stink. That's what she always said. Yeah, people have opinions, and they're going to make their opinion known, trying to sway you, whether they know what they're talking about or not. And most people don't know what they're talking about, as far as I'm concerned.
People take their opinions and they almost make that the truth, and it's a shock when they find out that it's not true, because they've put it on this pedestal almost. I think that opinions should just be carried around in a basket and not held on to for dear life. So when you come across differing opinions or something, or a fact that proves your opinion wrong, you can just swap it out of the basket. And I think that's where one of the biggest problems come in. Nobody's willing to swap their opinion basket out. Their opinions are law. That is the truth. And they'll say it's an opinion, but the way they act is, this is true, and nothing will differ from it.
No matter where I get the news, no matter where anyone else gets the news from, it's your choice to believe. Has nothing to do with anybody else but yourself.
I don't know if I ever come to the truth. I just come to what I think I can hang on to and believe. And if it's part truth, part lies, you got to hang on to something.
All right. All right, Ben, so we have volunteers and interns connected to schools and organizations. How might they host a viewing and a conversation?
Yeah, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to connect directly with this audience about this new work we're doing. What we discovered was we were doing screenings, and there was a real sort of interest from communities in taking some of the skills of the documentary and imparting them to their communities. And so we set up this new nonprofit production company called Social Cohesion Lab. Please follow us online. We're trying to get started. It's only 6 months old. And it's going to be using media to bridge divides. If you're interested, you can get in touch with me directly, ben@socialcohesionlab.org. I'd also really encourage you, if you'd like to watch the 23 other episodes, truefalsehotcold.com, and you can sign up. Just put your email address in there, and then you'll get them. It'll be free online over the course of several months. It would just be a real treat. And I got to just say one quick thing about how cool it is to be here with CCL. You know, as you mentioned, as was mentioned in the bio, I did, I think, 6 CCL conferences as the videographer. I recognize so many of you. You know, just that process of seeing depolarization in action, nonpartisanship in action. Obviously, the climate connection is pivotal to this work as well. In 2019, I got sent by CCL to film a bunch of interviews with a diverse group of climate activists who don't look the way we think climate activists might look around the country. That was done by CCL. That was such a leaping off point for me, a gift for me, and I have to thank CCL for being such a supportive audience in that way. It's really special to now bring this new project to you. Yeah.
So it's a real relationship we have with you, huh?
Oh, absolutely. It's so special to be back at Omni. Come on, I've been coming to the showroom for years now. It's lovely to be back. And I should say, on that note, I'll hang out for a few minutes afterwards if anyone wants to come say hi or anything. Yeah, it's just great to be here, and I'd love people to please just, the best thing you could do would be to follow along and watch documentaries that aren't about people being bad and good, but are about people being people in all their complicated, messy ways like we all are. So please do follow along.
Thank you. All right. Good. All right, thank you so much, Ben.
Thank you.
All
Thank you
right.
very much, everyone.
All right, we can go that way. I'm going to welcome my coworker, Leslie Beatty, who is Vice President of Communications and Marketing. So she's going to take the next panel. All right.
Thank you. So I can't see my slides. Hope everyone is doing well. Okay, so since April, CCLers have logged 32,000 conversations about climate change. That's thousands of us in every state of the country starting productive conversations about climate change. And that's not all. We've also been talking on social media, and our combined posts have gotten more than 40,000 views and also thousands of comments. And so we're also talking there. In short, we are on a roll. The majority of Americans are concerned about climate change. Comparatively few of us talk about it. And there are a lot of reasons for that. Namely, one, it's a bit of a downer to introduce. And two, it's potentially a polarized conversation. And so it's no wonder that we avoid talking about it. But what that means is that climate change seems less serious of a problem than it really is. And the reason for that is that one of the ways that we as people understand something to be important is when we hear people around us talking about it. And so if we aren't talking about climate change, it doesn't seem that important. As Science Mom and CCL's advisory board member, Catherine Hayhoe, suggests, the most important thing we can do about climate change is talk about it. And so we are. We are breaking the silence on climate change together. Before I introduce our partners from Potential Energy and Science Moms, I wanted to share a few insights from our month of climate conversations. Our insights were compiled from the more than 500 pieces of feedback we received. So thank you to those of you who took the time to log your conversations and also tell us a little bit more about them. What we have learned is that we are having climate conversations in a lot of different places. This was launched in Earth Month, so it's not surprising that the most popular place to have a climate conversation in April was at an Earth Day event. But over 80% of our conversations happened in places that were not at Earth Day events. And that's great news for us as we head into the summer months and continue talking about it. 14% of our conversations are happening with chance encounters when we're out and about. As this commenter helpfully suggests, you could really have a climate conversation with anyone who you're standing or sitting next to for more than a few minutes. And so we have seen CCLers having conversations with their seatmates on airplanes, at their yoga classes, after class with fellow students, and at the meat counter, at the supermarket. So really, any place you can think of, we have been having conversations. We've also learned 11% of our conversations happened while doing shared activities. And the most popular shared activity to have a climate conversation is while walking, hiking, or running with someone else. Bonus points for the folks who shared that they brought their conversation partner to a beautiful vista and waited for that moment to introduce a climate conversation. The second most popular shared activity was before or after fellowship at church, which is an intentional community that is gathered to discuss things. Third most popular was while driving together. Incidentally, also proven to be a great location to talk to your teenager. Sometimes, it's true. Sometimes it's just easier to have a conversation that might feel emotional or stressful when you're not looking at each other. You're just sitting side by side and facing straight ahead. And so we got a lot of feedback that people were talking while in cars. And then finally, April, of course, gave the opportunity to talk during the solar eclipse. Many of us were lucky to be in the path of totality and use that moment to start a conversation about protecting the planet. So, good job, everyone. We did not do this alone, of course. We have built our Climate Conversations program on the guidance from Potential Energy and Science Moms. The messaging guidance is robust, it is actionable, and we have received a lot of positive feedback about it. And so that's why I'm happy to welcome our speakers today. Dr. Sierra Peterson is from Science Mom. She is an earth and environmental science professor at the University of Michigan. She's coming up. See if I can get this right. Sierra's work uses fossils to determine changes, seashell fossils to determine changes in ocean temperature that have been happening over millions of years. She is also literally a science mom to two. Elon Strait joins us from Potential Energy. He served in the State Department as a negotiator on the Paris agreements. He has served in the National Security Council under the Obama administration and has worked in the Biden administration, and he founded and ran the We Are Still In campaign. Welcome, Sierra and Elon.
Hi, everybody. We're going to talk about how to talk like a human today. And if me, a former UN negotiator, and Sierra, a scientist, can talk like a human, then I think anybody can do it. Really, the thing you need, a show of hands, who here is a human? Raise your hand. It's not 100%. It's a very diverse conference here. Okay, so we're going to talk about how to talk like a human. This is what our presentation is based on, is that we have an ever-growing body of research that we've been doing at Potential Energy. It is hard to see the slides from here. We've run hundreds of focus groups. We've served ads, which are a really good way of testing how people are reacting to different content. And we're constantly doing polling, randomized control trials, focus groups, other ways of just understanding where people are on their sort of journey of understanding climate change and also climate solutions. And what we've learned is people aren't really connecting the dots here, which isn't terribly surprising. There are some pretty complicated dots to connect here, right? There are things that humans are doing that's creating pollution, that's creating a blanket around the Earth, and that's leading to different climate changes, and that those climate changes can be solved, and those climate changes can be solved by changing our energy. It's pretty complicated. So I don't begrudge anybody that doesn't understand it, but the truth is that a lot of people lack what we call foundational knowledge. The most amazing thing to me is always when we do a focus group, we'll ask people just to get a sense of where they are, which is, what is one thing you do about climate change or clean energy? And half of people say, I recycle. It's great that they recycle. It has almost nothing to do with what we're talking about, but so the truth is that they lack sort of foundational knowledge. And that's because climate change has a communications problem. And the communications problem, as we all know, creates also a political problem. As we were just saying from Dr. Hayhoe's quote, if people aren't talking about it, if people don't really understand it, then it lacks kind of the political or public will that's necessary to solve the challenge. So this is a big deal that it has a communications problem. And the challenge is that what people are hearing on the science or on the solutions doesn't really make sense to them. And also, I don't begrudge people for this. But when you talk to people about greenhouse gases are causing anthropogenic climate change, in fact, you talk about it as a new era for the planet that's going on, it's reasonable to say, okay, so what am I going to do about that? If you say we have to act now to stay under 1.5 degrees, it's pretty natural to be like, 1.5 degrees? Why are we freaking out about 1.5 degrees? And if you say sea levels are rising, and then people dig into that, you talk about it over a 100 to 200-year time span, again, people don't feel like it's relevant to them. And then finally, we must decarbonize to get to net zero by 2040 or 2050. People are just like, what? What are you talking about? What does that mean? My boss, John, used to say, nobody wakes up in the morning thinking this is a great day for decarbonization. Not resonant. So there's a human solution, and this is what we're going to talk about, the principles of how to talk like a human. We've come up with 8 principles that are based on our research and based on the solutions that we've found that allow sort of a training in how to talk like a human being about climate change. So the first is talk like a human. We're all humans. The second is don't exaggerate. Sometimes the alarmist stuff, especially when it gets very alarmist, can actually turn people off. And it's related to the third principle, which is no partisanship. So 2 and 3 kind of go together in a package of if people suspect that you have an agenda when you're talking to them, that you're trying to convince them of something or you're trying to win an argument, then it reduces the trust of your message. So the same message can be delivered in a high trust way or a low trust way, the exact same words, and we're trying to make sure it's in a high trust way. And relatedly, the fourth is keep it local. The more local something is, the less polarized it's going to feel, the more relevant it's going to feel. 5th, humans, not concepts. Talk about the impact on an individual human. 6 is fight pollution, not climate change. We'll talk about this, but if something has a human cause, then maybe it also has a human solution. Focus on today, obviously not 100, 200 years from now. And then messengers make the message, which is a great way to segue to Sierra, one of our best messengers on this stuff.
So hi everybody, I'm Sierra. I am a scientist first, then I became a mom, and now I'm entering into the world of climate advocacy. So I'm newer to this perhaps than many of you. So first step is talk like a human. This is just natural, right? If the conversation feels normal, feels comfortable, people are more receptive to the message. If you start throwing a lot of jargon, it just turns people away. Nobody wants to feel stupid. They don't want to hear a word and not really know what it means. So just trying to use terms that are more easily accessible. So instead of saying things like decarbonization, greenhouse gases, carbon footprint, what somebody might not really know what that means, use words that are more familiar, focusing on pollution, overheating. Everybody's familiar with pollution. Everybody's, I think, against pollution, right? Nobody wants smog around their neighborhood. That's something that's really easy to relate to. It's familiar. It's not kind of seemingly like beyond your understanding. It's very commonplace. We hear about that a lot. Number 2, don't exaggerate. There's really no need to exaggerate. This is a big problem, so just the simple facts are enough to be persuasive. And my personal example about this is when I was in college, I came home from college having taken one earth science class and feeling super empowered to talk about it. And I watched An Inconvenient Truth with my dad. And he kind of blew it off. He said, oh, it's all just showmanship. It's good for the movie. They put these very picturesque polar bears in here to pull at your heartstrings, but it's not that big of a deal. And he didn't trust the message because he felt like it was just exaggerated for the sake of the show, for the sake of the story. And it took a lot of convincing over the years, and that I've made my whole career on that now, so I hope you believe it, that he's definitely come around. But you don't need to use hyperbole. You can just be the rational source of information. I'm not trying to, overdo it here. I'm not trying to say crisis, everybody panic. I'm just trying to tell you what's really going on rationally without that kind of feeling of the angle, right? If you just state the facts, that's enough. Number 3, no partisanship. Similar to that one, you want to build trust, right? You don't want to be seen as having an angle. You don't want to be seen as trying to scare people or hype unnecessarily. So when you're talking about climate change, you can just, again, like staying with the simple facts, you can use framings that are not going to immediately close the door for somebody. So instead of using words that may be affiliated with a certain political movements like green or save the planet, which might be off-putting to certain recipients of that message right off the bat, talk about things we can all get on board with. Everybody wants to protect your community. Everybody wants to still conserve the things that they love about their local area. Everybody wants a safe world to live in. Clean energy is kind of something that a lot of people can get on board with, separate from the climate change element of it. And one of my favorite ways to think about this is, everything that we are advocating for that will be good for the planet for climate change also has side benefits, right? So you may not even need to care about climate change to agree with me that we should, for example, in a community, switch over to electric buses. They're less noisy, they smell better. It's just nicer to be around a quiet electric bus than a billowing, smoggy school bus that's driving by every day. You can get on board with that without even realizing that it's also reducing emissions. And kind of leading straight out of that, keeping it local, focusing on things that somebody will care about in their immediate vicinity, in their immediate life, as opposed to describing this as a global problem. If you talk about planetary change, it feels like you can't make any difference to something that's as big as that. But and also you can't really feel the scale of like 1 degree warming, 1.5 degrees warming of the whole planet. It's hard to feel. A lot of my research actually focuses on seasonal climate changes. It's easier to feel like that winter wasn't that cold as opposed to this whole year averaged out 0.2 degrees warmer than last year. You can't feel that really. So focusing on our state, our town, my neighborhood, something in my community is a lot more tangible, and it builds that common ground that you can start a conversation from. Go back to you here a little bit.
Good transitions. Mm-hmm. The 5th principle here is humans, not concepts. One of the things that people experience when they hear about climate change is it feels very theoretical. It's about solving a planetary crisis, but we can make this very human. Human impacts, people like me are being affected. One of the things that we've learned in the last year is that we now ask after every ad we do or after every message we test, we say, either climate change affects people like me or clean energy benefits people like me. And the goal is to ground it in a very personal understanding of the issue, because those are the kitchen table issues. And we found that when you test for that, the most powerful emotional frame for any of this is loss aversion. The concept that something is at stake and I might lose it is where we generally try to ground these conversations, and that's across the political spectrum. Humans have a very strong urge towards loss aversion. Fight pollution, not climate change. This one took us a long time to come to because we originally wanted to keep everything very positive. Clean energy has solutions. Clean energy is good for everyone. It'll create economic opportunity for everybody. But the truth is that our messages that are about holding polluters accountable test across the political spectrum 8.5, 10 times better than our other messages. And this is for one simple reason, which I said before, which is that sometimes it feels like there is no solution to climate change. But if you're able to say climate change has a human cause, it is caused by human pollution, and therefore it also has a human solution, it's very easy for people to wrap their minds around that in a way that it's hard for them to wrap their minds around, I'm solving the Anthropocenic era of the planet. And the other thing, this also relates to what Sierra was just saying, which is that sometimes why these messages don't feel like they work is that they end up getting coded in a very left or liberal way, in a way that people don't really foresee. And so sometimes when you talk about holding polluters accountable, you start using words like justice or environmental justice, which is an extremely important principle, but it also has a way of coding that maybe this message isn't for me if you're on the other side of the political spectrum. But the truth is that across the political spectrum, oil and gas companies are very unpopular. And people want them held accountable, not just for climate change, but also because people feel like during COVID that they were profiteering off of not only the pandemic, but the war in Russia and Ukraine. And I think there's lots of reasons why people want major corporations held accountable. Climate change is just one of them. Focus on today. This is a really important one because we're talking about a long-term issue, but it's really helpful for people to understand that we're focusing on today. We have the net zero targets by 2040, 2050. Those are really good policy goals. They should be policy goals for the government, but as far as humans are concerned, there are ways of framing this that make it a little bit more understandable. And again, politicians are, in fact, human beings, and so even framing these things for politicians in a human way can make it easier to understand. And so rather than net zero target by sometime this century, if we reduce pollution 10% every year, we can make a better world for our kids. It feels manageable, feels right now, feels emotional. And on that subject for 1 second, which is a better world for our kids, so we've tested tons and tons and tons of different messages, and we ran a global study, 23 countries, polling 50,000 people on different messages, and it turns out that almost everyone on Earth cares about this issue for the same reason, which is that they're worried about their kids and future generations. And that is a powerful thing. It's also kind of an emotionally powerful thing, which is that we do have a lot in common as human beings. We all care about future generations. We're sort of biologically coded to. But the same reason that brought you to this room is probably the same reason that somebody would bring somebody else to this room, which is that they're worried about the future. They're worried about kids. We've expanded this, especially to, if you don't have kids, then we've expanded this messaging to be basically solving climate change is protecting what you love. And that's the heart of the message, protect what you love. That's the solution to climate change. And when we test that message against climate progress, so clean energy solutions are here, they're benefiting people, we'll get about a 5-time better result by saying later is too late to protect what you love. And lastly, just as you heard from Sierra, messengers make the message. So the messengers are super important on this. By far, most messages that people hear about climate change are from politicians, are coming out of Washington, and that's a real problem because they're not the best messengers for this stuff. It turns out the best messengers are scientists, farmers, doctors, and firefighters. And the worst messengers are politicians. People really do trust scientists. I know there is a feeling that during COVID especially that there's a low trust in messengers on science, on health, but poll after poll, literally every poll we've ever run of who do you trust the most on this issue, the answer is scientists. People do want to understand the science. So now I'm going to turn it back to Sierra. Oh wait, let me wrap this up first. So these are the 8 principles. There was this, when I went to law school, and they always tell you, tell them what you're going to tell them, then tell them what you told them. So this is the tell them what you told them part. So the 8 principles are talk like a human, meet people where they are, don't exaggerate, keep it nonpartisan, which you guys are experts in. That's basically the whole point of this. You guys already know that one really well. Keep it local, keep it personal, talk about humans, not concepts. Fight pollution, because it's a human cause, you could have a human solution. Focus on right now, and then messengers make the message.
Yeah, so Science Moms is a campaign within Potential Energy that is taking the trusted messengers, which are climate scientists, who are also moms, and connecting them or helping them spread the word and to people that would be the most receptive to that, which is other parents, other moms, specifically to try to increase support for climate action. And this campaign is using all of those 8 principles and kind of putting them together for hopefully the greatest impact. So a lot of the content that's created by Science Moms starts with making that initial connection based on something we have in common through an emotional, kind of feelings-based connection, which is, I care about my children, you're a parent, you care about your children, we have that in common, and let's think about their future. And that can be in a positive way. That can also be sharing your fears. You know, I'm worried about my kid's future. You know, I'm worried about what the world's going to look like when they're graduating college or whatever like that. And so there's videos, social media posts, things like that, that use that kind of emotional base to get that conversation going, to open that door, such as one by science mom, Dr. Joellen Russell, where she talks, it's as if she's speaking to her own children about, this is why I work on climate science every day, is because I'm thinking about you and I'm thinking about your future. The second step is also, science moms are science experts, and so we do present facts, we do kind of lay out a little bit of the science behind global warming, climate change, but we're trying to do it in a pretty simple way. Again, talking like a human, using words like pollution, relating it to your local events, things that people experience every day, like overheating, extreme weather, instead of intangible goals like 1.5 degrees C warming or something like that. And kind of, so after we've connected through that emotional opening the door, we now drop some facts. And then we immediately pivot to some solutions, because we don't want anybody to be left feeling like, okay, you've convinced me this is important, but like it still feels like I don't even know what to do. You got to immediately then give them something they can do, whether that's small or big. And so we have this to-do list. You know, as moms, as parents, we are very familiar with to-do lists. Got a long one, you know, but let's just add something on my to-do list. Otherwise, it won't even make the list, right? So put it on your list. So number one, swap. That's things you can do in your immediate daily life. You know, change out your vehicle, change out your lawnmower to an electric lawnmower, whatever your appliances in your home. It's time to replace whatever. You know, this is a good time to invest in an electric version. Share facts, share your opinions, share your knowledge with people in your community, your neighbors, your family, whatever that may be. Speak up about it. And then the number three, speak up, is take that message to your leaders, which is you guys, you know, are very familiar with that, to local leaders, to national leaders, to try to elevate that message. So it's different things that people can immediately do in their daily life. Many of them have a very low bar, just have a conversation, you know. But it makes the feeling a little bit more like, oh, I can do something about this, as opposed to this problem is too big for me, I can never make a difference. And so we've put all of this Talk Like a Human plan and in a full report, which you guys will have access to. This is a great resource for you as you are going out to have these conversations, to kind of remind you this framework of how to enter that conversation, what type of words to use, what framing to use. You can also go to the Science Moms website to look at the content that they have there. This can be a way to open the door to a conversation with someone. Send them a video, send them a link to the website. Hey, have you seen this? What do you think about it? Or it can also be for you to refresh how to speak about it yourself with somebody. Watch these videos, get that kind of practice with a certain language or certain types of framing that then can make conversations easier with other people. Of just speak like a human, kind of simple words, simple concepts, and really be genuine from your own feelings. Share your own motivations for why you care about this issue. Okay, I think that's the last one. And so now we'll switch to Q&A.
So, my mic on. We've got about 15 minutes left, and so we'll be happy to take questions from Q&A. Flannery, do you have questions ready?
I do have some questions. So first, we've gotten a couple questions about the best ways to actually start climate conversations. What do you recommend for the very beginning of getting into this discussion?
I think I look for kind of a natural opening, you know, something in the news. Oh, have you seen there's, you know, wildfires happening in Canada, and that's why our air is smoky today? Or I also like to kind of use like gossip a little bit, like, oh, did you see our neighbor like has a new like lawn crew that's got electric things and now it's so quiet? It's really great, don't you think? You know, like just some kind of like talk. It doesn't have to be about you even. It can be, oh, I heard somebody blah, blah, blah. And that can, you can be gossiping together about somebody else and kind of work it in a little bit. I don't know.
No, that's, I like the gossip idea. I think also, like we were saying in the presentation, that it's surprisingly effective to just start the conversation about children in a way. So when in our focus groups, not to answer your how to talk like a human in a data way, but in our focus groups, we were having trouble like connecting with rural Americans in a way that that they weren't gonna, they were sort of pretty inoculated against climate conversations because they were living in an information environment that inoculated them against it. But when we asked questions that were like, what kind of community do you want your kids to grow up in? And then my favorite is we were having trouble in particular with rural men, and we started asking them, what kind of father do you want to be? And then connecting how the legacy that they leave behind on the planet to their legacy as a father.
Yeah, and I think what I've taken away from reading all of the feedback from April is that this really might be the very hardest thing to figure out, is how and when to get started. And it is contextual, right? It's based on the relationship that you have with the person that you're talking to. And I think this is some place where we as CCLers were having conversations with different people in our lives around different places in the country can really start, sharing what's working for us, because, we just heard sometimes you might want to start with quiet electric buses, right? And sometimes you might go straight for what kind of parent do you want to be? And so we, building sort of that nuance is something that we can strive for together.
It's absolutely true that this conversation starter would be different depending on who you're talking to, right? So there's no one answer to that question, but the common answer can be think about what you and that person may have in common and try to start from a position of we agree on something and now let me build from that, instead of like, I think I need to convince you of this thing that you're gonna fight me on, is like a combative start. So start from something you have in common, and that could be a common interest, a common geographic location, think it could be anything, big or small.
Great. We also have a question about the future generations framing. So you talked about how that framing is so powerful, but how do we use that framing effectively when we're talking to members of those future generations?
Yeah, sure. Well, the first thing I would say is that the people on Earth that need to be convinced the least are members of the future generation, and that's shown up over and over and over again. And so that's point one. Point two is that in talking to, like I said, the protect what you love frame is really good for lots of people. And in fact, sometimes we find that protect the places you love has a really powerful message too. And so one of our new ad campaigns is about places that that teenagers or young adults went to on vacation growing up just don't really exist as vacation spots anymore. And their sort of grief over loss of that vacation spot or that memory that they had with their family, like I said, gets in that loss aversion frame. And so I think protect what you love, including the places that you love and the people that you love, is a good way to have that conversation.
The other thing, one thing I noticed coming into this room is many people here are older than me. And you bring, if you are older than me, you bring a longevity of knowledge. So those arguments about this is not what it used to be like are a lot more powerful coming from someone who's experienced what it used to be like. If you're a teenager, your life experience is much shorter, and so you may already care about your future, but you may not realize how much things have already changed. And so one way you can speak to a younger generation is by giving that sense of it's already changed a lot and things are not what they used to be. What you think is normal is not normal for the climate, for the weather, whatever. And And that can add that sense of urgency of like, it's already changing and I've seen it in my lifetime. So that's kind of a personal angle that you can take. Yeah.
Hey, that's a great segue into our next question, which is about conveying urgency. So it seems like it's a delicate balance to convey the urgency of the issue without being alarmist or completely freaking people out. So can you speak to how to walk that line?
Yeah, I hate to panic. It's a thing that actually pushed me away from talking about climate change and the urgency of it. In my professional life, I am very familiar with how much temperatures have changed and how unusual this is for planet Earth. But it's been harder for me even to raise it to a level of urgency in my day-to-day life. And so the framing that I like to think about is just to have it as a thing you consider. And so anytime, it may not be that today may not be the day that I'm going to do something huge. But if I have this as just part of my belief system and kind of understanding of the world, that when it comes time to replace my car or replace an appliance in my home or make a decision about something like that, then it's a thing I'm going to factor in, go to the ballot box. When that day comes, it is part of my decision-making process. And if it is factoring into every one of my little decisions, then that adds up to a big thing. And if many people are factoring it into their little decisions, then that has a bigger impact. And that can be, it's urgent without being a crisis on a minute-by-minute level.
Yeah, and two thoughts building off on that. So one is that when people sort of feel alarmed or go into doomism, usually it's a combination of the problem feels too big and the solutions feel too small. And so I think also grounding a conversation in that the solutions are happening here, and there are solutions on the way, and they're manageable, is an important part of solving the alarmism challenge. And I think people are always pleasantly surprised by some of the market penetration stats of the amount of clean energy that's being distributed. So like that now, I mean, starting 4 years ago and consistent every year since, more money globally is being invested in clean energy and then dirty energy. That there is a transition underway is actually comforting for people on the alarmism scale. And the second thing I would say is that I think sometimes we make a mistake of making it feel binary, like either we solved climate change or we didn't. And the truth is that's not really the nature of the challenge, that it is a grading scale, and everything that people do really does make a difference for the planet. And so I think trying to keep it out of a binary frame also is helpful.
I'll add to this. I think on the connecting with urgency scale, I think we as communicators can be disciplined and read our audiences, right? So, a simple, I'm concerned about the future I'm leaving for my kids, doesn't need to be followed on with, fears B through E, right? So, being disciplined ourselves to just kind of put it out there and see what we get back. Is there a connection there, and kind of feel it out. So it's okay to indicate concern without making that bigger, and that's something that we can do as communicators.
The other thing is, like Elon was saying, like changes are already being made that are positive. More and more investment in clean energy, and as much as this is a huge problem, we also know what the solution needs to be. Even though it will be difficult to get there completely, we know the path we need to go on, which is more clean energy, reducing emissions, blah, blah, blah. Like that, it's not a mystery what we should do. So there is a course to chart, which can also be reassuring of like, we have a direction, we just need to move in it. It's not wide open.
We also have a couple questions asking for your advice on how to handle a conversation that sort of takes a turn. So what if someone is responding with misinformation that you know to be wrong, or the conversation kind of sours in another way? How would you advise handling that?
I think speaking from the heart, just saying, I know there's a lot of there's a lot of complexity to this issue, but you know, I care about this because of this, and you know, it's important to me for this reason. Just kind of being very genuine, as opposed to being like I'm trying to convince you to agree with everything I say. This is the position I'm coming from, and maybe that person will see a little bit of something they can agree with, even if you haven't convinced them on that one day. Something's rooted in their brain, and later they think about it, and then, I don't know. People are I have a 3-year-old who's gonna turn 4 tomorrow, and if you tell her you must do something, she says no. And she's very good at being stubborn, but literally what I do is if it's like, we've gotta leave now, no, I'm not going, I'll say, okay, I'm gonna close my eyes and you're gonna do it. And when I'm not looking at you, so she doesn't have to say, like in front of me, admit she was wrong and change course. If I say, I'm not looking, and then, oh, look, you did it, great, you know? And so it's like she's come to that conclusion on her own that we needed to leave now, and look, she did it on her own, of her own choice. She didn't have to, you know, there's a lot of face saving. People don't want to say to you, you're right, how did I not see this for years, right? But you may be still convincing them deep in their mind, and then later that you're gonna hear them telling their other neighbor, did you know what I heard, blah, 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 that they heard from you. And they're gonna think it's their own thing. So even in that conversation, it may feel like you did not win, but you might have planted a seed that they're gonna later on start to claim was their own idea.
Yeah, the previews our next communications guide, how to talk to a toddler. Seems like it's useful in this case. I don't have much to add. I mean, I think generally people who have misinformation in their heads don't think of it as misinformation. And we've had people who were sort of conspiracy theorists in our focus groups or that we've interacted with, and I would say that sometimes just there's no persuading them. But I really like your suggestion of plant a seed and see how it grows. One thing I would say is that in general, it seems like nowadays, people walk around with sort of two background beliefs in their head. One is that they are mildly concerned about climate change, and the other is that people more and more think the energy transition is inevitable. And that inevitability has been cropping up a lot more and more recently of something that we need to manage. And so even in our focus group where we had a person who was a true climate denier, they then went to say that, of course, we're gonna transition to clean energy. They were holding, sign of intelligence, holding competing ideas in your head. But I think trying to build on those background things that generally people are agreeing. I mean, 80% of this country is agreeing with some amount of concern about climate change and some amount of understanding that this is an inevitable transition.
And if you find that a person that you're talking to doesn't seem receptive to the message of climate change, just don't mention it. Right. And find a different angle that they could be completely on board with. Oh yeah, we want to bring clean energy jobs to our neighborhood. We should have more clean energy in our grid, whatever. We should have less power outages. We need to upgrade our grid, whatever, something they might be fully on board with without even realizing that also has climate benefits.
I was going to ask that because we have received that feedback that there are communities where it really just, if you're trying to start a conversation about climate change, is extremely difficult. And so I'm happy to hear that,
it's
talking
trickery.
About clean energy.
They don't even know. It's like eating your vegetables. You mix them in. You don't even know you're eating vegetables, but you are.
It's going in the how to talk to a toddler guy.
There's a book like Everything I Know I Learned in Kindergarten or something like that. Like that's there's a lot of themes that translate.
There's a thing called the gateway hypothesis, which is that for the last decade or so, the way that most people have gone on their climate understanding journey is to first understand that there's a scientific consensus on climate change. And the truth is that the information environment we exist in, that it's really hard sometimes to penetrate with that message. And so now we're like really testing out in rural communities what I think of as sort of a reverse gateway hypothesis. So the original gateway hypothesis is there's a scientific consensus on climate change. It's caused by human activity. There are solutions to climate change, and they include things like transition to clean energy. I think that it's possible there's a reverse gateway hypothesis with rural Americans and conservatives, which is you start to show them the economic development that's being created in particular by the Inflation Reduction Act, which is showing up in people's communities all the time, that there are new manufacturing plants going up, new renewables going up, new incentives for home transition, that if they see that economic opportunity first, then maybe it opens their mind for that rest of the conversation, which is, it's addressing pollution, and the air is cleaner in this community, like you were saying with the electric bus example, and that it's addressing these other things. And I wonder if going exactly the opposite direction is maybe going to be effective.
Is Potential Energy researching that? Like, are you testing?
Yeah, so we're doing a couple of pilots in rural Michigan, actually, and in North Carolina, and then in rural Pennsylvania, where we're running these hyper-local campaigns that have targets of like 3,000 to 10,000 person towns. And the reason is because so much of the funding for the Inflation Reduction Act, so much of the economic activity is happening in these counties. And we're seeing this phenomenon of the money is flowing to these counties where the land is and where it's easy to build or easier to build. And that at the same time, these communities are putting in place bans on renewable energy or even manufacturing. And so we're going into those communities trying to understand what people think and feel and what their sentiments are, and how we might be able to shift those.
We would love to hear the results of that study when they're available.
All right, well, we'd love to squeeze in just one last question here in these last 2 minutes. Knowing that everyone in this room is heading to Capitol Hill tomorrow to talk to lawmakers about all of this, what advice would you have about communicating these ideas to Congress?
Yeah, lawmakers are people too, is what I would say. If you didn't hear that, somebody said toddlers. That's true. Maybe that guide is going to be more important for the auditor. They're people too, and I think they, and some of those conversation starters we had are extremely useful with lawmakers as well, of trying to, there's different pathways for this conversation, and sometimes when you start with a partisan identity that the person you're talking to has, where I have a partisan objective or I have a policy objective, then they're tapping into that part of their identity that can be kind of argumentative. But if you tap into another part of their identity, so primarily useful is as parent, if you start the conversation there, then I think it's surprising at how differently the entire conversation will flow, because that's the part of their brain they're sitting in, that's the part of the identity that they're thinking about.
Or also the geographic area that they're from, like something local that matters, a local impact of climate change or a local issue that they could connect on. Yeah, I think the other thing I think of talking to politicians, like you said, they're the worst messengers, but that doesn't mean they can't improve. And if you go in and speak in simple language with kind of clear messages, again, it may plant a seed that changes the way that they speak about climate change going out. And politicians speak to a lot of people, so that could, have multiply the impact. Is if you equip them with the right talking points, then it gives them, that's what they want, is a clear-cut message that they can say to other people as well.
Wonderful. Well, that's all we have time for. So one round of applause. And please welcome to the stage Mindy Aller.
Hi, everybody. All right, I have a lot to tell you in 15 minutes, and I know I'm sitting between you and lunch, so I will try not to talk too fast so that we fit it all in. And I'm looking for my clicker here for the slides, which I don't see. On the table, thank you. So how many of you are going to be lobbying in person for the first time tomorrow? Raise your hand. Yay! Are you excited? Oh, it's always fun. Get the right slide here. slides. There's the right slide. All right. All right. Now I've got the right slide. Okay, I want to give you just some idea of what it takes to create this, to coordinate our lobby day. So it takes over 3,000 unique assignments to put 920 lobbyists into 536 potential meetings, with over 400 dedicated volunteers that are scheduling all of these potential meetings. And I then coordinate with my 12 fellow regional directors, who in turn coordinate with their state coordinators, their group leaders, and their liaisons as we fit everybody into these meetings with shifting times, differing availabilities, and varying numbers of people from each district as constituents, sometimes too many, sometimes too few, and we want to make sure that no one has too many meetings and that everyone has a really valuable experience on lobby day. So you can see it gets a little complicated. So by now, I'm sure you all love your schedules. There are still some things coming in, and changes we know can have domino effects, so there are some meetings still getting scheduled. We want to make sure that you stay in good communication with your lobby team leader. So if you haven't heard from them, make sure you try a text message if you've only been working on emails, and the other way around. And if your lobby team leader hasn't heard from you, they are probably desperately trying to text you. So we want to make sure that you've connected, okay? And if something happens to create a conflict in your schedule, talk to the meeting leads in both meetings that might be in conflict to make sure they both know what it is that you're going to do, because your team is depending on you and is expecting you, and you want to make sure that you're in communication and no one's wondering what happened to you. And if you still have questions about what to do, you can check with your regional director. And we also have the lobby help desk out in the hallway. Lots of the regional directors hang out there because it's an easy place to find us. So you've probably looked in detail at your schedule by now. But just in case, I wanted to do a quick walkthrough of everything that's on your schedule. So you'll see that it may have, if you're looking at it electronically, you may have multiple pages, so make sure you've scrolled down so you've seen all of them. It shows the name of the member of Congress, the state or district, the time, and the location of the meeting, and also the type, whether it is face-to-face directly with the member of Congress or a meeting with a staff member. It then shows the staff member's name. Sometimes there will be special notes, not very often. And then it also has the liaison and appointment setter and along with their contact information. And then in the table below are all the people that are assigned to that lobby meeting, including the indicator of who the meeting lead is and contact information for all your fellow lobbyists. And you'll notice that this one here happens to be a to be determined that we used as an example. We've had 34 or so of those come in since the day we sent the schedules out. So there have been a lot of changes. So check your phone or email if you are the team lead, just to see if we've gotten any information on this meeting. There are still some getting set today, because some of the offices are open today. So we are still getting messages on those. You can always check with your regional director too to see if we've heard anything about that meeting. And then there are some that are delivery only. So everyone has 3 to 4 meetings. Some might be to be determined, some might be delivery onlys. So a delivery only usually just has 2 people assigned to it, sometimes more, sometimes less. But if there's another person listed, you want to just connect with them. And you do this at any time that the 2 of you or the people listed are available during the day tomorrow. And you take just the 2 primary ask sheets. We don't want to confuse them with too much information. So just one of each of the primary ask sheets, and stop by the office. And you can let them know, we have 437 other meetings happening today, and just because we couldn't schedule a meeting with your office, we didn't want you to be left out. Something polite. You're just talking to the person who's at the desk. If they seem receptive, you can go a little deeper into the conversation. Once in a while, these might turn into a mini lobby meeting, but that's not our expectation. Our expectation is just to drop off materials and be a friendly face of Citizens Climate Lobby on Lobby Day. So attire for Lobby Day, this is a great picture of actual CCL volunteers. We dress in business professional attire for Lobby Day. That means, a suit and tie, dress pants, skirt, professional top, sweater, jacket, blazer, or a dress. But what makes us different as CCL lobbyists is that we dress like lobbyists. We don't wear our hats or slogans in our lobby meetings. Now, you got those great talk about climate hats that we gave you at reception. Those are good for tabling. Those are good for days with climate conversations. They're even good for keeping the sun out of your eyes as you walk between the House and the Senate. But be sure you take them off before you go into the office for your lobby meeting, because that's just not the message that we want to send when we walk into the office. So many of you have already taken advantage of the fact that we have these 2 clipboards out at the lobby help desk. If you have a meeting that is still looking for more people, you can come write that on the one clipboard. If you are a person that has had meetings scheduled, or you came later and you didn't get as many lobby meetings as you'd like, you can come out and sign up on a clipboard and look at the meetings that are available, especially if you are available at 1, 2, or 3 o'clock. You're a valuable commodity, because that's when the majority of our meetings are scheduled, and that's most of them that are still looking for people for their meetings. So now let's talk about getting to the Hill. So we leave from the Woodley Park metro station. So you'll walk up 24th Street right out the front door of the hotel. You'll get on the red line going towards Glenmont. This is in your program on page 22 if you want a map. And you will go 6 stops to Union Station. So plan on at least half an hour to get to the Capitol from here. I'll get to that in a minute. What time? So now turn to page 23 in your program. When you walk outside Union Station, you'll be able to see the Capitol Dome. It's bright and shiny because they renovated it very recently. And the other thing to note is to get your Metro card in advance. You can purchase them at the kiosks at the Metro station. There also now is this lovely Smart Trip app that you can purchase your fare on that. You can also put your cards on that. We have a couple of our local volunteers that have said they'll be right out in the hallway after this talk if you'd like help getting the app on your phone. They're willing to help you with it. Plan on about $2.60 that you need for each way during rush hour to get to Capitol Hill. But purchasing and having that fare, knowing that you have it in advance, is much better than getting it tomorrow morning when we're all heading to the Capitol. So our group photo is at 8 a.m. So we want you all to be there on the Capitol steps on the Senate side. We absolutely love this opportunity to get a big photo of everybody dressed in their finest on Lobby Day, ready to go. So plan to leave the hotel by 7:30 to get to the Capitol on time for our photograph. So we'll be gathering around 7:15 in the lobby. I'm sure we will leave in waves. There's plenty of experienced volunteers that will help lead waves of folks to the Metro station for those of you who aren't familiar with how to get there. We will make sure that you won't get lost. Now, if you turn to page 23 in your program, there's also a map of what it looks like on Capitol Hill. So when you're walking between the House and the Senate side, it's nice to give yourself 30 minutes. There are times that you don't have that much time between meetings, but that we have tried to give you 30 minutes to get between the sides. Once you're on one side or the other, the buildings are connected underneath by tunnels. And there's sometimes questions of what's allowed through security. There are, basic guidelines such as no aerosol containers, no pointed objects, no bags larger than a small backpack, and then all the obvious things like no razors, no box cutters, no replica guns, no ammunition, no fireworks, no knives of any size, or any kind of weapons. I think you didn't need to know that. Question about food and beverages. They are allowed in the House and Senate buildings through the security. There's a few meetings that are at the Capitol building. The Capitol building has stricter restrictions and does not allow food or beverages through security. So that's an important thing to note if you have one of those. If you happen to be leaving DC on lobby day and you need a place to store your luggage, you can leave it at the hotel or here, but there is a baggage check for a fee at Union Station, if that's helpful to anybody. And then there's also cafeterias and tunnels between buildings on the House side and on the Senate side. So for example, the Rayburn, the Longworth, and the Cannon buildings have a tunnel that connects them underneath. So you only have to go through security once if you're staying within the 3 buildings on the House side, and that can save you time of not having to go through security again. The same is true on the Senate side. You have Dirksen, Hart, and Russell, and those are connected by tunnels underneath. And there are cafeterias on each side. Those are listed in your programs. It's a good place to meet other volunteers as you're getting ready for your lobby meetings to meet in the cafeterias. Do be aware that staff members and members of Congress do eat in those cafeterias as well, so be careful what you say, that someone might overhear you. And it also has sometimes turned into a chance to greet a member of Congress personally who has walked in through the cafeteria. Jen and Ben will be in the Dirksen Senate cafeteria in the morning. So they'll be on the Senate side in the morning, and they'll be in the Rayburn cafeteria in the House in the afternoon. So if you have questions for Jen and Ben, that's where you'll be able to find them during the day. Now, finding the office, it's good if the meeting lead will double check that the office location listed on your schedules is correct. The easiest way to do that is just by going to their website. And if for some reason it's not listed on their website, you can give the office a call. Now, to look at the numbers on usually the second digit will tell you what floor you'll find, except for when you are in the Rayburn and the Longworth building. At that point, you would quickly start to notice that every room number in Rayburn starts with a 2, and every room number in Longworth starts with a 1. So it's the second digit in the room number that tells you what floor. So also, they're used to visitors in DC, so don't hesitate to ask someone in the hallway that looks like a staffer as you're lost and wandering around. They don't mind giving people directions. And I've also found that to be true when you're walking through the tunnels if you get lost at all. So let me mention just quickly about the primary and secondary leave behinds. You have these in your folders, so you got 2 of each of the primary supporting, the primary asks sheets are in your folder, and 1 of each of the secondary asks. So when you think about how many people are on your lobby team between you, you should all have plenty of them for your meetings. If by chance you've taken notes on yours or you still need one, we have some extra copies out at the lobby help desk, and you can stop by there. It's also really helpful to email the staff you're meeting with, to email a digital copy of those before you meet with them. And I realized, oh, you don't necessarily have their email address. It's a formula. So it's a formula that you can find on the House side. It's just first name dot last name of the staff member at mail.house.gov. On the Senate side, it includes the senator's last name. So like, say, for a Senator Smith, it would be of the staffer, first name dot last name at smith.senate.gov. So that's how you'll find their email address. I also encourage you to wear your name tags when you go to your lobby meetings. Staffers like to be able to call us by name. They like to remember our names, and it really helps them if you have your name tags on. It also makes it easy to identify each other as we're walking around on Capitol Hill, and you can give a friendly wave as you walk by or a high five to your fellow CCL volunteers as you're walking through the hallways. And of course, Lobby Day is all about teamwork. So you're there to help and support each other. No one person needs to be the expert. You all have a role to play. You all have something to add to the meetings that you're in. And things can change at the last minute, so be prepared that it can change. Try and keep yourself flexible. Your meeting leads will do their best to communicate with everyone. If you're late coming to a meeting, do your best to try and communicate. I'm on my way, but I'm just running a little late. Also, meeting leads, be sure that you designate someone who will be in charge of the thank you note. So make sure that you've purchased one or make one in advance. You can pre-sign it so that you just add a little personal note after the meeting and then turn around and walk right back into the office to deliver it to them. Don't seal an envelope. If it's in an envelope, make sure that it stays unsealed. That's for security reasons that it's best if you don't seal the envelope. And then I want to just mention meeting minutes. We recommend that you take your notes on paper. You have 2 copies of the meeting minutes form in your folders. You can write on that. You can also write on a plain piece of paper. But you don't want to use a laptop or computer when you're taking notes. That tends to make staff a little nervous when you're doing that, and it also creates a physical barrier between you and them if you're having a conversation. So write them on paper. The meeting minutes form tells you all of the fields that you will find on the action tracker when you go to submit them, so that's why we include that as a form. You aren't going to turn that in, so it doesn't matter to us if you take those notes on a plain piece of paper instead. We do ask you to try and submit them within 24 hours. That helps keep things fresh in your mind when you're typing them up. And when you're typing them, I suggest you type them into Word or some other text editor on your computer that you can save on your computer and then copy and paste it into the action tracker. Because just in case something happens with your internet connection, you don't want to have to start all over and typing them. And that also gives you backup copy if for some reason some glitch happens and we can't find them. So meeting leads, just make a note of who it is that took your notes, because you're the one we may come to if we can't find them. It's also helpful if you have just a couple minutes with your team to go around the corner where the office can't hear you, and just make sure that your note taker has everything that they need on the meeting notes. And I want to remind you also to keep details confidential when you're talking about things after lobby day. Social media, don't forget social media, also on lobby day, not in the lobby meeting in particular, but it can be a great time if you've had permission to to take a picture with the staffer or the member of Congress, post that on social media. That's a lot of fun. And as you're seeing each other walking around the Capitol, that's a great thing to post on social media as well. And then at 7 p.m. on Tuesday is our lobby day reception right back here in this ballroom. It's a great way to just share the excitement of lobby day and celebrate with each other. I'm always inspired by the stories of first-time lobbyists, so all of you that raised your hand, that's a little hint of we'd love to hear some of your stories of what it was like on your first lobby day. And we'll also be presenting the Franklin Wu Outstanding Youth Award at our reception. So with that, have a great lobby day, everybody. If you still have questions, you can ask your regional directors or stop by the table.
I think that one of the biggest things about being a CCL volunteer is having that community with you and interacting with people from all walks of life.
I get to meet with folks that are from all over the country, and we're all working for the same goal.
It's good to see that, you know, everybody that comes to the table, whether you're in a political party or another, or if you're, you know, a member of a minority or several minorities, you work together. And I think this is the most powerful thing about CCL.
When I first joined, I was a little on the shy side. You know, I like to kind of analyze the environment, see where I best fit in. So I attended the informational session and I found myself really drawn to the fact that there's different communities within CCL.
I am part of several communities because I'm Hispanic. I'm part of the diversity and inclusion community, and I also, you know, I'm part of my group, the Central and Western Kentucky group.
I met a lot of nice people through joining the action team.
Shout out to the inclusion team for holding it down every single time and for making those spaces and for making the organization better every single day.
I've been in a lot of groups in the States that talk about inclusion, and they talk a lot, but they really don't do anything about it. And I think with CCL, we really have seen, in my case, the Hispanic community, have seen that we have a place here.
My advice for others who are also passionate and concerned about climate justice is just get into it.
Everybody, I think, needs to get involved with this.
Everybody has a voice, and if you get involved, you can make a difference.
Find a space that works for you. Find a space that makes you feel whole, feel safe, what have you.
The first step is taking the step, taking a leap and forming a community. Wherever you go, there will be a community to support you, uplift you, and empower you.
Oh, there's a staffer panel.
All right. Looks like we are ready to get started, but feel free to keep trickling in. So thanks so much for joining us. This is the Farm Bill Basics panel. So I'm going to be talking all things Farm Bill, forestry, ag, ranching policy, all of that good stuff. Of course, we've got two secondary asks that we'll touch on as well throughout this, but I've got two really esteemed panelists here with us who are going to talk to us a bit about the Farm Bill and their experience working on it and what's going on currently in Congress. So I'll introduce both of them right here at the start. So Maya Solomon to my left is the American Forest Foundation Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy. Before joining AFF, Maya worked for over 15 years for the U.S. Forest Service. She oversaw a number of grant programs, acted as the National Budget Coordinator, and worked on multiple farm bills. So this is going to be our resident expert of someone who's been through this process before and can help shepherd us through. And at AFF, she oversees the organization's advocacy efforts to support conservation programs for family forest owners. So we'll get some good questions in there on forestry, especially those of you in some districts who have forest lands and things like that. I think it'll be really insightful. And then furthest from me, Morgan Brummond is the Government Affairs Director for the American Conservation Coalition, ACC, who I'm sure a bunch of you are familiar with. And she leads ACC's congressional advocacy on environmental and climate solutions, including their efforts on natural climate solutions. So she knows exactly what we're going to get into on the Hill, lobbying, talking to our members of Congress, how to resonate with them. Before joining ACC, Morgan worked for the Department of Energy, supporting their strategic planning and investments in energy efficiency and renewable energy. And prior to that, she worked as an energy policy analyst at the Idaho Governor's Office of Energy and Mineral Resources. So please join me in welcoming our two esteemed panelists. All right, so before we dive into the weeds, because I know we're all so eager to learn about this incredibly complicated bill, I would love to give each of you a chance to just do some opening remarks and some background.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. And since you all have heard about me personally, I think I'll spend my introduction time talking about the American Forest Foundation, just so that you can have a little bit of level set of the organization that I represent. The American Forest Foundation has been in existence for over 80 years, and its flagship program is called the Tree Forum program, where our family forest owners enter into a sustainable management program that allows them to sell their products from off of their lands for it's called SFI, it's called accrediting program. So they essentially, they're selling wood that is of a higher caliber. About 3 years ago, the American Forest Foundation decided to make a shift into the voluntary carbon markets and launched the Family Forest Carbon Program. One of the things that we saw is that while our family forest owners were struggling to keep up with invasive species and maintaining biodiversity, all because of all of the climate shifts that they've been experiencing in their different geographical areas, that we needed to attack the climate change issue. And so we made a conscious effort to make a shift from, we still focus on wildfire initiatives, we still have biodiversity, but at the forefront of that priority is how do we combat climate change through natural climate solutions and nature-based solutions. And so through our partnership with the TNC, as I mentioned, we launched the Family Forest Carbon Program. We initially started in the Appalachian Mountains, and now Appalachian areas rather, now we have expanded to over 11 states where we have landowners enrolled. We aggregate the small landowners into a project area. If you all are familiar with the voluntary carbon market specifically for forest products, or forestry, they tend to favor the larger forest owners that own thousands of acres and up. So we are the only organization that's aggregating small landowners from 10 acres on up into viable voluntary carbon markets. We are in the work, we are working with Vera and other quasi-government standard bodies to ensure that the projects that we produce are truly adding additionality and truly are resolving our climate crisis. So that's a little bit about American Forest Foundation, and happy to address any questions when we get to the Q&A period about the organization.
All right, hopefully y'all can hear me. I'm mic'd up, but it's moving. Hi all, wonderful to see you today ahead of your lobby day tomorrow. So I'll also just use this time to kind of chat through ACC and our approach to the Farm Bill in particular. So if you're familiar, which I'm sure a few of you are, we've really enjoyed working with CCL advocates on the ground across the country. But ACC, to summarize, is the largest right-of-center grassroots organization in the country who works to depoliticize the climate conversation and bring diverse voices to the table, really. So our Farm Bill advocacy has really focused on climate-smart agriculture and conservation in particular. So that's Title II of the Farm Bill, which we'll get into in a moment. But our advocacy has really been a mixture of grassroots work. So we've had events on the ground where ACC members, young adult members, 18 to 35, are congregating on their college campuses and having conversations there, or they're touring farms and talking to the farming community directly, or they're advocating via op-eds in their local newspapers. And then we've also had a mixture of congressional advocacy, right? So we've done extensive lobbying, and we've published national-based op-eds, had events in DC as well. ACC broadly focuses on solutions-first policy, so nature-based climate solutions, amongst quite a few others, have been our main priority. And I'll stop there. I think we can get into the overall Farm Bill conversation now.
Perfect. Yeah, that sounds good. Well, before we dive into where things are currently with the current Farm Bill, would love to take a step back for those of us who are not experts on the Farm Bill, or those like me who hate the Farm Bill. Maybe we'll go back top level and just talk about, the general concept. What is the Farm Bill? What's included? Why is it important? Why do people like me hate it? Why is it so difficult to get passed? That sort of thing. If either of you want to comment, that'd be helpful.
Sure. I can start off. So the Farm Bill is the one piece of legislation that policymakers have to make critical decisions on agricultural policy issues. The Farm Bill was created as part of the New Deal package in response to the Great Depression. So we saw a lot of, at that time, not we, I wasn't alive, but what was happening at that time was that agriculture producers were producing an overabundance of food and creating this pricing crisis for those who couldn't quite afford to purchase the food. And so the Farm Bill created these subsidies for farmers to pay them to reduce production so that they can then sell the food at a fair price to the American citizens. And so since then, the Farm Bill has really focused on providing subsidies for farmers to be able to feed our country. And over the years, it has expanded from an agriculture title to now include over 12 different titles. Around 1970 is when the conservation title was added to one of those 12 titles, and it was mostly because they saw the production of agriculture to start having impacts on soil erosion in wetlands. And so the Farm Bill was used as a tool to then institute policies and incentivize farmers to do wetland protection as well as address soil and water erosion as a result of their agriculture practices. Sadly enough, but also good, that around the 90s is when forestry was added to the title. So forestry is somewhat the new kid on the block, but it was also added in relation to conservation practices because they saw farmers were not just focused on agriculture, traditional agriculture production, but they also had a large amount of trees on their lands. And so they needed to provide some type of incentives for agriculture producers to then manage their forest lands sustainably in addition to their agriculture production. And so that's when you saw the inclusion of different cost share programs for farmers and ranchers to manage their forest lands. And interesting enough is when the first climate change legislation was introduced. At the time, in 1990 was, I believe the name of it was, let me make sure I'm getting that right, it's a Global Climate Change Prevention Act. So that was the first time the federal government acknowledged that there was some type of climate change issue, and they instituted this act or implemented this act through the Farm Bill to start address climate change. So I think the most recent titles were energy and trade, because we also do trade. A lot of our agriculture productions was also added into the Farm Bill. In this particular administration is the first time that we have heard so much about climate mitigation and climate change. I think under the Obama, the conversation kind of started with different agencies creating climate change offices to start addressing and understanding climate change. And then the Trump administration came in and pulled back some of that, and it's almost like the Biden administration is now catching up for everything that was missed. And so this Farm Bill is a really great opportunity to really address climate change at a very impactful level since 1990.
That was fabulous. This is my first Farm Bill, for everybody's awareness. So if it's your first Farm Bill, cheers to you. Lots to learn. So as I mentioned, ACC has really only plugged into Title II of a dozen titles covering a variety of things. I think a couple points of context as you're going into meetings that are really important to hit home is this is a bill that has to happen every 5 years. However, it did expire at the end of 2023, so we're on a 1-year extension. It's very possible that we have another extension passed this year, just kind of based on how things shake up, but we can talk about that later. The largest pot of money within the titles is within nutrition. So comparatively, conservation and forestry are much smaller dollar amounts. They did receive an influx from IRA, which we'll talk about as well. But just to kind of put into context a little bit more too, the 2018 bill was over $400 billion. So it is a huge price tag. And I would say that's mostly concentrated under nutrition, where also a lot of the sort of like political tension has arisen from. But you had a great explanation, so I don't really have anything to add other than that.
No, I think that was so helpful, and I learned a lot already from this. So I half joked earlier that I hate the Farm Bill, but I did one when I was on the Hill, and the reason I hated it is because it can be incredibly partisan.
Yes.
And the process is just so taxing, as on staff, I'm sure members, but this bill, you know, it touches every single district all across the country, whether you're an ag district where you've got a lot of foresters or ranchers or farmers, or an urban district where you've got a lot of individuals who might be on SNAP or WIC or some of the nutrition programs. It's going to impact everyone's district. So it's relevant to every single member, and so every member really cares about it. And there's a lot of partisan, you know, bickering and fighting about the nuances of the bill. So that being said, can we talk through kind of where it stands currently? Because it seems like we're in one of those partisan kind of standstills. You talked about the extension. What's going on currently, and where do we see this kind of heading?
Take it? Yeah, I'm happy to start. So if you're following this conversation, you probably saw that a couple weeks ago, a Farm Bill did pass through the House Ag Committee. It was fairly partisan. I will say that there were 4 Dems that did vote, I believe 4, correct me if I'm wrong.
It was 4.
That did vote to pass that forward. But I would say that in terms of this still being sort of a partisan conversation, obviously there is Democratic control of the Senate, and the Senate does have some slightly different priorities across all titles, not just conservation and forestry and climate, which we're talking about today. But ultimately, I think there's a lot of uncertainty on what comes next, right? If this even makes it to the full House floor, or if it makes it to conference, I think that's sort of up for deliberation. But we do have a farm bill that was passed out of House Ag, which is progress in itself. So I'll let you add anything else if you.
No, that's good. So yes, to that, House Ag did pass a bill. It's my understanding that the House Democrats are in the process of developing a response to that. So that's going to be a little cat fighting happening there. And then also hearing that the Senate Republicans will release their Farm Bill priorities, which then we'll be able to see with Stabenows, who is the chair of the Senate Ag Committee, and how it matches up to Bozeman. So I think everything that Morgan has stated is absolutely right. I think we would all need a crystal ball right now to know if we're going to see a farm bill at the end of this Congress. I do believe that the chairman, G.T. Thompson, would really love to see one pass before the end of the Congress, but I'm just not certain that either chamber will be able to resolve their differences in time for that to actually happen.
Yeah, well, I'm going to try to be a little more optimistic than you two maybe and hope, because we do have some momentum, as you said, with the House moving on their bill. The Senate, Democrats have introduced a framework, at least, for their proposal. So yeah, what we're hoping for is there's going to be some sort of agreement coming together on the Farm Bill, and that's why we're advocating for our policy priorities leading up to that. So that way, when there is an agreement, our policies are in there. So diving into more climate policies, what are some of the top things that are out there, either the contentious things, I'm thinking IRA funding, or specific priorities in the forestry title and the conservation title that you think are relevant from a climate perspective in the Farm Bill?
Yeah, I think in both chambers, the biggest challenge will be the IRA climate guardrails. I know some people don't like calling them guardrails, but that's what everyone's calling them. As you will see, I think the Republicans actually came to some type of consensus by even including the IRA dollars and keep maintaining them in the conservation and forestry titles. There was talk initially about just taking the money and putting it into nutrition and other titles, but the fact that they did maintain those IRA dollars in the programs that they were initially given to speaks volumes to, well, not volumes, but speaks to their ability to come to some type of consensus. In the House, they did reduce those guardrails, so there are still some guardrails in place. It is anticipated that the Senate Republicans will remove or request or would like to see all of those climate guardrails removed, which will be quite a deviation from what Stabenow is looking to do, because she wants to maintain all guardrails as included in the IRA. So I think that is going to be the biggest hurdle, the biggest fight, and I think that is where your voices will come into play on tomorrow as you're talking to these offices, really talking about how those IRA dollars are really making an impact on the ground, because I think hearing from you all helps them to make better decisions around this very contentious issue. The other thing in terms of the forestry title, I think there's a good bit of agreement in terms of the other issues. I think both chambers really want to see things like the Good Neighbor Authority. I think all of them realize that there is a nursery capacity issue, and how to address that is of mind. There's several different bills, including the one that you all have been pushing for the past year or so, in addition to the Ringer Act, that all address nursery capacity, that both chambers seem to have a light for. So that's kind of what I see in terms of the conservation forestry title.
Fabulous. Yeah, and just to, I think, provide some additional background on the IRA dollars that we're talking about. So the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022 appropriated about $19.5 billion to conservation. The reason I don't typically refer to them as climate guardrails is because when I talk to Republican congressional offices, when you say guardrails, they sort of see that as a barrier for farmers getting the funding. And in reality, that's not what these program requirements, is what I refer to them as, are doing. They're just a little bit more specific in what you can do with the funding, but USDA is still getting that money out the door. In 2023, I believe 99% of the funds available for that year for these practices were allocated to farmers. So not a barrier there. It is a bit contentious. However, I want to just recognize that it is a big win that that money, whatever is left of that money that hasn't been taken out the door already, is going to Title II conservation practices. So these programs like EQIP and CSP, some of them are working lands programs, and some of them are retirement programs. But ultimately, that money is preserved as of right now, which is a huge win. But ACC, of course, would still like to see that climate language. It's actually, we typically try to refer to it just as emissions mitigation language, because that's what the appropriating statute actually describes it as. But yes, that will absolutely be, when they marked up the bill in the House, there was a proposed amendment to keep that language there. Ultimately, it failed, so it is still a very contentious point, and I would say a pretty partisan point as well.
Yeah. I would like to just add one thing that is not necessarily a policy challenge that we are facing here, particularly on the House side. But we do have a challenge with the fact that House members don't necessarily vote for farm bills, particularly those that are outside of committee. And there's a rather large new contingency of House representatives. And so even tomorrow, as you're meeting with offices, stressing the importance of the farm bill and that it really touches every single American, and encouraging the congressional members to actually pay attention and vote on the farm bill when it does come time for that.
Yeah, I think that's really helpful to think about how do we frame this message. So before we get into a little bit more policy specifics, just talking about conservation and forestry as a whole, as we're going into these offices, like you said, Maya, talking about the importance of the whole farm bill, but how are we messaging those specific titles and the importance of conservation programs, the importance of these forestry programs, the importance of the climate, policies within the Farm Bill? How would we message those, maybe specifically to Republican offices versus to a Democratic office? What are some things you think might resonate?
Yeah, I think the bipartisan message that resonates with both Democrats and Republicans, and actually one of the reasons the forestry title was included in the Farm Bill, is the fact that our rural economies depend upon these programs. As we see mills are closing across the country, that through these programs is literally the only resources and support our forest owners have, and they truly do need. As of right now, the median income for a forest landowner is $50,000. The cost of forest management has increased dramatically, particularly with this recession, or should I say inflation, that we've been experiencing. So our forest landowners, we depend on the programs that Morgan mentioned, the EQIP, the CSP, the CRPs. All of those programs actually are funneled into our rural economies to help bolster those communities that are in critical need of that funding.
I don't know if my slides will work, but I have some data there we go, fabulous. So ACC's approach to this has really been to provide extensive data to these offices on why these programs are so popular, and just show them how much their constituents, especially in House Ag, how much their constituents support the programs. So these programs, before the influx of IRA funding, were already intensely oversubscribed. Let me see if I can get there. Sorry, there's some background. So oversubscribed just means that there are consistently more applicants than there's actually funding to give to them. And so you can see on the slide here that in spite of that additional nearly $20 billion, these programs are still intensely oversubscribed. EQIP could fund just 26% of applicants. And so while the conversation has sort of shifted from preserving the dollars for conservation, well, there hasn't been a farm bill signed into law, so I would still obviously hit home that point. And the conversation has shifted over to keeping the climate program requirements. I think it's still very important to note that farmers are highly supportive of these programs across the board, across the country. That money is getting out the door from USDA. So I would hit all of those points home tomorrow in your meetings.
Yeah, and following up on that, Morgan, can you talk about I mean, these programs, we think conservation, we think, okay, it's good for the environment, it's good for conserving, it's good for the climate, but what is the benefit actually to farmers, and how are we, if you're talking to a member of Congress, what do you say is the benefit directly to their farmers or foresters who are their constituents?
There we go, right here. So, I mean, for example, like, you're getting funding to support some sort of, I would describe it more broadly as like a sustainable ag practice, and that's benefiting not only your natural environment, but it can also, promote a sustainable land long term as well. So if you're thinking about the nutrients in your soil, certain practices can support that. You can also make sure that your runoff is not contaminating your water supply. There's just a variety of things here that, of course, they're benefiting the environment, but they're also potentially creating higher yields. And the farming community, of course, is very passionate about making sure they're stewards of the land and that their land is long-term and sustainable, right? Like if it's a family farm, they want it to be continued in the family for a long time. These programs all provide funding to support that idea. Would you like to add anything?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that's great. And I think, like one of you was saying earlier, it does seem like there's been a shift on the conversation on conservation and on climate as it relates to the Farm Bill and ag policy more broadly, that it seems like both parties are embracing it more. It's becoming more and more of a priority. Would you agree with that? And where do you think kind of some of the bigger opportunities might be in that space? Do you feel like both parties are really moving along on it and we're going to see farm bills that are more reflective of those being top priorities?
Do you want me to go ahead? Yeah. I would probably start by just broadly acknowledging that Chairman G.T. Thompson, which is, he represents a very conservative district, has not shied away from talking about climate change, which I want to applaud him for that, right? Like, we can disagree perhaps on where this funding is most impactful, but the fact that he goes on record pretty consistently acknowledging that farmers are critical to solving climate change and are good stewards of the environment, are conservationists, that is very impactful. And I don't think that we really saw that in past farm bills, and I don't really think that we can shy away from that, right? Like, I think that in itself should be considered a huge accomplishment, that the farming community and the ag community more broadly is much more open to talking about climate change and the impacts on farming than we ever have, in my opinion. I think, of course, the Farm Bill is a massive piece of legislation, right? So you're still gonna have disagreement in there, but I think I just wanna kind of applaud that fact and make sure that in our conversations, we're all acknowledging that, but also saying, let's not shy away from continuing this conversation because it's made it a far more productive one this Farm Bill cycle.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with that. I think over this Congress specifically, we have seen, the Democrats and the Republicans actually coming together where it comes to their acknowledgement of climate change. I think in the last Congress, it was the Democrats who were very much so, climate change is real, Republicans really trying to question if it is real. And so now we're all on the same playing field. It's real, it's here, and we need to address it. I think where there's still contention, particularly for the Republican side, is how to address climate change. There are some of them who do not think that natural climate solutions and nature-based solutions are the best pathway forward, and therefore you see a lot of investments being made in renewable energy, which is really great because we definitely do have to address that space because that is the largest contributor to our emissions in greenhouse gas, right? But the natural climate solutions is that bridge. So it takes a while it's going to take us quite some years to really see the outcomes that we would like to see from the renewable energy space. For us to get immediate returns and immediate impacts in climate change, there has to be investments in the natural climate solutions. And so I think that that's where our next political fight is the education of our members on what natural climate solutions are real, legitimizing natural climate solutions as a pathway to addressing our climate change issues.
Well, I think that's a great segue to diving a little bit more into our specific asks, our lobby day asks, and thinking through how we're talking about these policies, why are they important. So one of the bills we'll be lobbying on, the Seedlings for Sustainable Habitat Restoration Act. You mentioned a bit before the nursery issue, the issue with making sure we've got enough seedlings coming online so that we can reforest and we can deal with wildfires and things like that. Maya, can you talk a little bit about the importance of that bill, but more broadly, that general funding and the priority of things like seedlings, nurseries, and forestry policy more generally to address climate?
Would love to. So as I mentioned before, the forest title, I did mention that it's more like in response to conservation, and it provides the support for our family forest owners from a private forest land space, but it also does include a lot of legislation that deals with our federal lands. And as we all know, over the years, the intensity of wildfire has increased. And so in this Farm Bill, you're seeing this legislation that really supports us being able to get a handle on our wildfire issue. So one of those issues is the lack of nursery capacity, of which the piece of legislation, which I always forget the name, the Seedlings for Sustainable Habitat Act, helps to address that. But it's not just our federal lands that are experiencing that gap. It's also our state forest lands. It's our tribal lands. It's also our private landowners who also need access to nursery capacity. So one of the other acts, the Ringer Act, will be a priority because it also gets at those lands that the Seedling for Sustainable Habitat Act does not address. But it also directs the Forest Service to create a full-time staff that really addresses nursery capacity at all levels, federal, state, tribal, and private nursery capacity. Since I worked for the Forest Service, the Ringer staff has always worked as a collateral duty, and the Ringer Act will now actually enforce the Forest Service to ensure that that staff is now a full-time capacity and puts that capacity in addressing the nursery issue. Some other issues that is one that is priority to me is the Rural Forest Markets Act. As I mentioned, the American Forest Foundation, we create the pathway for family forest owners to enter into the voluntary carbon market. As I mentioned in response to the previous question, is that nature-based solution is that immediate result, and through the voluntary carbon market is how we incentivize family forest owners who are extremely excited about being at the forefront of addressing climate change through their forest management practices. And so many of them want to get in, but it's a very expensive market to enter. And so the Rural Forest Markets Act creates a loan and bond guarantee through USDA that will help to leverage private investments into these rural economies by paying the upfront fees or offsetting the upfront fees for landowners to get into the voluntary carbon market space. And so I think the forestry title will have a good bit of that, the incentivizing of landowners, producers, ranchers to actually make or go the extra effort to do the climate mitigation work. Morgan put up this really great list of conservation practices. USDA has been working very hard at coming up with a different set of practices that are called climate smart practices. And so you'll see in the Farm Bill a number of provisions that really, well, hopefully, if we can keep those practices in place and we can get some agreement, I would hope to see, should I say, that there's more support for those climate mitigating practices, but also into the research to support understanding and really quantifying our greenhouse gas emissions and how to attack that. Also investment into MMRV, which is the measuring, monitoring, I always forget the R. Reporting, thank you, verification, part of these efforts. And so I think that that's part of what I know we'll see, and then what I hope we'll see once we get some agreement around the IRA and the climate. I can't stop saying guardrails. I'm sorry. Okay. Guardrails.
Perfect. And I want to add to that, to your points about the seedlings bill and the forestry policy. I think it's really easy for us to think about it as if you've got forests in your district, or if you've got forests in your community, or the nurseries are in your community. But we saw last summer, we're starting to see these wildfires just impacting everyone everywhere, with the smoke, drifting all across the country. And the impacts are just devastating on everyone. So I think even though, you might not have these specific nurseries in your district or forests in your district, you can certainly relate to the importance of those policies and of forestry policy generally because of that.
Indeed, and I'll also add that because of climate change, those areas that have traditionally been burning, they'll still be burning, but they're now adding other areas. And because California gets all of the news, we forget to, or we don't take notice that Texas burns every summer, Florida burns every summer. And so these wildfires are popping up in new places every single year. And so just because it's not happening in your place, in your immediate area, doesn't mean that it's not moving in that direction.
Yeah. Great. And Morgan, I don't know if you want to dive into our other ask, thinking through the increased TSP Access Act, and generally, we're talking about technical service providers, middlemen who allow farmers to access these conservation programs. What's the importance of that? How do we message that to an office, and how can we resonate that message?
Absolutely. So ACC was supportive of this legislation as well. It is bipartisan. Also, I just wanted to add, Maya makes me want to work in forestry, just because all the stuff she's doing is so cool. But I have some numbers that I wanted to just share with you all to speak to the importance of technical service providers. And I would honestly kind of compare this to when I was at DOE, we had infrastructure law funding and IRA funding that came. And it wasn't necessarily a surprise, right? But we didn't have the staff capacity to necessarily get that money out the door as quickly as we would have liked to, right? Federal hiring takes a long time. So I think that this bill in particular really supports federal hiring, specifically at USDA. So a number that I pulled up is last year USDA projected that in order to implement the conservation funding, they were going to need to hire between 3,000 and 4,000 employees over the next several years. So that's a high volume of folks. And so this doesn't necessarily make it so you're just hiring federal employees. Technical service providers can be third-party practitioners that are also supporting with technical assistance for implementing these conservation practices on farmland, essentially. So they're critical to implementing all of this additional funding that the IRA appropriated to conservation and just overall increasing USDA's bandwidth.
Perfect. And we're going to turn to audience questions in just a minute, so hopefully there should have been some cards going around, so feel free, raise your hand if you need one, but jot those questions down for us. But I'll kick it off with one, last one, and then hopefully we'll transition to audience questions. As we're starting these conversations with the members, we've talked about the conservation pieces, the forestry pieces, the nutrition pieces, all of this. What should we be looking for as we're doing our lobby meeting preps to figure out what aspects of the Farm Bill are relevant to this member? How do you start those conversations? Especially I'm thinking members who aren't, from a super rural district, and you can easily talk about farms. How do you start those conversations, and where do we kind of figure out what's a good opening point?
That's a really great question. And the best way to start the conversation is just asking. So asking the staffer, what's important to your member? What's important about nutrition to your member? They may not have forests, they may not have a high population of agriculture, but there's not any member that represents any constituency base that does not include folks that participate in nutrition programs. And if that's where you have to start, then that's where you start, because nutrition programs are funded by what? The food is provided for those nutrition programs by who? Our farmers and our ranchers. And so that's the way that you make the connection. So if they only are familiar with SNAP participants or food banks in their area, it's our farmers that provide the food for those food banks. It's our farmers that provide the food to the grocery stores that their SNAP recipients qualify for. It's our farmers that provide and ranchers that provide the milk that qualifies under WIC. It's also our farmers that provide the food to the school nutrition programs to feed the children that are on free and reduced lunch. And so you kind of just start off asking the staffer exactly what is the constituent piece, what's important to that member. And I mean, agriculture touches every single one of our homes because we eat every day. We have to eat to live. And so I think just focusing on that basic need and looping it back to your priorities is one way to start that conversation.
And that was such a great answer. I don't have much to add. I mean, I would recommend, since you likely know who you're meeting with, just doing your homework in terms of like what their district looks like, if they've been the sponsor of any bills that have actually like gone through in the past version in the House, for example. But ultimately, I would recognize that the Farm Bill touches everybody in this country. And I would also recognize that this is always a really complicated piece of legislation because there are truly so many varying interests. Obviously, it's all food and ag, and now conservation and forestry and climate. But realistically, there are so many different aspects, and everybody, I think, is doing their best to balance those out, right? But this has a huge dollar amount associated with it. So it can obviously be, I've obviously had conversations that have been somewhat frustrating in terms of the conservation funding is quite a bit smaller than anything else, but I have to recognize that that's a piece that some folks see as being more beneficial elsewhere, right? So your job, I think, is to hit home that these programs are extremely important, this funding is extremely important, and it is very impactful to the long-term sustainability of farming in America as well, and kind of making the case there. But recognizing that there are so many competing interests is very important.
Awesome. All right. Well, I think we can kick it over to some audience questions if we've got some in the back.
Yes, we do have some questions back here. Let's see. Can you discuss any impacts of the Farm Bill on urban forests?
Yes, I can. So in this Farm Bill, both the House and Senate versions will include $80 million for the Urban and Community Forestry Program, and also implement that program as a standalone office. Currently, the Urban and Community Forest Program sits under the Cooperative Forestry Programs at the Forest Service, and is actually just one of the programs in a larger suite of forest landowner support programs. So this Farm Bill, will actually create this as a standalone and put $80 million, which is quite an increase in authorization. Previously, the program was authorized at $40 million, so it almost doubles its authority over the next Farm Bill. It also increases and puts an emphasis on urban research to really understand how climate change is impacting our urban hubs. And I do believe there's one, and I probably shouldn't mention this because I'm not quite sure, but I do believe there's a piece of legislation that is going to provide support for smaller forest landowners in urban areas entering into markets such as voluntary carbon markets.
And then we have a couple questions about technical service providers. Can you say a little bit more about what they are exactly and what do they do exactly?
Yeah, I can kick that off for us. So yeah, technical service providers, TSPs, are essentially a individual who is trained and certified in the conservation programs and the conservation title. So they're trained in all the different sort of grants, policies, programs that farmers, ranchers, and foresters can have access to. With that certification and that knowledge, what they do is they work with individual farmers, ranchers, and foresters to help them access those programs. So as you can imagine, I'm sure there's a lot of farmers, foresters, and ranchers who, it's not in their experience, nor is it in their probably daily time allotment to search through all of these different USDA programs and figure out which ones they qualify for, which ones might benefit their operations. So these TSPs help them have access to those programs and make sure that they're allowed to get the funding, help them apply for it, help them figure out which ones are beneficial to their specific operations. And I'll note, larger operations, so if you think of big, corporate farming operations, they typically have someone in-house who's able to get them access to these programs. They hire someone who's familiar, who's read all of the different, federal laws, who knows the last farm bill in and out, and they give them access. So TSPs are really critical for small and middle-sized farms who don't have the money to hire someone in-house to do that, and they use these TSPs to get them access to this critical funding that's not only obviously good for the climate, good for conservation, but it's ultimately good for their own operations. I don't know if you want to.
And I can actually share a real life story. We just had one of our forest owners who participated in one of our lobbying days to share how our TSP helped them to reduce the time that they spent looking and researching USDA programs, and not only just looking and researching, but actually applying for these programs can be extremely difficult to navigate. There's a lot of nuances, there's a lot of paperwork. So this landowner started on the journey of just applying for the farm and tract number. If any farmer, rancher, forest landowner participates in any USDA program, they must first have a farm and tract number placed or attached to their land. The TSP hand walked this landowner, who is a first-time landowner. They just purchased a 15-acre forest lot in upstate New York. They coming from corporate America, they really have no idea what to do with this. It was literally the TSP that helped them to navigate all of these systems and reduced their, I think initially before meeting the TSP, they had spent like 6-7 months just trying to get a farm and tract number. As soon as he met the TSP, that time was reduced to like 4 weeks. And then from there, just the TSP started to look at their land, sending them different programs that they can qualify, and not just what they qualify, but they help them to legally stack the different programs to meet their personal goals. That is the role of a TSP. And right now there's a shortage of those because it took this landowner almost 6 or 7 months to get in with this TSP. Just imagine, as Morgan mentioned with the IRA funds, there's such an influx of new landowners because the IRA funds, one of the goals is to bring new forest owners, new producers into the USDA system. So those landowners too don't have the farm and tract number. Those landowners also don't understand the USDA programs and how to navigate that. And so needing additional TSPs to navigate those systems, it's essential. There are some landowners who would never access the USDA system without these individuals.
And I would just add, if you're bored in your hotel room tonight, you can go on the USDA. NRCS is actually the entity that's implementing most of these conservation funds, but you can really see the process on their website, and you can kind of, I think, gaze at this through the lens of someone who was actually applying for the funds, which I did early on when I started talking about these programs, and I think is quite helpful to bring some context into like just the importance of someone being a technical expert and supporting the implementation of the dollars.
Thank you, Morgan. This question is for you. Is the ACC working with the Farm Bureau to build support for sustainable agriculture? This question comes from someone in North Carolina who notices that the local farm bureaus are skeptical of sustainable agriculture.
So ACC, I think the question was, has ACC worked with the Farm Bureau? Is that correct? Yeah, okay. We actually did a lunch and learn with the Farm Bureau on the Hill. The Farm Bureau is, I think, takes less of an advocacy stance on a lot of these issues at the federal level. However, is extremely supportive of the conservation programs because they're definitely advocates for the farming community, which benefits heavily from conservation programs that have been housed at USDA for years. So we have worked with the Farm Bureau primarily. I primarily work at the federal level, so the American Farm Bureau Federation's DC team is who we did a joint lunch and learn with on the Hill, where we actually went in to talk to Hill staffers. The Farm Bureau obviously has a lot more technical expertise and can speak to the practices firsthand. and how they benefit farmers firsthand because they have those real life stories. But we did a lunch and learn with congressional staff to speak to specifically the conservation programs at USDA. So we're working with them primarily at the federal level, of course, sometimes on the ground here and there as well.
I'll just add on the Farm Bureau piece. I agree with you. When I was on the Hill, the National Farm Bureau definitely has some policy positions, but the states vary widely in their individual Farm Bureau positions. So if you do have a member who represents a pretty rural or agricultural district, that's a great group to talk to and try to build that relationship with your state Farm Bureau if there's local individuals, because you'll get some good insight on what local farmers are really prioritizing, talking to that either state group or some of the local members, and then having that connection can help you as you go into your member's office. I'm talking in future years, if you have an ag member, you know, being able to have that connection with that state chapter of the Farm Bureau can be super helpful, and having more to talk about and more to relate on, and obviously more prepared on what the member's going to be hearing about.
Thank you. Can any of you speak to what percentage of our food supply is at risk due to climate change?
Not specifically.
Yeah, we did not get a nutrition or food supply expert on this panel, so yeah, I don't think we have a clear answer on that one.
All right.
We could maybe Google it.
Right.
Which farm organizations are advocating for the TSP Access Act?
Yeah, there's a good list online. I don't have it in front of me, but we've got our one-pager which lists it, and then the offices who have put the bill out there also have their own one-pagers, so feel free to do a quick Google search of the bill, and that should pull up the one-pager from the congressional offices who have introduced it, and that will list the different farm organizations, the national organizations, I'll say. If you're interested in your specific state, you could always do a Google of the bill with your state name, because I know some state chapters of different farm organizations have also endorsed. They might not be listed on those national letters of support that you would find, but a Google search should pull some of those up.
Thank you. Is there significant funding needed to hire the TSPs that we need, and is that at all problematic?
Yeah, so there definitely was an increase in the last farm bill, and we've seen some additional increases along the way, but that is a piece of this as well, is we do need more funding for TSPs. Right now, the higher priority is that we need more people. There's funding coming because of those recent bills that have passed, the last farm bill, but we need the policy in place and the process to get those TSPs certified. So that's why the increased TSP Access Act is dealing with the certification process of these TSPs. Obviously, the government needs money for these TSPs. We need people to want to be certified, but there's not enough certifiers of these TSPs. So the increased TSP Access Act deals with that certification process and makes sure that the federal government comes up with a streamlined certification process of third-party providers, they call them. So making sure that it doesn't have to be a federal employee who can do this sort of certification. So yeah, funding is definitely one piece of it, but a smaller piece because we've seen the funding increase along the way. So now the bigger problem is making sure people are in the pipeline and then making sure that pipeline is really streamlined and quick to get them through and get them certified.
And Jen, wasn't this included in the House version? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was bipartisan, yeah.
Yes, yeah. So the increased TSP Access Act has been included in the House Republican farm bill that passed out of committee and was supported on a bipartisan basis. So I think in large credit to a lot of work you guys did in November lobbying on it. We got a good co-sponsor list on this bill already, and it's already moved some. We definitely need to get a few more co-sponsors on it so that we can keep it at the top of the list, especially should the Senate introduce their bill. We want to make sure we get it included there as well.
Is there anything in the Farm Bill that supports aquatic forests, such as mangroves and kelp forests for coastal states?
I can't say. I have not quite been tracking that. I do. Yeah, I'll be safe. and leave it there.
Yeah, I do know there are some pots of funding. I think they're small and few and far between, because there are separate bills, larger bills, that are specifically devoted to that, but there are some streams of funding that can go to it. It's not going to individuals the same way the conservation title goes to individuals, but more funding that some states get through these larger pots that allow them to take care of their mangroves and things like that. It's definitely not a big portion of the bill, though, but if your member is particularly concerned about that, or that's a big thing in your district, it could be worth a little bit of digging to pull that out there.
Is there anything in the Farm Bill that helps to subsidize fresh vegetables, for example, so that you could buy potatoes less expensively than potato chips?
Well, I think there's a number of nutrition programs. I'll talk about going back to my Farm Bill days. There's a bunch of nutrition programs to support increasing access to fresh produce. There's a lot of nutrition programs that operate on a local level. So thinking of things, generally farm to table, but farm to food bank. So programs that allow farmers to be compensated for their produce at a higher rate than they might if they just bulk sold it to, a corporation or something. So they're compensated at a higher rate to sell that to local food banks, local pantries, local, food organizations that need that food. So there are definitely programs within the bill. Those are all, pretty much all, I think, in the nutrition title. And those monies would flow to farmers to make sure that their food is ending up in these nutrition programs. And nutrition programs are not buying from large operations, but instead can get their food more locally, hopefully avoiding some of that processed food.
We have time for just one last question, and then any final thoughts. A high school student is wondering, besides lobbying, what else can I do to help pass the Farm Bill?
Write an op-ed. I would say, first of all, advocacy starts from the ground up. So even if you're lobbying your members of Congress, which I'm so happy you're all here, that's fabulous, you should do that. Your local elected officials also care deeply about the Farm Bill passing too, and sometimes there's strength in numbers, right? So ACC is a grassroots organization. We've done a lot of work in communities through writing op-eds, organizing events, talking to local elected officials, and they can also carry that message all the way to the top, right? So you're in DC, your state ag commissioner also comes to DC and talks about the importance of the Farm Bill. So presenting a unified front, and I think making the conversation very locally driven as well is critical.
Yep. I double emphasize that most of the congressional offices do not take my word on whether or not to support the bill. They take the word of local organizations. So writing your local organizations and telling them the importance and having conversations with your federal representatives is critically important, because that's literally the reason why they endorse these bills, is because their local constituents are telling them the impact that it will have on them.
Perfect.
Thank you. Can we get a warm round of applause for our panel?
think that one of the biggest things about being a CCL volunteer is having that community with you and interacting with people from all walks of life.
I get to meet with folks that are from all over the country, and we're all working for the same goal.
It's good to see that, you know, everybody that comes to the table, whether you're in a political party or another, or if you're, you know, a member of a minority or several minorities, you work together. And I think this is the most powerful thing about CCL.
When I first joined, I was a little on the shy side. You know, I like to kind of analyze the environment, see where I best fit in. So I attended the informational session and I found myself really drawn to the fact that there's different communities within CCL.
I am part of several communities because I'm Hispanic. I'm part of the diversity and inclusion community, and I also, you know, I'm part of my group, the Central and Western Kentucky group.
I met a lot of nice people through joining the action team.
Shout out to the inclusion team for holding it down every single time and for making those spaces and for making the organization better every single day.
I've been in a lot of groups in the States that talk about inclusion, and they talk a lot, but they really don't do anything about it. And I think with CCL, we really have seen, in my case, the Hispanic community, have seen that we have a place here.
My advice for others who are also passionate and concerned about climate justice is just get into it.
Everybody, I think, needs to get involved with this.
Everybody has a voice, and if you get involved, you can make a difference.
Find a space that works for you. Find a space that makes you feel whole, feel safe, what have you.
The first step is taking the step, taking a leap and forming a community. Wherever you go, there will be a community to support you, uplift you, and empower you.
in this tone. Yeah. This is us. Yeah.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us this afternoon as we continue to explore and go into more depth around permitting reform, one of our primary asks this lobby day. We have a really excellent panel with a lot of different perspectives on why permitting reform is important and different perspectives on the details and what's needed in a package. And I think this will be a real good look at some of the things we might not have gotten to last night when we were talking about permitting reform. But let me first just introduce our panel. We have Arnab Datta, Director of Infrastructure Policy at the Institute for Progress. CCL alumni, Kyle Kameen, who's now Policy Director for Green for All and Dream.org. David Paula, Marketing Communications Director for the International Brotherhood of Electric Workers, Local 26. Is that right? And Corey Short, Director of Government Affairs at the Niskanen Center. And of course, I'm Ben Pendergrass, CCL's Vice President of Government Affairs. And we can get started, but this is a lot of information on this panel, and we've actually been in the trenches with some of these guys for a while. I mean, Corey and I have been in the trenches for like, 6 or 7 years on a lot of stuff. But let's just start off. If you guys could just give a brief overview of your orgs and kind of like what you bring to this conversation. We'll start at the end.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, thanks for having me, and thanks for hosting this, this great event. So the Institute for Progress is a DC-based think tank that is committed to advancing scientific, technological, and industrial progress. And a big portion of the work that we've been doing, particularly on our infrastructure team, is oriented around permitting reform and how we can accelerate the clean energy build out and what are the barriers to it. We've done some work specifically on permitting reform and the barriers as it relates to the judicial system and the role that the judicial system plays in kind of stopping clean energy projects from getting built. We've done some work about the regulatory mismatch, I guess you could say, between fossil fuels and versus clean energy. And we did a big series on geothermal energy and what it would take to advance and accelerate next generation geothermal technology. So yeah, looking forward to the discussion.
Great. Kyle?
Thanks for having me. It's great to be back here with CCL and with CCLers. Thank you. Dream.org is a nonpartisan advocacy nonprofit. We're focused on closing prison doors and opening the doors of opportunity in the green economy for all. What that looks like in our day-to-day work is really focusing on ensuring that benefits from laws like the infrastructure law, the IRA, are flowing to the communities that need them most and that were intended to receive them. And so, we feel that a big component of that is definitely permitting reform. A lot of those benefits can't be realized without permitting reform, and I'll discuss that a little bit more later, but thanks for having me.
Corey Schroet, Niskanen Center. So the Niskanen Center is a relatively young think tank. We have a series of departments, a wide array of departments, of course highlighted by our climate department, which is why we're here talking about permitting reform, but we also have an immigration component, state capacity component, criminal justice component, and several others, but looking forward to the conversation.
Hi, I'm David Paula. I'm representing the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 26. We have about, thank you. We have about 13,000 members, electricians in the DMV. So that is 5 counties in Maryland, the District of Columbia, and 44 counties in Virginia. Why is this important to us? Well, electricians are the folks who install and implement our new green economy, right? So when we're talking about electrical vehicle charging infrastructure, whether we're talking about utility scale solar farms, whether we're talking about decarbonization, electrification, offshore wind, all of those things, it's our members who actually go in and build these programs, and it's our training programs and apprenticeships that help folks get ready for all of that work. So this is incredibly important for us. We've been advocating at a local and state level to make sure that as many of these projects go forward as possible, and I'm excited to share my experiences on the ground, in the trenches, trying to get these things approved.
Well, that's great. I really appreciate that. And David, you kind of set up the next question, like why permitting reform is important to you guys' organizations and why you kind of zeroed in on that being a policy you wanted to work on. I think you just answered it for yourself, so we can like go back down the line and you guys can give your quick take of why your org's just zeroed in on this being a problem.
Yeah, so Niskanen Center, we're a market-based solutions organization. We see permitting as a roadblock to actually opening up an efficient and effective electricity market. We see clean energy as the main beneficiary of any kind of permitting reform, regardless of what the focus is. We see the expansive investment and push towards renewables as a clear winner in any kind of permitting reform scenario.
Yeah, for DREAM, as I mentioned earlier, like we try to focus on communities, and so for communities that are overburdened with pollution and in need of investment, these projects, these clean energy projects, can't come soon enough in order to actually realize those benefits. And our perspective is that Congress needs to take action because in communities where pollution is causing harm, that harm is continuing as long as we are, unable to build the clean energy infrastructure to reduce that pollution. And projects are taking too long, and time and clarity of process are really needed and essential.
I guess I'll keep it simple. Energy is really good. It makes our lives a lot better in a lot of ways. It makes our standards of living better. I think as an advocacy organization, we've been really compelled by this concept a friend of mine, Derek Thompson, has written about called the abundance agenda, but the idea that we can have a better future, a more abundant future of good things for everyone. And so I think if we're going to have an abundant future, we need to have a lot more energy build out. And right now, permitting is a major barrier to that. It's a major barrier to doing it more clean as well. And I would also add, as an organization committed to scientific and technological progress, a lot of scientific innovation and commercialization relies on very large amounts of energy. And so if you take something like the AI build-out, which is reliant on data centers that consume enormous amounts of energy and electricity and require enormous amounts of energy to cool, if you don't have a reliable grid of clean, firm energy that can be constantly producing that, you're not going to be able to lead the AI innovation race. And so that's something, as Americans, we feel are, I'm actually not American, I'm Canadian. But, nonetheless, in about 9 months I'll be American. But we'll have that, we want to lead that. So I think that's really important.
Don't worry, we have some Canadians. Those are great explanations. And one thing we didn't really get into details is some of the components that we need. And I know Corey and Niskanen just did some great work on transmission and some of the barriers specifically to transmission and linear infrastructure generally. You want to tell us a little bit about what you guys found when you did that study?
Yeah, we did a study looking at transmission lines being built from, and these are large-scale, high-capacity merchant lines, not your in your neighborhood power lines that are going around the block. These are multi-state, sometimes single-state, but still pretty big capacity lines from 2010 to 2020, and what roadblocks they faced along the way. And one of the striking pieces that we found was that it took at least 7 years to get any of these projects through the process and even start breaking ground. With the scale of the build-out that's expected in the transmission space or expected to be needed, I think the estimates are somewhere between 3 and 4 times the amount that we currently have. That timeline is absolutely unacceptable. We found a few instances where you can shrink some of those timelines down to 3 to 4 years of doing concurrent EIS. So if you have multiple agencies that have to look at an EIS or a NEPA review, collapsing that into running them concurrently, doing some of the processes at the same time, gets you a little bit of the way there. But I think there's a bigger conversation needed around some of the NEPA conversation, which I think Arnav is going to get into. that would really help unlock some of those shorter timelines.
Well, I think that's a good point. We can throw it over to Arnott to talk about some of the judicial review issues, because we know, that's a big component, but we haven't discussed it in depth here that much. So I'm really curious to hear your take and what's needed.
Yeah, I think a lot of the conversation around permitting reform, not necessarily wrongfully, focuses on this front end aspect of it, which is actually getting the permit, approved and in the door. But there's this whole back end of it that happens in our judicial system, something that we call the litigation doom loop, which is essentially this cycle of review, lawsuit, new review, new lawsuit that holds up and creates a lot of these major delays. And the NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, was a law passed in the 70s. And it was a good law at the time. It was something that, there's very good reasons why we passed that in the 70s. We had problems with acid rain and all these different kinds of things. But over the course of the last several decades, it's been weaponized as essentially a tool to block projects of all kinds. And the result of that is this litigation doom loop. And what we're seeing now is this has increasingly become a burden on clean energy deployment over fossil fuel. It's a common thing that people will say, well, NEPA is a tool for blocking fossil fuels. But when you look at a lot of the major projects that are now getting blocked, things like the Cardinal Hickory transmission line, which would connect hundreds of clean energy projects to our grid, or the big solar Cape Wind solar wind project in off the coast of Massachusetts. These are enormous clean projects that are getting weaponized by a small group of people who just don't want to see them get built. And so we have to really, really wrestle with the fact that if we can't deal with that back-end problem, it's very, very difficult for developers to actually, put capital towards these projects. Particularly when you think about clean energy, it's not a commodity that they're producing. The thing that really costs a lot is the upfront capital cost. And so if you can't have some predictability of when your project is going to get approved and when you could start building, particularly in an environment of high interest rates, it's very, very difficult to account for and deploy that capital. And so we really think that unless we can solve that, overhang that hangs over developers, we're really just not going to have the clean energy build out that we need.
Can you go a little bit more in depth? Like, what do you think that looks like? What's the most effective strategy? Is it changing the statute of limitations? Is it standing? Like, give us some of those policy aspects.
Yeah, so I think, when standing statute of limitations are things that are, have been thrown around a lot in the context of negotiations. I think it's important to note, those are not requirements that will prevent bad faith litigants from ever filing a lawsuit. I'm a lawyer. We've got other lawyers on the panel here. We can meet deadlines pretty well when we want to put our mind to it. So it's not, those are important changes and they might help at the margins. But really, unless we're doing something that gives, either gives agencies more deference, as in, if an agency conducts a review, there needs to be a certain level of deference that review should get. And there's also, in their process, there's a lot of trade-offs that happen in project design, and those things need to be treated with deference as well, because they've, arisen out of a democratically legitimate process and elected, an agency doing it. The other part of it is, at some point, we need to take, the ability to just stop projects out of the hands of judges. And so the thing that we've really been pushing for is to have a time limit on how long an injunction against a project can be issued. And whether that is, 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, even 10 years, the value of developers being able to know that at some point they can break ground on a project, even if more environmental review is still conducted for other aspects of that project, at least they can start building. Mm-hmm. That would be a major win.
That's great. I think it's really helpful. David, I think you can probably give us
better view of like how that actually looks on the ground and how it's affecting your members and just some of those barriers as they are experienced by industry.
Yeah, so I'll start with transmission lines and then talk a little bit about utility scale solar, because we run into, I think, a lot of the same kind of siting issues in both. So we actually have a massive transmission line that we're gearing up for a fight and coming into Loudoun County. Now, a lot of folks will say, yeah, it's because of the data center industry, and that may partially be the case, but when you look about the power that's allocated for those lines coming in, only about 40% is upcoming large projects. The rest of it, 60% of that power, is connecting to renewable sources at other parts of the grid. So this is just another thing that we need to be talking about. A lot of these infrastructure improvements for moving power from one place to another, it's not just so that we use more power in another area. It's actually as we decommission, oil fire and coal fire power plants and things of that nature, we're going to need the infrastructure to make sure that everything's interconnected. Why is it important for us? It's important because our workers need to have access to large-scale projects so that we can keep them working, keeping them paying dues and bringing up the next generation into the apprenticeship. The actions that we've taken in working with developers of all kinds, especially in the renewable space for utility scale solar, is really taking a deep dive into the localities. What are their existing permitting requirements? At the state and local level, when we focus on whether it's transmission lines or whether it's utility scale solar, 90% of that's happening at the local level, with about 10% coming at the state level, say a DEQ study at the last minute to make sure that we can actually set up the solar farms and get interconnected. So what we do is we identify partners who hold the same values as we do, folks who are interested in using high labor standards, so that they can meet the requirements of the IRA and get their 35% tax credit, up to 50 if they're buying American and doing everything the right way. Then we start working with local government, seeing where they're at in the process. So are they going before the Planning Commission? Have they already gone before the Planning Commission and gotten either a recommendation to approve or with changes? And then we go before the Board of Supervisors. So our members, the way that we interact with this process is to do some research to actually learn about the upcoming projects and then engage in campaigns. And it's something that I would encourage everyone here to do, is find out about utility scale solar or important upgraded transmission lines that are going to connect to more clean energy in your area, and find out how to advocate for them. And that means looking at the schedule to see when they're coming up before your locality's planning commissions or when they're coming up to the Board of Supervisors. And I know every state is different. I'm talking specifically about Virginia right now. But in places like Maryland, where local control is dominated, it's most the same. Places like Ohio might be different. The Ohio Power Siting Board actually makes all of those land use decisions. So if you're from more like some of the Midwest states, then you can actually go before state boards and agencies and talk in favor of these things. But so that's what we do. We learn, we get good partners in the industry, and then we go and we start advocating. And I gotta tell you, it's getting harder and harder. I think every year in 2020, 2021, we probably have half the amount of solar, utility scale solar projects and half the gigawattage that we would want to see coming in. So we're getting stronger and stronger organized local opposition, and it's going to take local organized support of people coming out, talking in front of these boards and advocating for why this is important and why it's not just important for your county and the tax revenue, but also for the green economy and upgrading our grid and making sure that we're generating power from clean sources. So that's what we do. That's how we advocate, and I would encourage everyone to learn more about how to do it in your areas as well.
That's great. That local angle's really salient, and obviously there's layers and layers of problems holding up these projects, but I mean, certainly it's not good news when we know we're not getting things to the grid fast enough. I think this year we're on track to have the lowest amount of wattage on offshore wind, or just wind generally, installed since like 15 years ago because of a lot of these permitting issues. But going to that like local level and community engagement side of things, Kyle, you want to talk a little bit about like specifically from your organization, why do you think those benefits are going to really flow to frontline communities and why it's so important?
Yeah, I think, happy to talk about it and, kind of maybe being a little bit less technical than some of my colleagues, but talking about some of the same things. As an organization, thinking about like the quote unquote progressive case for permitting reform, if you will, we kind of see it as an opportunity to both go faster and have better outcomes for communities. In order to maximize the benefits of clean energy, we're going to need a more robust, more efficient electric grid. And I think, as Corey was talking about earlier with transmission, if we think about like the Grain Belt Express as an example, that line took, I think, 14 years to get permitted and is a good example of like how this current system, just isn't working. We also feel that, touching on NEPA, that it's done a lot of good, but that it's imperfect and doesn't really meet the moment. Harms have been caused to communities with NEPA in existence, and now, as it was touched on earlier, studies are showing that it's being used to block solar projects or transmission projects more than fossil fuel projects. So arguably, environmentally beneficial projects, you could say, compared to their peers. So organizationally, thinking about kind of the progressive case, we see it as an opportunity to kind of open up the hood and think about, what's working, what's not, whether things are being used as they were intended to be, and then make changes that inure to the benefit of communities, like creating opportunities for greater participation, like stronger community benefits agreements, et cetera. And that's really the only way like communities meant to receive the benefits of the IRA or whatever piece of legislation we're talking about that has specific provisions, to direct benefits to communities. That's the only way those benefits are going to be achieved, is if those projects and those investments can actually be made. And so that's, when we think about it from our perspective, that's the case that we make.
That's great. I really appreciate that. And I should say, if we are going to get to your guys' questions shortly, and I think there should be some note cards going around. If anybody has questions, you can hold them up, and there should be folks that can come around and grab those. But I do want to get to what's probably a hard question. I'm just going to throw it open. Everybody doesn't have to answer it. That we started to explore last night a little bit. We know there's a possibility of a bipartisan package on permitting reform. It's out there. Manchin's been working on it, negotiating with Senate Republicans, particularly John Barrasso. And so we know any package is going to have compromises. And there's going to be some things that we as climate advocates really like, and there's going to be some things that probably don't seem like that climate friendly that we don't like. What do you see as some of those trade-offs in a package that are likely to be included? And why is it okay? Why do you think that clean energy is going to come out on top even with some of those compromises?
I think just to start, it's likely that any good reforms that happen will be at least technology neutral. And that will be seen as something that is like, well, why can't we just do this for clean energy? One thing I think is worth saying is like right now, given where the industries are, clean energy is at a disadvantage when it comes to the permitting regime. There's, these companies have not been doing it for a long time. There's technological uncertainty. There's navigating what these processes look like in the context of new technologies. And if you take something like next-gen geothermal, for example, which is essentially a technology that is physically very similar to fracking and to oil production, but for oil production, there's a categorical exclusion. So you can do exploration wells up to a certain, and geothermal wells don't have that. And so these are things where if we are moving towards a new technology neutral future, that's going to be net positive for clean energy. And particularly when you pair it with the economic financial incentives in the IRA and IAJ and other bills, that's like a big win. That's something we should take as, because right now the regulatory regime and also just staff capacity at a lot of these agencies is better for fossil fuels than it is for clean energy.
So linear infrastructure has a very similar issue where you have natural gas has a very clear federal authority in interstate natural gas pipelines. The rest of the linear infrastructure, so your CO2 pipelines, your transmission, your hydrogen pipelines, don't have the same type of process. They have to go state by state, local entity by local entity, which in certain circumstances makes sense. But when you're in an interstate, when you're trying to build an interstate process, you have to have some kind of threshold of your move, especially with transmission, because I think there's a little more, because you have smaller lines. If you have a high capacity line and you're going across interstate lines, you have to have a clear federal role there. This is, and it's about parity, right? So like we were talking about, it's the tech neutral, the generation neutral nature of having a process that's on parity across all technologies. So natural gas, hydrogen, transmission. I think it's very likely that the way that industry is headed, that's going to be in the favor of clean energy. Especially when you look at what even the oil and gas majors are talking about. The things that they want to do, even if it's CCUS, they have to transport that by CO2 pipelines. They need that infrastructure just as much as the legacy oil and gas infrastructure. They're going to make those types of investments, and so they're going to need the same type of certainty about how they go about those building those types of infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to echo what they both had to say about leveling the playing field and parity. I think that's the conversation we have from that perspective as well. Is that long term the economics will probably play out in clean energy's benefit, and so that's probably going to have to be a part of the trade. And so understanding that creates the opportunity for the outcome you're hoping for is imperative in that conversation. And I think the other piece that we talk about is whether it's setting some timelines like the FAST Act did on how long things can proceed. I think the FAST Act is 2 years, and that's somewhere where we think is acceptable. But also thinking about from a community perspective, acknowledge harms, understand that there is a justifiable trust deficit that a lot of communities have when it comes to these projects, and including something in a trade that is a meaningful kind of community engagement component or community benefit component in kind of acknowledgement of that and understanding that the process is weak now in that perspective and should be strengthened.
That's great. I mean, I just think it's really important to acknowledge, while we will see a lot of benefits, there are going to be attacks on any package from the left and right, and not always, completely, I don't want to say honest attacks, but I think we just have to inoculate ourselves that, these are things that are trade-offs, but it is going to benefit clean energy the most, and that is just the key to lowering emissions. I do want to revisit and go back to some of the things we're all advocating for permitting reform. And in your guys' work in going out and actually doing the advocating on the Hill, like our members are going to go to tomorrow, what's the response been? What messages have you been found resonating with various audiences? Obviously, there's a little bit different appeal to both Republicans and Democrats, progressives and more moderates. What have you guys been seeing in your advocacy around this issue, and what works the best?
I think it's important to start with permitting reform means very different things to different offices. You can break it down by party, you can break it down by region. They all view it as something different. So whether that is judicial reform, whether that is permitting, there's a wide range of what permitting reform means to different offices, and how you approach that is really critical. So I've always made it a priority, whatever office I go in and talk to, knowing what their district background is. Have they had rolling blackouts or brownouts from energy shortage, from severe weather, and just knowing if it's a reliability concern, is it a national security concern. And that's how you figure out what is going to be most salient to those offices, and that's how you get the best response. What the response is often just, yeah, we're all working towards it. If you talk to Senate E&R staff, yeah, we want to get this out as soon as possible. If you talk to, yeah, we're close. I've heard that. It's everybody trying to move it forward in their own version, but approaching folks with an understanding of why it's important to their district and what different pieces might help them get in a good spot on it.
One thing just to add to that, I would echo that, and to the point about projects in that specific jurisdiction or whoever you're meeting with in their state, is that as it pertains to NEPA touches basically everything the federal government does. It's not just energy projects. It includes, there's a new fund at Department of Transportation to help accelerate office building to residential conversions in these downtown spaces where all these office buildings are sitting empty. They want to deploy some capital to help further that, but that'll touch NEPA as well. And so in every jurisdiction, one thing I've found is that even offices that aren't necessarily champions of permitting reform or champions of reforming NEPA or the judicial review, they can all of them know about a project that's gotten stuck in there because they've all gotten the calls from their constituents. And so, a bit of research can go a long way and just find the one thing that's touched that, and they'll get it. And they do get it, they know it, but it always helps to reinforce it, I think, just to understand that, you've done your homework, and also that, it centers it in a way that your conversations might not when they're saying, oh, I'm meeting with the Citizens Climate Lobby, and they come and talk about, the chicken farm or whatever that's gotten stuck up in permitting help.
Yeah, I will. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No,
you sure?
Yeah.
All right. I echo all of that. And, just a couple, I think every member generally and their staff are thinking about, reliable and affordable electricity. So being able to kind of frame it in that perspective as well. And then again, thinking a little bit more on like how progressives might be thinking about this issue. You have to be, again, understand the history of the district, understand what's happened there with projects in the past. You want to be acknowledging that those communities have been harmed and understanding that they have that trust deficit, but speaking to it as an opportunity that this presents to prevent future harms, invest in the community, and the necessity to move quickly to address whether it's an existing pollution burden or like future risks. That's an opportunity to kind of pull that message into what their community needs.
And I was just going to say real quickly, this is not necessarily federal legislation, but in Virginia last year we had 2 different bills in the General Assembly that would have helped with permitting reform. Spoiler alert, they both failed to pass. But one of them was a ban on bans. We've seen localities, yeah, you know about this? So localities across Virginia have been trying to find as many creative ways, either through requirements for solar development or just straight up limiting the amount of acreage that can be used, and functionally banning solar from their localities. There are, I think, 6 that have outright bans, and then another maybe half dozen that have put these overburdensome requirements that make it incredibly difficult to site solar. And that ended up going down. We wanted to include, some SEC requirements for people to be able to appeal. And then the other one was more of like a grab of taking away some of the local control, which is just something that probably is not going to fly in Virginia ever. I mean, even our solar developer partners, Dominion, everybody says, we're happy to work with the localities and go through the normal process, which I understand why they say that, and I believe it, that because community engagement is important. It's something that we all do and that we pride ourselves in. But that other bill put in all kinds of machinations for the state boards to be able to do some of the siting, and that things couldn't be couldn't be automatically rejected out of hand unless they were like 4% of the total land mass in the counties. But one of the things that was really I think was interesting in that at a federal level would also be great is people getting responses to their applications within a timeline, right? Within 120 days, which they said was unreasonable. I'm sure even more so at the federal government. But understaffing is an issue in a lot of these offices, both state and federal. Being able to process these applications, being able to do the studies, always having to do the studies in order to get to the next step in the process. I think these are a lot of things that are both slowing down federal, citing procedures, but also at the state and local level, and that's something that we can work on, is being creative about the order, the timeframes, make things predictable for people.
That's great. That's all important stuff. Well, I think now we can go ahead and turn it out to you guys for questions. Flannery, do we have any questions?
We sure do.
Where's that?
We have a couple of questions asking if you could just kind of recap what permitting reforms have happened already.
Well, I can do that, or one of our distinguished panelists want to take that?
So I specifically on NEPA in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. This was the bill that passed when the debt ceiling was hit in, I think, the tail end of 2022. We've had so many cliff bills, I feel like. That had a couple of things specific to NEPA. One was it set time limits on how long agencies could take to do to conduct their review. So it set basically, I think it was a 2-year time limit. So basically the idea is any application under NEPA has to be kind of resolved within 2 years. One thing I will say about this is agencies miss deadlines all the time. And it's not necessarily, one thing is, I think predictability is really, really important. But it's also, just setting deadlines is kind of insufficient because it changes kind of the incentives for the agency to potentially rush their environmental review, which is not something we want them to do, and then it becomes more vulnerable in court. Yep. And so I think we need to, one thing with these things is that we can't do this piecemeal. You have to really hit all aspects of this and do something holistically. Otherwise, we can't really move the needle enough that we need.
Well, I think the other things that have happened recently that people are talking about is there's the new FERC rules that address planning within regions, and there's some backstop siting authority in national corridors that are then designated by DOE, which was a rule that came out just before the FERC rule. And then there was that, as Rob said, like there's the CEQ rule that came out kind of implementing the things that were included in the debt ceiling. So those are all the things, but I think everybody agrees. There's just a hearing a couple weeks ago in the Senate Energy Committee with energy producers, and everybody universally agrees that congressional action is still needed, and what we've gotten done so far is not adequate to what Arnab said.
The backstop authority that you brought up was actually, they made a tweak to it in the infrastructure IIJA. And I mean, we're still just now trying to figure out what that's going to look like moving forward.
But the reviews are not concurrent.
Yeah,
which is going to slow it down.
And there's questions around, does it have the potential to trigger 2 NEPAs, 2 NEPA reviews?
Well, I think there's also the issue that as one of our distinguished board members, Neil Chatterjee, who was a former commissioner and chairman of FERC, brought up the other day on a call, that we're about to get a whole bunch of new FERC commissioners that might have a different opinion on what that rule should be when it gets a rehearing. And so none of these things, if it's not done by Congress, it's just not set in stone.
Yeah.
But I think, we can go to another question unless somebody has something to add on
One quick thing on the NHTSA, on the corridor designations, just to give you a sense of like how all these things interact with each other. That was a lot. I think that these are transmission corridor designations. Initially, when that law passed that gave them that authority, I think it was probably 15 years ago, they wanted to make them really big corridors. But because of NEPA, if they were to do that, it would have to undergo a full NEPA review, and it would be basically impossible to evaluate all the different reasonable alternatives over such a large geographic area. And so that's just an example where like NEPA is really making it impossible to do some of this transmission build out. So they designated the corridors, but they're much smaller than Congress had initially intended. And so that's where you get into a place where agency action just really has its limits, and that's why we need Congress to fix this.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's, you bring up another good point on an agency interpretation versus congressional intent, where I think that and it was EP Act of 2006.
Yeah.
They did a lot of stuff in the bill. But I mean, that's where that backstop authority was created and the NHTSAs were created, and we're just now dealing with it. The CITAP rule is from that 2006 bill. This is almost 20 years we've gone through this process, and we're just now starting to unpack how to use these authorities.
Well, and just to tie one more thing that we were talking about earlier, like the judicial process, they tried to do the NHTSAs once before after they got the authority, and the courts came in and said, you can't do that. So they had to start over, well, more or less in IIJA.
See, this is a robust discussion we're having. But I think we can do another question, Flannery.
Right. We have a couple of questions about increasing efficiency of transmission lines. So people are wondering about things like reconductoring, minimum transfer requirements. Is all of that possible rather than or in addition to building new transmission lines?
No, it's absolutely a piece of the puzzle. It is. I mean, I think I said towards the beginning of this conversation, the expected build out is or needs for large scale, high capacity transmission is 3 to 4 times what we currently have, and reconductoring and GITs and those types of things are not going to get us there. We need some. And I mean, there's enough. There's a million studies out there on what you can do. I would also point out, because I think you mentioned transfer capacity, which is not quite a technology issue. It is another piece of the puzzle. I think when we talk about it, and we put together a really good map a couple of years ago showing what the capacity was between the different power markets to share power. And you can imagine where some of the hot spots are where they don't have great transfer capacity. Texas has less than 1. The Northeast is really bad about sharing power. When you get to California, it's a little bit better. Some of the best areas is MISO, the middle of the country. They have some of the best interconnection. That's not necessarily a technology issue. That is a structural backbone issue that FERC is taking a look at. I think NERC has been a little bit interested in, and probably still needs some congressional oversight there.
And on the FERC note with regard to GETs and whatnot, and reconductoring, actually FERC's new rule 1920 that they issued, their long-term regional planning rule they issued 2 weeks ago now, I think, it actually requires that they consider in their long-term planning how reconductoring or alternative other grid-enhancing technologies can be used beneficially in those processes or as an alternative to like building another project. Because I think one thing, believe it or not, utilities and regions don't do long-term planning in many cases in the United States, and compared to some other nations, we have a relatively low penetration of reconductoring or some of these advanced transmission technologies because it's kind of a if it ain't broke, don't fix it mindset that we know this technology that's 30 years old works all right, so we'll just keep doing it. And so the goal of that rule is to have regions and utilities start considering those more frequently, or in all their planning.
Well, no, I do think that's a good point because of some of the pushback, we are hearing a little bit. It's like, oh no, we don't need to build anything new. We can just do some of these other things, and as you guys clearly articulated, we got to build stuff. There's just no way around it. There's no magic answer that's going to make everybody happy and not have some of these things happen. We got to build stuff. So I think it's Well said.
I'd like to put some numbers on that. Since I took these notes and I haven't gotten a chance to say them yet, this seems like a good opportunity while they've been sitting in front of me. But the United States is going to have to invest, and there's a wide range because obviously this is built on a lot of assumptions that we have, 30 to 90 billion in electric transmission above our currently planned investment levels to generate 70 to 200 gigawatts in additional power to meet our electrical demand by 2030. And that's to make sure that we connect all of the new green energy to the grid. One of the things that we focus on with the IBEW, not just in our localities, but also federally, is right sizing, like exactly what we were just talking about when utilities are planning for the future and the amount of infrastructure that they've had to put into place. Right now we're playing catch up everywhere. I mean, I just talked about the numbers. They're not even planning for the future right now. They're just playing on what we have to do right now to keep our heads above water and keep everybody's lights on. And that's really a conversation that we need to be having in every locality, at every state, at the federal level. Everybody's got a plan for infrastructure. We know this stuff is coming. We're getting a lot of money down from the federal government to incentivize all kinds of people to go into this work and to upgrade the grid. We gotta plan the projects accordingly.
One thing, just to piggyback off of David's point, is we've been blessed in this country to have, I mean, from a take the climate out of it for a second, to have a lot of natural gas, which is very cheap, and that's made our electricity cheap, and it's been a boon for our economy. And if we want to move off of that, we need to just find ways to also get more reps building this stuff out so that the cost reductions come so that it can compete with natural gas, which is like a really important economic aspect of this. And if we want to have, a big manufacturing boom in jobs, we need electricity for that. And so we really, really do need to, build a lot more.
I was talking to a solar developer earlier today, heard a conversation that they were having, and in order for this land that they have there where they've been trying to build this utility scale solar project, it turns out that they're going to either have to build or reconduct 20 miles of transmission lines, which makes the whole thing immediately way too expensive, and it's just not going to happen, right? And that's sad that we don't have the infrastructure in place for people who have the type of a local appetite to actually get something done. That's another barrier is the cost of our aged infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. That interconnection problem is not uncommon.
Yeah, absolutely. Flannery, I think we're ready for another one.
All right. What can we tell our members of Congress about the numbers of new jobs and apprenticeships in the electrical industry that could be created if we speed up permitting?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question. I think this one has to do with me and Kyle, maybe. In terms of apprenticeships, so it's not just the electricians who are doing, the checkdowns and the grounding at the ends of the lines of solar panels. It's also solar installers, right? So the people actually placing the panels. It's the operating engineers who go through and clear the land and prep the space. It's the laborers, LIUNA members who are going through and actually helping installing these things. So we're talking about union jobs across the board if folks are trying to be compliant with the IRA and get their tax credits, right? And that's because we have apprenticeships, local hiring, and best-in-class safety standards, right? And when they work with the union and union contractors, they know that they can assume that all of those criteria are met and that they can, get those financial incentives from the government. So every time we do a utility scale project, we're talking about dozens, if not, over 100 workers working for however many months, depending on the size, right? I can tell you, we just did the largest, here in DC, the largest solar array in the history of in the city. We put together like 120, put people to work, like 120 people for over 6 months, right, to build that from the ground up at the U.S. Postal Service. So there are, the sky's the limit, but as with everything, whenever I go and lobby localities or the federal government, the only way that we can guarantee that we can continue to provide these pathways to the middle class. And by the way, Local 26, a journeyman right now, we just finished our collective bargaining agreement for the next 3 years. It's going to be up over $62 an hour over the next period. Right now, it's $53 an hour. So we're talking about, and by the way, everybody has open overtime after 8 hours, time and a half, after 10 double time. So our folks are making over 6 figures, right? Not to mention another $25,000 in benefits and healthcare. We got 2 pensions, we got an annuity. If anybody'd like to hear about the apprenticeship and sign up, come see me after this. I'm ready to organize you in. Or your kids, or your grandkids. But the only way that we can promote those opportunities of those great jobs with those incredible benefits is if we have the work building these solar arrays or upgrading LEED certifications in buildings downtown, or installing heat pumps, in buildings for decarbonization, or EV charging infrastructure. Like we have the certification, the training, everything set up to be successful and to scale to meet the work picture. So I can tell you we'll continue to bring on more and more people. Here in DC, I have an incredible opportunity to work with Solar for All and the Green Trades DC program, which is a lot of what Kyle talks about. We get to go into the 7th and 8th wards. We go into all different parts of the city and get folks into a pre-apprenticeship programs for a year, 2 years, and help them prepare to get into the apprenticeship. So that we can put them in those photovoltaic classes and have them installing solar panels. So the answer is the sky is the limit. We just need to fight to get the projects approved, and then I can take as many as possible. So right now, dozens, hundreds, it could be thousands.
Yeah, I'll just add one other angle that we look at. The local hiring thing, totally agree with. It's an immediate investment in the community and creates opportunity. From our perspective, when we think about our criminal justice work, we see the clean energy workforce as an opportunity for folks that are, leaving a carceral facility. Maybe they're in a halfway house, who are looking for an opportunity to build a career that can be family sustaining or, propel them into the middle class. We look at pre-apprenticeship or apprenticeship readiness programs that are often either in and paired with the halfway house or are part of a carceral facility. And we really see that as a pathway to success for them and creating an opportunity to reduce mass incarceration and recidivism. And so that's an example of where you might think of an issue that's completely unrelated, but these things come together in a way that is not always obvious.
I think that's a great point to bring that stuff in, because even though we're primarily thinking about emissions reductions, there are these other goods that we can bring that just span the gamut. So I think that's really, really great to bring that into the conversation. We got time for a couple more, Flannery, or where are we at?
We have time for a few more.
All right, great.
We got a lot of questions about local opposition to projects. So can you speak a little bit about how much the federal permitting reform process can help that? People are just noticing a lot of, the county commissioner can block things that have been already approved by the state's power board, things like that. So can you speak about the challenges at the local level?
Yeah, you want to say?
Yeah, I would say, outside of things like backstop authority, for example, that create a way for the federal government to preempt where necessary, local or state governments. You can't and probably don't want the federal government to be in the business of steamrolling local opposition, but we can at least remove the barriers that local minorities, vocal local minorities, have the federal tools that they can use to block projects. And so that's really how we view how NEPA is being weaponized, essentially, right? Which is, this is a tool for a very small vocal group of people. Even when projects have overwhelming support among the community, among elected leaders, basically every check mark that you would have unions for democratic legitimacy in terms of support, a small group can still, file a lawsuit and tie a project up in court. And so at least, you're never going to be able to fully eradicate that, and you probably shouldn't, that their voices still do matter. But if we can take away the tools for them to endlessly weaponize opposition against projects, that would be good.
Yeah. I mean, that's when we talk about it, especially with infrastructure, the focus being on the high capacity projects that bring the most benefit. They're moving multi-states. Those are the ones to focus on, right? You're going to have something that spans multiple states, have a clear federal role. I would argue that backstop authority is a kind of muddy federal role, the way that the developer has to get rejected and then come back. It's not the best process. But having clear federal authority for projects that are going to have major benefits to decarbonization is really the key here, so that you're minimizing the issues with local and state, leaving as much of the local and state at the local and state as possible, while still identifying those more beneficial projects.
Yeah, and I would say the thing that I've been interested in at a state level is passing legislation that takes away some of the regulatory, some of the requirements that, frankly, localities use as a weapon to prevent these things, and maybe come up with, instead of just saying you can't do this from a state level, say this is what you should be thinking of in citing solar, and give a set of requirements, at least a baseline that localities can work from. Because right now it's the Wild West out there. People are doing their own independent studies, looking at other localities and just making stuff up that just isn't tethered to reality at all. So if we could just have a little bit of grounding, I think that would be good. I want to make a distinction, right, between conservationists and environmentalists, right? And I think that this is something that always gets a little fuzzy, and we all get tied together into big groups a lot of times. But in general, when I find doing clean energy work, there are groups that parade as environmentalists who are really conservationists, which it boils down to being NIMBYs. They don't want any type of projects built or sited in their localities, right? Whereas I work with environmentalists like the Citizens Climate Lobby, who are interested in coming out and pushing for reform so that we can actually, meet the demands of future power generation. So there are always going to be conservationists in every locality fighting every project, especially if they can say crazy things about the solar panels killing birds, or groundwater contamination, or like runoff, or any number of things that they like to talk about, battery storage facilities blowing up, like stuff that's just not, once again, not tethered in reality, right? And the way that we fight that, more than legislation, more than local ordinances, is by having other voices in support at the table. Because at the end of the day, these boards, right, these planning commissioners, but really the boards of supervisors or county commissioners or whatever you call them where you're from, right, they rely on you to get elected, right? Votes are what puts them in office. So they pay attention to what the voters are saying. So you show up with just as large a group or a little bit larger group than the opposition, all of a sudden, especially if it's something that they already agree with, it gives them cover, or it can sway them, right? Just as if they already agree with you but nobody shows up and the opposition shows up, then it can sway them the other way. So it's incredibly important to get active and to show up for those votes and to advocate for projects that you want. That will be more powerful than anything that we try to do, taking away local authority on siting, which frankly there's not a huge appetite for anyway.
I think it's well said. Yeah.
All right, we can squeeze in one last question here in these last 2 minutes. What is your top tip for talking to members of Congress about this topic tomorrow? And this question comes from a student who points out that they are making this ask in all 3 lobby meetings, and they have never lobbied in person before. So give them a little dose of confidence here. What's your tip?
I mean, know who you're going in to talk to. Look at their most recent press releases, their Twitter, their Facebook page, see what they've been talking about, see if there's an opportunity. See if they've said anything on what you're going in to talk about, and B, see what their priorities are. If they're extremely hostile to labor, pitch it as jobs. Don't pitch it as labor. It's small nuances like that that can go a long way in having a productive conversation with staff, with the member, with whoever you're meeting with.
Spoken like a true former House staffer.
Yeah, I'll use my former CCL hat here for a second. I would say trust your preparation. Your teams here have done a great job, giving you one-pagers on the issues so that you're an expert. You've got the organization of the volunteers and your roles that you're walking into the meeting with. You have the backgrounder on your members. So, trust your people that you're going in with, trust that the organization has prepared you, they have, and if you do as well, if I echo what Corey said as well, you'll be just fine.
Well, we might be more prepared if you hadn't left us, Kyle.
Hey, I'm still contributing.
Any final thoughts?
The hill's full of kids, so treat it with seriousness, obviously, but these aren't always experts as well. Don't assume prior knowledge. Like these people, they're trying to learn, and they're also very taxed with a lot of information. And so the more you can simplify things for them, I think the best.
And I would just say, keep it simple. Try to make it personal, connect it to real people, set the context of everything, right? This big looming power crisis that we have, right? And the existential threat of climate change, obviously. Depending on who you're talking to, though, I think it's incredibly important to know who the members are, what state they're from, what's important to those states' economies. A lot of you probably will end up meeting with staffers, not just members. Still share the information. Don't get bummed out about it. Do it the same way that you would, because they're going to go and give a report. As someone who used to be a staffer as well, they get full reports on the meetings that they had from the day. And one thing that I always like to tell folks when I'm training them for a lobby day, on top of all those other things, smile, be calm, it's okay. Don't make stuff up, right? You're gonna be you're gonna be well prepared. You're gonna have your one-pagers and all that stuff. They ask you something that's related to the one-pager that you don't really necessarily know. Don't go off script and just make up stuff about what you're lobbying for that you don't know. You'll have people there who you can turn to, who can lean into those things.
David is speaking from all of our personal experience.
Well, thank you so much, guys. This was a really good panel. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you, everybody. We have a 15-minute break now, and if you'd like to chat with our panelists, please give them a moment to get all the way off the stage and back here to the back of the room. We'll see you back here in about 15 minutes for the next breakout session.
You have this many people or not?
I think it's, no, I think
Oh,
it's
I think
the same.
we're on.
Oh, we're on.
We're on.
We're on.
Are we ready to go? We'll let people get in here because we have one of the best talks for last.
And let's make this interesting.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun conversation. I was just telling Dave, I didn't even prepare any questions because I know any conversation with him is going to be interesting. But I will give him a sort of introduction. So this is George David Banks, but we just call him Dave Banks.
It's a Southern thing. Go by your middle name.
And so Dave Banks is an economist, a political analyst, a policy advocate who has been focusing on climate change, energy, trade, and he serves as a policy advisor to the Climate Leadership Council, Center for Climate and Trade, the Bipartisan Policy Center, and the Atlantic Council, focusing all on foreign policy and climate policy. He recently served as the chief strategist for the Republican side of the House Select Committee on the Climate Crisis. Previously, he was a special assistant for international energy and environment at the National Economic and National Security Councils in the White House. He was Republican Deputy Staff Director of the U.S. Senate Environment and Public Works Committee, and he was a senior White House advisor on international affairs and climate change. And so that's a big list of things. So this one,
Both Republican administrations.
Both Republican
You
administrations.
seem to be hiding that.
I think it was pretty clear you're a Republican.
Okay.
I think it's pretty clear. And, Dave's kind of a smart guy. He might not appear to be, but he is. I'll tell you.
As I tell people, if you're good, you don't have to look good.
Exactly. It's doubly true for you, right? And I
perfected it.
I will tell a little anecdote. A year or two ago, I was at a reception for some senators receiving some awards for working on clean energy and talking about some of these policies we'll talk about tonight. And Senator Kramer was up there getting an award, and they were, lauding his leadership. And Senator Kramer said, I have the best staff in the world. I have Dave Banks. And I don't know if you deserve that, but he seemed to think it.
Well, I wasn't working for him.
I know, that's the funny part. He was not working for the center at the time. And so with that introduction, let's kick it off. And Dave can kind of tell us a little bit about how he got involved in climate and trade and policy and maybe just all kinds of things. Because I didn't even mention you worked for the CIA, did things like that.
These lights remind me of that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So let's get into it.
Yeah, so I get this question. I consider myself as a Republican climate activist, and believing that Republican conservative principles are much more effective at reducing global emissions than, say, European and our friends over on the other side of the aisle, the Democrats. I think that there's a huge need for Republicans to be engaged on this topic, because I think Republicans do bring in kind of a sense of realpolitik, how the world works. I think a lot of my Democrat friends, they're a little bit on the idealistic side about how things should work instead of how things actually work, but God bless them, and I love them, and I like working with them. But, I get
We are a nonpartisan organization.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. And I didn't just say that because you're a nonpartisan organization.
Yes.
I meant it from my heart.
I know.
Anyway, so people will ask me the question, well, how did you get involved in climate change? What really brought you to it? And well, it's kind of not to get into a whole lot of details, but this is like 20 years ago, and I was about to be posted in the State Department to Brussels at the U.S. mission to the EU. And I was going to be political officer in the last few weeks. They said, no, we're going to send you to the economic section, and you're going to work on environment policy. Well, I had come from the CIA, and I didn't know anything about environment policy, and I was like, well, okay. And I'm there now this is during the Bush administration, so keep in mind that this was just a few years after President Bush pulled the U.S. out of the Kyoto process, for those of you who remember the Kyoto Protocol. So there was essentially, I don't want to call it a Cold War, but no real relationship or ongoing discussion between the EU and the US on climate change, period. Lots of bad blood there. So I'm there for a few weeks, and the European Parliament decides we're going to do this big event on climate change policy, and we're going to ask the US ambassador to come over and talk about this George W. Bush's climate policy and explain to them, what we're doing. And the ambassador said, no, that's okay. And he gives it to the deputy chief of mission and what's called the DCM. The DCM goes, it's okay. And then he sends it to the economic minister counselors in charge of the economic section. He goes, yeah, I'll pass it. And he gives it to my direct boss on, the head of the environment unit. He goes, no. He calls me in. He says, Dave, I got a great opportunity for you. I was like, yeah? He's like, how would you like to present U.S. climate policy to the European Parliament? I'm like, well, I don't know anything about climate change policy. He's like, that's okay. He was like, just call the State Department and they'll give you all the talking points that you need. Well, the State Department, crickets, would not give me anything. And so there was this is dating me. So Google was still kind of new. And so I was like, well, I'm just going to Google the U.S. climate position. So I came up with some notes like this. And I come into the European Parliament. This is huge, vast room. It looked like something out of the Harry Potter movies. And and lo and behold, hundreds and hundreds, probably over 1,000 people were in this room, right? And they have this mic and they just hand it to me and say, here you go. And wow. So I go through my points. And by the way, I couldn't even tell you if my points were correct or not.
So what you're saying is, this is not an intimidating audience for you?
No, not at all.
Yeah, good to go.
So I give the points, deliver the points as well as I can, and hundreds of hands come up for the Q&As. And I'm like, oh my God, this is an ambush. And sure enough, because these parliamentarians had not had any real interaction with the U.S. government in at least, probably since the Clinton administration, and had lots of questions, and it was brutal. I couldn't even tell you what questions that they posed to me, but what are you really doing? Why did you pull out of Kyoto? Oh, lots of tough questions. I really didn't have a really good handle on. This climate change is a real problem. Do you agree with it? All those kind of questions. And so I wrap up. I walk out of the Parliament. And I'm like, I'm going to get them back for this. I'm going to become a specialist on climate change policy and help design a U.S. policy that works for Republicans, and I'm going to get those Europeans back. And here you are. Then I got addicted to it, as all you have. You're all addicted to the fight, to the crusade. And once you realize how big, how important of a challenge and a problem it is, you're stuck. And so it's been now 20 years for me plus, and haven't regretted it since.
Well, let's get into kind of following on that story. Let's talk about why trade and climate. Why is trade such a vital opportunity when it comes to addressing climate?
Well, so this comes back to, how do you construct a policy, a climate policy that works for Republicans? And look, I mean, the narrative out there, and it has some credibility, coming from the Kyoto Protocol, is that any kind of international climate engagement that the U.S. engages in is fraught with peril, right? That any kind of agreement, any kind of climate policy would be unfair to the United States, that would undermine U.S. competitiveness, and harm our manufacturing and labor. I mean, that's kind of the traditional Republican view. Certainly, George W. Bush had that. Donald Trump clearly was there. I mean, Trump, not an ideologue on climate. I mean, he thinks it's BS, but he's not dead set against doing anything related to it. But particularly if you can construct a policy that actually improves U.S. competitiveness vis-a-vis China and a number of our other adversaries. And so this kind of brought me into the trade space because I realized, and I think as a Republican, I think Republicans just believe that the U.S. is just awesome at everything and just is so much better when it comes to producing things from an environmental informants and compliance perspective. And we got the best standards in the world, and they look at our success in reducing traditional pollutants, right, which again have been incredibly successful. And so they just assume that the U.S. is one of the most efficient producers, period. So with that knowledge, right, then I'm, kind of started looking at, well, what kind of data do we have? And the data was pretty sparse, but what we did have showed relative carbon efficiency for the U.S. economy. Okay, so this is what's been really behind the whole idea in investing political capital and resources into developing this policy design, right, that we can pull together to get Republicans on board. And I think, look, I mean, Democrats have been very receptive and very supportive as well. And I will say this, though, when we first started pulling the data together and showing Democrats were like, this can't be true. We're just not as good as this. But I think, yeah, I mean, at this point, we certainly have good momentum and a lot of support on both sides of the aisle. Look, it's still early on for Republicans, but we definitely have some good momentum on both sides of the aisle.
I think that's good, to jump in and talk specifically about Prove It Act. I mean, our wonderful volunteers have been educating themselves on some of these issues. Prove It is one of our primary asks this lobby day. We have 1,000 citizen lobbyists going to the Hill tomorrow, meeting with, I think, upwards of 434 meetings, something like that. And so I think this is a good opportunity to give a little bit more background on Prove It, and then maybe get into a little bit about the messaging behind it. We've generally said, let's just focus on what Prove It actually does, not what it could be used for, not thinking way down the road, but keep really what's in front of us on Prove It. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on it.
Well, and your panel before was pretty good with giving advice. Know your audience, of course. But just to give you some context on the roots of Prove It. So there was a study, this was when I was on the House Climate Committee, and by the way, let's talk a little bit about that too, because I think that's an important data point. So when the House flipped in 2018, or let's say 2019, Democrats created the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis, and Republicans, this was Leader McCarthy, had to respond to that. And I think Democrats were a bit surprised because the last climate committee that they had put together, we had a climate skeptic from the Republican side as the ranking member, and I think Democrats probably thought the same thing would happen.
Yeah.
And this was around the time, by the way, especially on the Energy Commerce Committee in the House, where Republicans started shifting the way they were talking about climate. They weren't really questioning the science. They were focused on the actual policy. And when McCarthy made a decision, he didn't pick a climate skeptic. He picked my boss, Garrett Graves, who had a lot of on-the-ground experience working on adaptation policy in Louisiana when he worked for the state. But Garrett is very practical when it comes to climate policy. Obviously disagrees with a lot of the policies that Democrats table, but very pragmatic and believes that it's an issue that we should address as a country. But in the context with global emission reductions, of course. So he picks Garrett to run the Republican side, and then they had to fill the team out. And so they looked at me and a friend of mine last year, I think Marty Hall, was earlier this year.
Yeah, Marty came and spoke to our conservative conference and on permitting reform. Yeah, so
yes.
We just hitting all the old Republican staff on this issue.
So he hired Marty Hall and me to help come up with a strategy, and it wasn't so much about coming up with a climate policy that worked for a handful of Republicans, but what McCarthy wanted, he wanted a climate policy or a message around climate that would appeal to a critical mass of the conference. And what this critical mass of the conference? Well, just about everyone in the conference on climate change is needed for that critical mass number. And I think that I think if you look at where Republicans are in the House, for example, you really have three groups of folks. You have one group of folks, and I think that there's still a minority of the conference that believes that climate change is a real significant problem, and that it's our responsibility to table good solutions just to solve the climate challenge. Then you have another group of Republicans who say, "Nah, I'm pretty agnostic about this. I don't know if it's real or not, but I look at the polling, I look at the politics, and it's clear that voters, and a lot of voters, younger voters, independent voters, want us to do something about climate change." And then you got the third group of Republicans who they might be climate skeptic, or they've been very opposed to climate action in the past. But they look at what Democrats have done with the Green New Deal, and AOC and Markey and that team actually kind of did us a real solid by tabling the Green New Deal, because those Republicans looked at it and was like, wow, my God, this is a big, big problem, and we need to address this with our own set of solutions, regardless of whether we like it or not. So you have those three groups of Republicans coming together and agreeing on the general goal, right? And I think that for me, working in climate, I really don't care where people are coming from, as long as everyone signs off on the final goal, and the goal being, we need to have a Republican message and policy guided by conservative principles that we then bring into the national and global conversation when it comes to addressing climate change. Now, I've been talking for a while, so
I know. Yeah, I think you lost
myself. I lost myself. But I think with the Prove It Act, so we're on the Climate Committee, and there was a study in 2019 that was released by the Department of Energy. It was the National Energy Technology Lab that was focused on comparing the LNG lifecycle emissions of Russian pipeline gas to Europe compared to U.S. LNG shipped from the Gulf. And the numbers were pretty astounding. We had the Russian pipeline gas is 40+% more GHG intensive than U.S. LNG shipped from the Gulf to Europe. And Republicans loved it. They embraced the point. And by the way, what I have found is that when Republicans see those numbers, how much more carbon efficient the U.S. is than other economies, but particularly with the Chinese, is that they kind of naturally gravitate towards, well, this is something that we should perhaps monetize to the benefit of the United States.
Yeah, and I brought this up when I was talking last night, that we had meetings several years ago with the German embassy, and they were thinking about these issues before it came up, that maybe it is much better for meeting their climate goals to be buying natural gas from the United States rather than Russia, and they were starting to think about that in terms of like policies they wanted to put in place.
Yeah, and by the way, this is one of the major faults of sort of current climate policy, is that it's all territorial based, right? So it's about territorial emissions reductions in your own country. So what happens is that if you pursue a set of regulations to reduce emissions, well, oftentimes that industry will offshore, right, and to places that have oftentimes a dirtier production than where they came from. And so you end up having an increase in global emissions. So for example, if you just look at the US numbers, and I may not have the most current data, but if you look at the US numbers on paper, they're actually probably 10% more than what those numbers actually reflect, because we import so many carbon emissions. In the UK, that number's like 40%. In the EU, it's like 30%. So the Europeans have offshored so many of their emissions that if you include those in the numbers that they report, oftentimes you'll find that, particularly, certain EU countries have actually increased emissions compared to their baseline of 1990. So there hasn't been, there hasn't been the degree of success in reducing emissions that a lot of countries claim, right? And I think this is also one of the reasons why the Europeans and the environmental community, they kind of move towards saying, okay, we do need a trade policy in order to close what they call the carbon loophole, right? To reduce this this effect that's actually been detrimental to the world's march toward addressing climate change.
Yeah, that offshoring of emissions has always been a great concern of ours, and that's why we've been talking about CBAMs for 15 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We can talk about CBAMs if you want as well, but
we can get that in a minute. But why don't we get? Why don't we get?
But on
into
Prove It, well,
a little bit more on Prove It.
Let's talk a little bit more about Prove It. I keep going off on tangents. My apologies. But the so when this Nettle study came out and Republicans loved the numbers, we looked at it and it's like, wow, we really need a more comprehensive data set that covers more sectors of the economy. And this is where our friends at Climate Leadership Council played an extremely important role in actually running the data. They had been working on that along with their Baker-Schultz carbon dividend plan, but the trade piece and the data that they had pulled together became really valuable in sort of pitching this idea to Republican offices, because again, they look at the data and they're like, well, this is exactly what we need. We always knew we were the best. Here we are, and let's try to monetize it. Now it's again very early stages, and this is where Prove It comes in, right? Because I think and let's get into we were talking about different Republican camps earlier when it comes to climate policy. But this is also a big difference too when it comes to Prove It, because you have some Republicans who support it for, let's say, for a shield against the EU CBAM and other CBAMs coming up with data and math that would be detrimental to U.S. commercial interests. And then you have another group of Republicans who look at it and go, well, this comparative data set, and Prove It is a comparative data set, it's just not a U.S. set. This comparative data set will show how much better we are than everyone else in all these sectors, and we'll be able to use this as an argument against Democratic attempts to unilaterally impose GHG regulations on U.S. industrial emissions. And you can apply that same argument to the domestic carbon tax as well. But then there's also the forward-leaning permitting piece, right, where they say, oftentimes environmentalists will argue that this project is going to be bad for the climate or the environment. And with this comparative data set, you can argue, well, actually that's not the case. If this project goes through and if we produce here, we're going to do it in a much cleaner way than what imports or production would occur in other places in the world. So it's about then that brings you into the next sort of step and stage into this. What do you do? How do you use this for trade?
Yeah, that's a good point that I don't think we've focused on enough yet. This argument, and Marty's really good about making that too, that the more stuff we produce here, we produce it cleaner. And by producing it here, we're actually lowering global emissions, not just our own.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, with the right policies
with the right
in place.
policies.
With the right policies.
And this ties into permitting reform because it makes it easier for us to build more stuff here.
Yeah. And then you look at where the Trump world is, right? So the Trump world is, I would say, or at least the Trump trade folks are much more receptive to just, using the data and monetizing it and holding foreign polluters accountable, including countries like China. Now, there's no real interest in using this as a climate policy for them, not to totally speak for them, but just my observation. They're looking at the data as just pure realpolitik. We're going to use this for U.S. commercial advantage. So that's kind of your camps there. Again, we're at a very early stage when it comes to this policy and kind of where it'll take us. I am optimistic that we're going to come up with a policy that Republicans and Democrats embrace that will hold foreign polluters accountable at some point, but we're not there yet.
So talk about, as we go to these meetings tomorrow, What advice do you have on specifically talking on Prove It? I mean, one thing we're trying not to do is link it to anything directly like a CBAM, but just on the merits of that information. You want to talk to us a little bit about how you would message it going to these offices? I think I brought this up last night because it is an interesting policy because, like you say, everybody sees it a little bit differently. I'm pretty sure Bill Cassidy, Cynthia Loomis, and Chris Coons all support Prove It for different reasons.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Again, you know, not to state the obvious, but if I mean, the vast majority of Democrats are already there when it comes to embracing the concept, right? I think that they don't necessarily know what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's the Sheldon Whitehouse proposal that's there. I don't think there's a politically viable pathway for that because it has an implicit price on carbon. You've got the Cassidy CBAM, which I consider to be too large in any case, right? Even though it doesn't have a price on carbon associated with it. I think that for folks coming in and those who want to link Prove It to these bigger policies, just be cautious with it because again, the whole sort of idea that we're going to use this data to create some big climate and trade policy is still pretty new. And in my opinion, I don't see a U.S. if this happens, I don't see a U.S. policy design looking anything like the EU CBAM. I think that for those people who are interested in the concept and want to work with the Europeans, we are not at the same stage as the Europeans are when it comes to regulating carbon in trade. We're just not there yet. I mean, we have a lot of sectors out there, and let me explain this a bit. We have a lot of sectors out there who just don't want to be covered. We have sectors that do want to be covered in this kind of policy. And the ones who want to be covered are the countries that have been decimated by the trade regime, right? That see this type of policy as being the one lifeline that can help it survive.
You're talking like steel and things like that have really been offshored a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, steel, aluminum, domestic solar manufacturing. I think you probably have some fertilizer companies that are in that space too. Any industry that's faced a tremendous pressure from overseas competition. Period. So and then you have another group of energy-intensive manufacturers who just haven't experienced those problems, and so we're going to have to be really careful in how we talk about this. I think that for Republicans from manufacturing states, there's certainly a willingness to explore using a trade policy to hold foreign polluters accountable and to level the playing field for the United States. But I think that a lot of those people wouldn't be comfortable linking it to carbon, right? I don't think that they have a good understanding of what that looks like, and there's still a lot of a lot of hesitancy, and I think I would say this. I think it's also a result of. It's kind of a legacy issue, right? I think that even for younger Republican staff, the legacy is that Republicans oppose, Biden's climate policy, or those who have been around a bit longer, Obama's climate policy as well. And so, with Trump not really having a coherent climate policy, there's not a whole lot that staff can compare Biden's policies to. Right, and so it's fraught with peril. If you get into a conversation where you say, oh, this is a way for us to come up with a carbon tax. I think all of you know at this point that's not the best pitch to a Republican audience. But if you're talking about the need to Prove It, I would focus on not the trade piece. You don't want to get too far out ahead unless you're talking to someone like Cassidy or Kramer's office, right? Folks that have kind of leaned into the policy development. But for most Republican offices, it's going to be, look, this is about comparative data to prove how much better the U.S. is at producing goods, that the more we produce here and displace abroad, the more we reduce global emissions, and that links to your permitting arguments too. I would focus on those core pieces in the average Republican office.
I think that's really good advice. And I think people should have note cards, and we'll have folks coming around, and we'll start to open it up to the audience for questions, and maybe we can go easy on Dave, or maybe not. I don't know if I want to go easy on Dave. I think
please,
I think we make
go
it
hard. Be like the European Parliament.
I know. If you can do that, you can handle this crowd. I'm without a doubt. But while we're waiting for that, is there any? I mean, I think it's really interesting just thinking about the evolution of this discussion, because this Republican need to have a climate agenda, and McCarthy was really driving a lot of that and saw the numbers like you talked about. But talk a little bit more how you saw that evolution on the select committee and in the conversations that are ongoing that need to have a proactive agenda and not just let one side be at the table and kind of drive it.
Right, that's good. That's a good framing of question. I think, McCarthy certainly saw climate as a liability for Republicans. McCarthy wanted to be Speaker of the House, and he realized that being Speaker of the House runs through the suburbs. So you have to capture enough of those suburb competitive seats. There aren't that many of those seats left, but you have to capture enough of those in order to control the House. I think currently there's maybe like 24 competitive House seats, so not that many. And it's not as if, I think that from that perspective, it's not as if you think that climate is a leading voters issue, right, for the majority of the electorate, but you recognize that it's enough of an issue for a certain group of people that can turn the election one way or the other. I mean, you got to look at some of these House races where, what was it? I think Representative Miller Meeks won her district by 6 votes.
Yeah, it was. I know it was less than 50.
And there were a number of seats that were maybe not that close, but were like in the hundreds. Mm-hmm. And so you look at the percentage of votes cast. If a number of those voters were turned off because of the climate policy, that's a problem.
Well, I think that goes to everybody I think was in the room when our friends from the Environmental Voter Project was talking about the same issue, that these margins, they might not seem big, but can have a really outsized influence. If you're talking 100 voters, 200 voters, can have a really big impact.
Yeah, the number of people in the room. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Well, Flannery, do we have some questions ready back there?
So, by the way, to finish your question, though, I think that political reality is enough to convince enough of Republican leadership that there needs to be some type of constructive messaging around climate. For example, I don't see the current speaker pushing back on what McCarthy did, and I don't see the next leader of the House doing the same thing. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in the Senate, because I believe the Senate will flip, and the successor to McConnell, regardless of who it is going to be viewed as being a bit more practical on climate change than he was. So I think we definitely have a good sort of political direction for the GOP when it comes to climate. You may not think that the GOP is doing enough, and that's obviously an argument that one can make, but I do, just because of where the electorate is, where younger voters, I do see this shift as being something that's real.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So our first question is a tough one. Has Ben ever thought of hosting late night television on the side?
You know what, Mark, are you in here? Maybe that should be a good idea. Maybe I could do that. But climate's more important, right?
But over drinks.
Yes.
That'd be better.
So somebody asks, for a long time, many of us believed that a revenue-neutral carbon tax with a carbon border adjustment was a policy that could speak to Republican values. Was that ever true? If so, what changed?
Oh, wow. You want me to be totally honest from my opinion?
I don't know. I think that is a good point, because we really did believe that, and I think still believe that to a certain extent. But if everybody goes back to when we were thinking about what policies would be effective, market-based, revenue-neutral ones seemed to be something that some Republicans could get behind, and some did. But we have seen a shift, and I think we've seen some geopolitical things change, like high energy costs because of the war in Ukraine and things like that, that have changed some of those calculus for some of those Republicans. But I'll let you answer this too.
Yeah, I think a couple of things. I think number one is it sounds like a Republican policy, and I think that I think with a different set of circumstances. Well, by the way, cap and trade was a Republican policy, right? And Republicans were supportive of a cap and trade at one time that included carbon. Even George W. Bush talked about it while he was on the campaign. But I think the politics of the issue get wrapped around energy costs. And look, I mean, Americans love their cheap energy, period, right? And I think that anything, and we've seen this in the Prove It conversations, where you've got our opposition coming out, and even though within the law it prohibits, and please bring this up in your meetings,
wait, let's just wait. We'll see what he says before we bring it up.
Well, just in the actual Prove It text, it says that the study cannot be used for carbon tax or carbon regulation.
Yep, that's correct.
So that's there. But still, there's still this, I don't know, narrative out there that somehow this is going to automatically produce this domestic carbon tax. And it's really convoluted, but it's there.
Yeah, Zan did a really good job last night kind of debunking that and taking that apart, why that is a legitimate argument against Prove It.
Yeah, and Zan has the credibility because Zan supports carbon pricing. And the craziest argument that some of these groups, and they're funded by the Kochs, by the way, but the craziest argument that they table, and this will bring us back to the trade piece, is that that somehow Prove It will automatically result in some type of border adjustment, carbon border adjustment, and that's just, by the way, it's going to be very, very difficult to go from a study like this to a major shift in U.S. climate and trade policy, period. So I don't want people to get their hopes up on that. I personally, and I've been on the record plenty of times supporting it, personally sort of pushing for that, but we're a long, long way from that. But some of these groups, the Koch-funded groups will argue, you're going to create this policy design that's not going to have a price on carbon, and then the WTO is going to find it illegal. And then the U.S. Congress is going to be forced to adopt a carbon tax in order for WTO compliance. It's the most ridiculous political fantasy that anyone could produce, and makes you think they're either being insincere and manipulative, or they're just idiots. So it's one of the two that's going on. I've used it in meetings myself, but no, I mean it's politically ridiculous, and I think the vast majority of Republicans sitting in front of you would say that, yeah, like Republicans care about the WTO, right? Okay.
Well, that goes to, and this is a question, maybe I don't want to even ask this question. Why do you think they're so scared to Prove It?
Because of trade. So look, I mean, they recognize the fact, and there's been, again, and I think this is why a lot of the activists have gotten excited about the conversations that Kramer's had and Cassidy, and how they kind of jumped ahead and maybe a little bit too far talking about what Prove It was going to produce. But they recognize that Republicans, when they see this comparative data, are going to look at it and go, okay, this is ridiculous. We need to hold these folks accountable for their pollution. Okay, guess what? Kochs have a lot of overseas production. They export it back to the United States. It's dirtier production than our own domestic manufacturers. And then, so this gets them into trouble with the Trump trade people, right? Because the Trump trade people are on the other side of this. They're actually representing domestic manufacturers against this type of activity. And so they're at war, right? So it's the Kochs versus the Trump trade folks. And it's fascinating to be kind of in the middle of all that and be kind of part of a proxy fight. But I think that going back to the question about carbon pricing, I don't, you know, I think it could have been I think it could have been a policy that more people would have studied and really explored. But I think you kind of missed the timing, right? I think by the time, especially with the failure of cap and trade, because cap and trade is a price on carbon, right? And when all that collapsed in the early years of the Obama administration, and Republicans locked themselves into, basically a fight against higher energy prices and any kind of Democratic policies that result in higher energy policies, it just took it off the table. And I don't see any conversation happening anytime soon that would reintroduce it. I mean, I know that even in some of the conversations related to the tax.
We would probably disagree with you there. That we think there is an opportunity to bring up a carbon tax as part of the tax debate coming next year.
Well, here's what's more complicated.
But I don't want to get into the carbon tax debate.
No. Here's what's complicated about it, is that, okay, so 30 years ago, 20 years ago, if we were talking about carbon pricing as a pay-for, right, we had all these pretty low-hanging fruit reductions, right? But we've removed a lot of that with the fuel switch from coal to natural gas. And so if you're looking at pricing carbon in order to reduce emissions, then you're looking at a much higher carbon price than we would have had those same opportunities been available.
Yeah.
And so then it gets caught up in I think with Democrats look at it and go, well, the public's not going to go along with a high carbon price. Okay.
Sarah Whitehouse might have a different view on that.
Oh, of course he would. But no, I mean, I think that not to dissuade folks. I just, look, I mean, I think the idea of pitching a carbon tax to Republicans is, and I would argue that probably it's the same case for most Democrats, putting Sheldon Whitehouse aside. Because remember, they could have included domestic carbon pricing in their climate
They could have, and they were
recommendations.
Close. They were close.
And they didn't.
And then something happened. But maybe.
Well, we didn't cause it.
That's
we
true.
did not cause it. We did not cause it.
But maybe we'll grab another question that's related more closely to the
We're all
theme of the
friends.
panel.
We're all friends here. We're all friends here.
Someone asks, Reuters reported last week that China plans to better measure the carbon contents of its products to go into effect in 2027. Does this news rev up the urgency for Republican members of Congress to support the Prove It Act?
So that's an interesting question. So I think most Republicans would not trust those numbers that China would table, and I don't think the Europeans shouldn't trust them either. But I think that what that does is it obviously signals what Republicans are already concerned about, and the importance of Prove It, right, is that it's our own math, right? So if we know the Chinese are going to produce their own math later on, we know it's going to be flawed. We know that China is going to find loopholes and do whatever it can do in order to advantage its own industries, which I would do the same thing if I were them. But I do think it does probably strengthen the Republican argument that we need to move forward with our own math because everyone else is doing the same thing, including the Chinese.
No, I mean, I think that lack of trust and transparency in Chinese numbers has come up again and again and again in meetings. Every meeting I think I've had over the years, it always comes up, and I think it's even gotten stronger. And you might remind me, I think just recently, this year, the Chinese stopped publishing numbers about youth employment and stuff, like anything that doesn't look good, they just kind of bury, or they manipulate.
Right. I mean, and look, I mean, it's clear that if we were to have a policy design that looks like the Europeans, it would give China the ability to cheat, right? There's a lot of concern that, let's say we would have some type of CBAM, and then ask China to comply with essentially our performance or standards, whatever you want to call it. Then China would segment the market, right? China would restructure its industry where all the cleaner, they would create an actual clean industrial segment for aluminum or steel, and then ship all that to us, and then ship the rest of it elsewhere that wouldn't have the same type of policy. I think that's one of the reasons why we can't allow them to do that. So it's got to be more of a national average, in my opinion, if we do the policy. But then also, I think it really reinforces the idea that we need to figure out a way to work with our allies and partners in coming up with an international arrangement that has a common approach when it comes to China in particular.
I think that's a good point. I don't think I've ever really thought about that the way that we have the opportunity to learn from the EU CBAM and what doesn't work with it and design a better trade policy.
Yeah, my concern is that we look at the EU CBAM and go, oh, that's a failure, so we shouldn't do it. And I think a lot of Republicans fall into that trap of looking at European climate policies, and including some of the criticism over the cap and trade. But when something, and by the way, it's not just Republicans. I think a lot of people fall victim to this. When something doesn't work, they just automatically think we can't make it work, right? That we can't come up with our own strategy, our own design, our own policy that is actually much more effective than the European or other designs.
Okay, well, let's have another question.
How did the USA become so much cleaner in manufacturing, and are steps necessary to keep us from backsliding?
So, I'm probably not going to answer everything here, but obviously, our economic system rewards efficiency, it rewards innovation, it rewards companies for reducing their costs, right? So I think that the sort of the built-in advantage of a market-oriented economy produces just cleaner production. And it's just not the U.S., right? You can look at Europe, you can look at Japan. These countries are all kind of in the same ballpark as us. You have also environmental enforcement, compliance, that I would argue that we're second to none on that. And it also, I think it's part of a result of having a democratic representative society that places values on a cleaner environment and regulation that produces those kind of results. I mean, it hasn't always been the case, obviously. I get in these conversations with some of my free market friends when they go, well, that's free market is simply the solution for the environment and for climate change. I'm like, well, people forget, what the United States was like 100 years ago, or even earlier, or even later than that. It doesn't automatically produce those kind of results. It's a lot more complicated than that. I don't know if you've got.
No, I think that's a good point. I mean, like it's certainly you've got to have rules. You've got to have a system. You've got to have a referee to make the game work right? And so I think that is a fair assessment that you can't just remove all that stuff and make it all market based.
Right, but yes, you have to have some rules, and you have to have a market that does reward efficiency. Yeah.
So we have a couple of questions here about how the data will be collected in the Prove It Act, especially with foreign countries that might not want to give that information to us willingly.
You got some good questions out here.
Hey, well, why don't make you work? I might even buy you a beer later.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I know.
I drink vodka, though.
I know.
Okay, all right. Then why'd you offer me beer, then?
Because I wanted to see if you'd take the beer.
Oh. This guy. Now you got me off track here. Can't remember the question.
It's getting towards the end of the day. You got one thing on your mind, right?
Hold on. Yeah. You just got me off of it. What was the thrust of that question again? Oh, Prove It. Data collecting. Thank you. Yes.
Yes.
I'm getting old and fat, but I haven't totally lost my memory, short-term memory. With the data collection, look, I mean, so yes. So one of the challenges in this is that when you're doing a comparative data set, you look. Most countries don't have very good inventories when it comes to carbon or greenhouse gases. Period. There just aren't that many. And certainly, I would argue that no one is as, there might be a small country here or there, but I don't think anyone's really comparable to how well the U.S. does. The EU's close, but I don't think it's as comprehensive. The one thing that we have, and this is, I think, pretty important, is that there are a lot of, the vast majority of countries have at least decent reporting when it comes to traditional pollutants, right? So sulfur, NOx, for air quality purposes, and you can use that data in order to come up with proxies for CO2. And in fact, I think with NOx you can actually back the CO2 piece out of it. So I would imagine that there will be a number of ways to collect the comparative data set. One of which would be, again, using some of these traditional pollutant inventories for that, but also trade activity and other sort of available public reporting, right, that the Chinese control, right, when it comes to manufacturing and just energy-related data, right, that can be gathered and come up with pretty good and very good estimates for CO2 and GHG as well. And then also, I think that for us, just really fast, it's obviously important for us to have a pretty transparent process in how we gather the data, so that other countries, and by the way, and that would also include other countries, sort of providing data to us as well. And I think one of the hopes with Prove It is because you'd have DOE and their labs helping collect the data and conducting the study, is that they would benefit from their vast ecosystem of international partnerships that would then feed into their analysis.
One thing I do want to broach on before we wrap up for today. I mean, we got a little bit of time for questions, but one of the reasons I think we should be excited about the Prove It. I've always believed that it also serves a dual role as a coalition building tool.
Yeah.
That by bringing folks on various sides of these issues in industry together to have this conversation, we actually help build the climate conversation long term, just writ large. And I think we saw that with the Growing Climate Solutions Act, where 5 years ago, you really couldn't talk about agriculture and climate. You kind of had to talk. You absolutely couldn't put anything in the Farm Bill that was specific to climate, but that really kind of blew open that we could talk about all these things. And I always point out that, and then more Republicans ended up voting for that bill in the Senate than Democrats. And I feel like there are benefits to Prove It on collecting that data, but that coalition building and getting people more comfortable working together on climate across the aisle is also a co-benefit of pushing for this.
So that's an excellent observation, and that makes up for your beer only.
I have
thing.
some uses.
No, I totally agree. I mean, look, the more data, the more facts you have out there, the more it will inform people, and the more it'll produce a rational conversation around these issues. Totally agree.
Yeah.
And I think you've seen that with the diversity of groups that support it. You know, you'll have your pro-carbon tax groups, you'll have your anti-carbon tax groups, you've got your, you know, people who want to turn in trade policy, other people who want to use it against the Europeans. I think, yeah, it produces a really rich, diverse group of stakeholders, and the more we talk like this and exchange ideas, you know, the better off we are.
All right, well, I think we could do like one more question.
We've heard that some offices say that the EPA is already gathering emissions data. Why do we need the Prove It Act?
So that's another good question. Look, EPA doesn't gather comparative data. Okay, so we don't. So again, this is a comparative data set. I mean, so a number of different agencies on the U.S. side would actually provide the data. I mean, EPA obviously being one of probably the most important agency for U.S. data, but you get stuff from Commerce and from state and from the Census Bureau, right? I mean, there are lots of different agencies that will have the data that will be used to assess the U.S. side. Mm-hmm. But again, the number one reason why we're doing this, at least from a Republican perspective, is that we want that comparative data set. And yeah, the data that EPA has it just does not get you there.
Yeah, and I think I might have this right, that when Dave was talking about comparative data set, he's talking about it's not just greenhouse gas emissions, it's greenhouse gas, or I should say intensity related as it relates to foreign competitors and foreign things. So that's the comparative part of the data.
Yes, across a couple of dozen manufacturing sectors. Right. Right.
Well, I think this has been a interesting conversation.
We can keep going.
That'll just keep everybody from the bar.
Fair.
And I really appreciate you, Dave. Like we don't always agree on everything.
Nope.
But we can certainly have these conversations, and we were happy to have it with you.
Well, you can't be right all the time.
I certainly try to be, though. But Jen tells me I'm wrong like at least 50% of the time, so that we do have that.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity. It's been great to be here today, and best of luck to all of you, and thank you for what you're doing. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
Fun.
If you do want to stick around, we can grab a drink.
Actually.
I think that one of the biggest things about being a CCL volunteer is having that community with you and interacting with people from all walks of life.
I get to meet with folks that are from all over the country, and we're all working for the same goal.
It's good to see that, everybody that comes to the table, whether you're in a political party or another, or if you're, a member of a minority or several minorities, you work together. And I think this is the most powerful thing about CCL.
When I first joined, I was a little on the shy side. I like to kind of analyze the environment, see where I best fit in. So I attended the informational session and I found myself really drawn to the fact that there's different communities within CCL.
I am part of several communities because I'm Hispanic. I'm part of the diversity and inclusion community, and I also, I'm part of my group, the Central and Western Kentucky group.
I met a lot of nice people through joining the action team.
Shout out to the inclusion team for holding it down every single time and for making those spaces and for making the organization better every single day.
I've been in a lot of groups in the States that talk about inclusion, and they talk a lot, but they really don't do anything about it. And I think with CCL, we really have seen, in my case, the Hispanic community, have seen that we have a place here.
My advice for others who are also passionate and concerned about climate justice is just get into it.
Everybody, I think, needs to get involved with this.
Everybody has a voice, and if you get involved, you can make a difference.
Find a space that works for you. Find a space that makes you feel whole, feel safe, what have you.
The first step is taking the step, taking a leap and forming a community. Wherever you go, there will be a community to support you, uplift you, and empower you.
Good afternoon, CCL, or almost a good evening. We have about 2.5 minutes before the closing keynote. Please take your seats. Good afternoon, everyone. 1.5 minutes before we start the next session, the closing keynote of the 2024 Summer Conference. Please welcome to the stage, Mark Reynolds.
Oh my. Wow, what a couple of days we had, huh? Yeah, pretty amazing. Can't wait to get to the Hill and see what we can make happen. But what a remarkable experience of incredible presentations and just getting to be with everybody. Really just been phenomenal, and can't wait to see what we can do on the Hill tomorrow. So we started a process a year ago of recruiting a new executive director. We got over 400 applications. And then there was a process. There were 5 board members that met every week for a year, reviewing the applications, interviewing people. We distilled it down to 11, then we distilled it down to 3. There were a lot of people in the organization who met with the person. I'm 100% convinced we made the right choice. And so in just a moment, I want to show you a video of Rachel Crestes. The thing I want to notice for you to notice about it is not just how great she is, but also to be reminded that when our marketing team gets their hands on something, they make everything better. So let me share this video with you, and you'll see why I say that.
Hi CCL, my name is Rachel Crestes and I'm your incoming executive director. It's so incredibly exciting to say that and to know that I'll get to know all of you soon. I'm coming to this work after 5 years of leading Science is Us, a nonprofit dedicated to bridging the gap between science and policy, and who, like CCL, strives to be bipartisan, positive, and transformative in all that it does. I've heard a lot about the amazing work that CCL volunteers do, and I'm excited to have the opportunity to work alongside all of you. I'm told that you held more than 25,000 climate conversations across the country during Earth Month. That is simply amazing. So let me join you, and let's talk climate. I'm speaking to you today from the Ron Sapp Egan's Creek Greenway near my home in Fernandina Beach, Florida. The Greenway is a protected area of over 300 acres and a unique environment. It's part salt marsh, part maritime forest, and part hydro hammock. It's home to scores of native native plants, birds, and animals, including turtles, marsh rabbits, and my favorite, the American alligator. Salt marshes are really important in climate conversations because in addition to the plant and animal habitat they support, they also provide an important buffer in coastal communities from severe storms and rising sea levels. Marshes also sequester carbon in their vegetation, peaty muds, and other organic material. What's remarkable about the Greenway is that it exists today because of the actions of the citizens of Fernandina Beach, nonprofit organizations, and elected officials. Sound familiar? It's a perfect example of why climate conversations matter. I know that hundreds of you will be heading to Capitol Hill to have more conversations with members of Congress and to move us closer to the climate policy we need. Thank you for taking that time, for going to these meetings, and for having these conversations. I also know that the work isn't limited to DC. For those of you not in town for Lobby Day, your work to contact your senators and representatives is an essential part of the effort to make it clear that people all over the country want climate action. I look forward to hearing how all of your conversations went, and I look forward to hearing more about why CCL is as important to you as it will be to me. I also want to hear your questions for me as I come on board. My first day as executive director will be later this month, and the top of my priorities is to get to know you and to understand what drives you to do this important work with CCL. I'll be doing that in several ways over my first few months on the job. You'll see me pop up in meetings, working closely with our regional directors and programs, and to make sure that I get to meet as many of you as possible. You'll also receive a link to a form to provide me your thoughts in advance. Please do fill out that form. I look forward to getting to know you and engaging with you on this very critical work together. Thank you, and see you soon.
And let's give a big CCL appreciation to Mark Reynolds himself, our first and longtime executive director, for all his years of service and dedication to CCL.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Whew. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much for that. We want to do a quick exercise with you where we just want to have you pick someone next to you and share with them what's been either the most interesting or impactful or exciting thing that's happened to you over the next 2 days. So grab someone next to you, and if you don't immediately find one person, make it 3 of you, and please just take a moment and share what's been most exciting, most impactful, or most important for you over the last couple of days. Oh.
The update is there is no update, so we're at 5.
Partner and wrap that up. Please say thank you to your partner and wrap that up, please. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, if it's not quite obvious yet, we're stalling a little bit because we're waiting for our last speaker to get here from the airport. It's CCL. We like when we have to make things work, right? This is just what we do. So what we want to do now is do a poll EV, and someone in the back is going to explain how to do this.
You got it.
Thank you.
CCL's favorite activity, word art. All right, so a reminder, we're going to display on the screen how you can participate in sharing one word that describes the CCL 2024 conference by going to pollev.com/CCL123. It looks like we've already got a couple of early adopters. And just type in one word that you feel like would best capture the magic of our last 2 days together. So again, that URL is on top of the screen. You can also use the QR code, and it's pollev.com/CCL123. Let's make some magical word art together, friends.
Whoa.
All right, look what we've got so far. Inspirational, empowering, energizing, community. I'm not seeing sleigh in there yet. Maybe we can do something about that. Haiku, connecting, joy, love, motivational. Maybe some of our values are creeping in there, like optimism, nonpartisanship, energy. I love that. Slay, here it goes. All right. Oh, my. Oh, my. I think we really slayed the last 2 days, everyone.
Oh, my God.
This is beautiful. Thanks for having fun.
Yep. Okay, John and Flannery in the back of the room? John and Flannery? Do we have any of the preliminary haikus that we might read of some of the things that have already been submitted? I don't have many more ideas, folks, so if we don't get through this one, then...
I do, yes.
Okay,
we can go to that next, and we'll be able to read a few of these out. I'm glad... Wow, this word art is getting out of hand. All right. Well, this is a perfect opportunity for me to show that if you go to cclusa.org/haiku, you too can vote for your favorite haikus. And again, another opportunity for me to ask for you to not look at my tab addiction. But here are the Prove It haikus. America is great. Measure what we have achieved, show it to China. I think the early winner here so far is this one. Love can't be measured, carbon intensity can. Let fair trade begin. And then we've got the wonderful permitting reform haikus. This one, I think, is the early winner currently. Slow is for ketchup and dances and molasses. Permits, not so much. I also like this one. Zan Fishman told us bipartisan policy requires compromise.
I think we'll call
And then we've got the TSP Access Act haikus. You just tell me how many of these you want me to read, Mark.
3 more, Brett.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'll do the top 3 here. So we've got measuring carbon sequestered in forests, farms is tough without help. I'm not trying to tip the scales here, too. So if you've got a preference, you can also vote again at cclusa.org/haiku for your favorites, and the real winners will be announced tomorrow at our Tuesday night receptions. Here we go. 2 left. Our farmers need help. TSPs with expertise. Conserve, preserve, move. And then our current early winner for the Seedlings for Sustainable Habitat Access Act haiku, trees lost to wildfires. Reforestation needs more. Seedling nurseries.
Nice. Okay, that's awesome. Let's give all those a hand, please. Unfortunately, it's now obvious that our speaker is not going to make it in time. I'm sorry, but let's go have a great night tonight. Let's have a lot of fun tonight. Let's go kill it on the Hill and make something really big happen. Thank you all so much for being here. It is so great to see you, and thanks for the nice send-off there. All right, night, everybody.